Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Mr. Scamander, for the first time, I'm Kahn Pinter. Thank you for helping me speak to Principal Dumbledore last time. Halfway through Kahn's words, he suddenly felt that Newt Scamander's eyes were a little strange, and he didn't reply, just kept looking at him. Mr. Scamander. After hearing Kahn's shout, Newt Scamander came back to his senses, then looked at the cat and raccoon lying on the ground beside him, smiled and said to Kahn, "Sorry, Mr. Pent, I'm getting old, often a little dazed." "That's all right, but Mr. Scamander, you seem to be in very good spirits." After Kahn and Newt Scamander had a few polite words, he led Kahn to the fireplace in the living room, where there were black tea and snacks prepared in advance. Newt Scamander's wife wasn't home, and they were the only ones in the house now. Not long after sitting down, Newt Scamander asked, "Mr. Pinter, I can probably think that you should have other things to look for me. Is it related to Dumbledore?" "This time it has nothing to do with Headmaster Dumbledore, it's my personal matter." Kahn smiled, and then continued, "Among the people I know, only Mr. Scamander knows the Romanian Dragon Training Farm, so I would like to ask Mr. Scamander to recommend it." "Romanian Dragon Farm?" Kahn nodded and said, "Yes, I want to contract all the dragon materials produced by the Romanian Dragon Training Farm, so I hope Scamander can introduce me to the people there. It turns out that the Romanian Dragon Training Farm does sell a lot of fire dragon materials every year. Taming a fire dragon is not an easy task, and it consumes a lot every year, and the support given by the Ministry of Magic of various countries is not enough for the Dragon Training Farm. That's why Bill decided to sell some fire dragon materials as supplies for the dragon training ground." Scamander slowly introduced the situation of the dragon training field. He said that Bill should be the previous manager of the dragon training field. The managers of the Romanian Dragon Training Farm are not so easy to be. They not only have to prevent the dragon from running wild, but also face some dark wizards poaching the dragon. Insufficient funds have always been a headache for dragon training facilities in Romania. After hearing about the Romanian Dragon Training Farm, Kahn nodded thoughtfully and said, "If that's the case, Mr. Scamander, maybe I can help them solve some of their problems. If Bill hears the news, he will definitely be happy, so I will accompany you there. I can find someone I know and apply for the International Flow Network." Scamander said with a smile. "Thank you then, Mr. Scamander." Hearing that he agreed, Kahn should have been happy, but he always felt strange in Scamander's eyes. After taking a sip of black tea, Kahn had to ask, "Mr. Scamander, is there anything strange about me?" Scamander's cloudy eyes lit up for a moment, and he immediately replied, "Yes, did you find out too?" Kahn almost choked when he heard this sentence. He was being polite, but he didn't expect Scamander to take it seriously. "My cat Raccoon has a special feeling. It doesn't make special behaviors towards powerful wizards, it only makes such actions after facing those powerful magical creatures." Scamander pointed to the cat that was still lying on the ground with its head sunken, as if it was about to bury its entire furry head in the carpet. Could it be asleep? After Kahn finished speaking, Scamander took out his wand, and lightly tapped the cat on the head with a magic spell. After being knocked, the cat just poked its head slightly, and sank again. "It's amazing, Mr. Pinter. Even if Dumbledore wanted to touch them, he could only get a paw, but he showed submission to you." "Yes, it should be submission." Scamander withdrew his wand and continued to look at him with great interest. "Well, Mr. Scamander, I probably know the reason, and I can tell you about it." After Kahn finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and then the snacks on the table floated towards Kahn, and then fell into his hands. "I'm not a squib now, because I used the blood of the phoenix and the fire dragon, so that I can use magic and get more powerful magic power. I can only say that your cat has a very keen sense, others I can't see the magic in me at all." After finishing speaking, Kahn used another levitating spell to send the cat on the ground to his lap, and then slowly stroked his long hair. Casting spells without a wand, and silent spells. Even the most powerful aurors rarely can do both. Mr. Pinter, your spellcasting talent is comparable to some powerful goblins. Scamander shook his head and said, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed this scene, and the blood of fire dragons and phoenixes was used. His feeling just now was not wrong, the young man in front of him really gave him the feeling like fantastic beasts. Using cat raccoons is just an excuse for Scamander. He wants to confirm his feelings. After decades of getting along with magical animals, his knowledge of magical animals should be the most outstanding person in the British magic world. The moment he saw Kahn, Scamander had this feeling, and then he got the answer he wanted through step-by-step inquiries from Mayalisi. Then Scamander became interested. With a wave of his wand, he directly closed the doors and windows. The reason was that the house was in disrepair and might leak in. Although Kahn didn't believe Scamander's lame reasons, he stayed and explained many doubts to him. This kind of thing could only happen to him, and Scamander had a good reputation, unlike those dark wizards. In this way, he demonstrated powerful magical powers and almost natural control, as well as the ability to breathe fire. After Kahn spewed flames from his mouth, the old man Scamander almost jumped up for joy. He even put down his wand, and walked around Kahn twice. This kind of behavior didn't restrain itself until his wife Tina came back. And Kahn also took advantage of the opportunity to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed for a while, he would be regarded as a magical animal by Scamander. After Kahn left, Scamander thought about it, took out a quill and letter paper, and wrote on it. Dear Dumbledore, regarding the last time you asked me if I had any recommendations for wizards suitable for defense against the dark arts, I met an interesting young man today, and you may know him too. The trip to the Romanian dragon training farm went very smoothly. Although they encountered inquiries from local aurors when they entered the country, it had nothing to do with Kahn, and it was all provoked by Scamander. Luckily he didn't have the iconic leather case, so the Romanian auror let Scamander and Kahn go after a word about the Fantastic Beasts Act. With the recommendation of Scamander, Kahn met Gates, the manager of the dragon training farm, very smoothly. After the meeting, Kahn did not beat around the bush, but directly stated his purpose, which was to contract all the fire dragon materials produced in Romania, including the fire dragons that might go berserk and hurt people and be killed every year. He wanted to buy them all by himself. After hearing this, Gates instinctively didn't want to agree, because this kind of thing is very nonsense, but Kahn knew that he would have this reaction, so he analyzed the benefits of doing so for him. There is a unified and fixed sales channel, and there is no need to receive many people every year, saving a lot of trouble. Kahn donates 7,000 galleons to the Romanian dragon farm each year. The price of dragon materials is doubled. Gates was moved a lot after hearing the last two conditions. With sufficient Garian income, they could recruit more dragon tamers and buy a lot of protective magic items at the same time. Facing the black wizards who poached fire dragons, they were even more intimidated. Confident. It can also give fire dragons and dragon trainers better treatment, and it is also good for the reproduction of fire dragons. All Gates needs to do is to sell all the fire dragon materials produced by the Romanian dragon training farm to Carter. The only thing that makes Gates scruples about doing this is that there are other wizards in the European magic world who want to buy fire dragon materials, and some of them have a good relationship with him. And Kahn also took this into consideration, and he will give Gates some membership cards of the Kahn Magic Material Store. All Gates' friends can use the membership cards to purchase dragon materials from him first. Doing so not only solved Gates' concerns, but also gave the Romanian dragon training farm more income and a better future. And Kahn can also monopolize the fire dragon materials in the European magic world. In his magic material store, the fire dragon materials will be bundled with other magic materials in the future. This is why he asked Guy Teldo to buy 2 shops. Gates thought about it for a while, and finally agreed to Kahn's conditions, and Kahn knew how much galleons he could earn next, so he signed a very powerful magic contract with the Romanian dragon training farm, and increased the damages for breach of contract to 100,000 galleons. When Kahn said this number, he said to Gates in a very awe-inspiring manner that if he defaulted on the contract and no longer purchased the fire dragon materials, Gates could use this magic contract to make him pay a heavy price. Gates was a little moved, and finally signed the magic contract decisively. When this magic contract was established, Kahn's road to monopoly of magic materials in the European magic world had already begun. After Kahn returned, he had to purchase a large amount of magic materials, first monopolized the British magic world, and then marched into other countries. When the fire dragon materials could not be bought in other places, they could only go to Kahn in Diagon Alley to sell the magic materials. The materials on the fire dragon may be the most versatile magic materials. A single dragon blood was discovered by Dumbledore. 12 various uses, as well as dragon meat and dragon heart and so on. After dealing with the dragon farm in Romania, Kahn and Scamander returned to the UK through Philo International. Before leaving, Scamander greeted Kahn and said, "Mr. Burnt, I think you will be very busy in the future, but when you are free, you are welcome to visit Dorset anytime." "Of course I will, Mr. Scamander." Godfather. After getting off the Hogwarts Express, Hermione saw Kahn in the crowd for the first time, and then happily ran over. "Hermione, long time no see. It looks like you've been doing well in Hogwarts, at least you've grown a little taller." Kahn stroked Hermione's fluffy hair with a smile, and then took the luggage trolley from her hand. He said, "I've already told your parents and booked the restaurant. Then you can tell us something interesting about Hogwarts." This point is on Hermione's XP. What she likes most is someone who listens to her seriously, and after hearing Kahn's arrangement, she can't wait to sit at the table. "Godfather, what did you do before?" "I went to find someone to study the problem of squibs. So far, it has been very successful, and I have also hired a very powerful wizard. Then you can come to Diagon Alley and ask him some questions about spells." "Really, this is really good news. I'm still struggling with what to do in the summer vacation." "Wait a minute, Godfather, you just said that the problem of squibs is solved." Kahn booked a restaurant next to the Thames River. "The night view here is good, and the dishes are exquisite." After eating the dishes here, he even wanted Phil and Isaac to come here to learn cooking skills. The cooking skills of the house elves seem to be passed down from family. They cook a lot each time, but there are not many delicacies, which are almost traditional British food. After Hermione sat down at the table, she began to tell about her school trip. Kahn had some knowledge of the wizarding world, so he wasn't surprised to hear it, but the Grangers were very new to it, and they couldn't imagine what it would be like if hundreds of little wizards gathered together. Moreover, all kinds of interesting things in Hogwarts also moved the Granger couple very much. They all wanted to become little wizards and go to class there. After dinner, Hermione went home with the Grangers, but she looked like she wanted to follow Kahn. She hadn't figured out about the squibs yet, but Kahn wouldn't do that. After all, the Grangers, I haven't seen Hermione for a year. What is it like to be taken away by him on the first day back? There is a lot of time during the holidays, and Hermione can come to Diagon Alley to find him at any time. While Kahn was having dinner with the Grangers, Newt was also hosting Dumbledore. Scamander's family dinner is not British, because his wife is American, and Newt's grandson is not here, and the manor is usually just him and Tina. "Newt, you didn't explain clearly enough in your letter, so I just asked the door, but I didn't expect to have such a delicious dinner." "Thank you, Miss Tina, I think I am almost full." Dumbledore declined Tina's warm hospitality, and then brought the conversation back to his purpose of coming here. "I don't quite understand what you mean in your letter, Newt, can you explain it to me in detail?" "Of course, Dumbledore, you should remember the letter I sent you when school started." Newt swallowed the food in his mouth, then wiped his mouth and said to Dumbledore, "Of course I remember, thanks to Mr. Burnt and Fox, this year's Hogwarts has a new look, and the potions classroom that Severus has applied for a long time has also been renovated." Dumbledore nodded and said that the 35,000 galleons hadn't even been used up, and there was no need to persuade the Ministry of Magic and the school board to support more funds for the next school year. He is not the squib he said in his letter now, he has become a wizard, and even possesses very powerful magic power. Newt Scamander slowly recalled his experience with Kahn during this period, and said to Dumbledore. Moreover, the control of magic power can even get rid of the magic spell, so that you can cast spells silently and without a wand. It's just that you don't know many spells, and most of them are learned in spell textbooks. Did you notice the recruitment information on the Daily Prophet a few days ago? It should be that Mr. Pinter is looking for a charms teacher for himself. Besides, he is also a businessman. He used his outstanding talent to sign a contract with the Romanian dragon training farm. Dumbledore, if you want to buy fire dragon materials in the future, I'm afraid you'll have to go to him. During the days when he and Kahn went to Romania, Newt didn't do nothing. He was observing Kahn all the time, using his special feeling. If Dumbledore couldn't find a defense against the dark arts professor, then Newt thought Kahn would be a good choice. Because he lacks the foundation of magic and has enough desire for magic, when Newt uses a spell he doesn't understand in front of Kahn, Newt will notice that Kahn is secretly learning the spell. After Newt had used it 3 times, he had completely memorized and learned the spell, much to Newt's amazement. Dumbledore heard Newt say a lot about Kahn, and after thinking for a while, he continued to ask, if that's the case, it's enough to teach the second-year defense against the dark arts class with his strength, but Newt, that pen will Mr. Tay come to Hogwarts as a professor? Newt waved his hand and said to Dumbledore, of course, Dumbledore, the professors at Hogwarts can read the library or even the Forbidden Book Room, and with Mr. Penn's financial resources, I think you can even invite him as a Hogwarts trustee. Mr. Burnt seems to have a Muggle-born goddaughter. Yes, that's in the 1st grade. Hermione Granger, I heard that she did very well in any class. Dumbledore thought for a moment. After Quirrell's accident, he had been thinking about who to invite to be the professor. There was originally one candidate, and Dumbledore had already thought about inviting him. But after seeing Newt's letter and hearing his suggestion, Dumbledore hesitated. Newt's proposal also made him a little moved. One is a genius, has the opportunity to grow into the most powerful wizard, and may become the school manager of Hogwarts. The other can expose the liars' lies in Hogwarts, to return the truth to those wizards who have been robbed of the story. Dumbledore? Do you have someone to invite? If so, you don't have to care about my proposal. It may be that my news is too late. After seeing Dumbledore's expression, Newt guessed what he was thinking. He didn't want to embarrass Dumbledore, so he took the initiative to speak. This is just his own proposal, and it is not certain whether Mr. Pinter will agree. No, your proposal is very good, Newt. Dumbledore quickly decided that there were many other ways to expose Lockhart, and it seemed that this was the only way to let him join Hogwarts. As Peter said, then he will try his best to promote Kahn Burnt to become the director of Hogwarts. Recently, pureblood families have been using the influence of the school board and the Ministry of Magic to interfere with the normal operation of Hogwarts. If Kahn Burnt is interested, I believe the school board can be more normal. I will pay a visit to Mr. Pinter in the near future, Newt, thank you. Newt smiled, as long as I can help you, Dumbledore. Godfather, you can actually cast spells silently and without a staff. This is simply amazing. According to the knowledge in the book, this is advanced knowledge that is only possible for any WTS, and you can do both. Kahn watched the Daily Prophet while listening to Hermione's small-mouthed admiration for her godfather. After entering the summer vacation, this situation has become the norm. Hermione has no interest in traveling to Common, so she came to Diagon Alley almost every day at the beginning of the summer vacation. Yesterday, after the Grangers went on a trip, they moved in with all their luggage. Kahn could only think that the Grangers had such big hearts that they threw their daughter to him when she was 12 years old. Hermione, you can do it in the future. I just have the advantage of my age. At least I am not as good as you when it comes to brewing potions. Kahn was not stingy with praise. Under his influence, Hermione became more interested in potions. During the holidays, she often studied with Guy Tell, and Hermione's progress also surprised Guy Tell. She felt that with Hermione's current progress level, she could try the NEWTS exam in the 4th grade. Ding dong. Suddenly the doorbell rang downstairs, and Isaac immediately went to open the door, while Phil came to the study and reported the incident to Kahn. Kahn and Hermione like to stay in the study on weekdays, and he has a lot of books. It should be that the hired wizard has arrived. Hermione, come and take a look with me. Yes, Godfather. Hermione jumped up like a bunny, then put White's little feet wrapped in silk stockings into the slippers, and followed. She likes to sit on the ground and read a book, and it would be uncomfortable to wear shoes at this time, not to mention Phil and Isa Cook cleans the house very clean every day, almost no dust can be found. Even if she doesn't wear shoes, the white on the soles of her feet won't get dirty. After arriving at the door, Hermione immediately saw a familiar wizard, and she said in surprise, Professor Dumbledore. Why did you come here? Did you come to find the Godfather? Hermione originally wanted to ask if she was here to see her, but when the school started, she helped the Godfather deliver a letter to Dumbledore, so she asked. Yes, Miss Granger, Mr. Pinter, I hope I didn't disturb you by rushing to the door. Dumbledore said apologetically, after all, he didn't ask in advance, but followed Lupin directly to visit. Kahn shook his head and smiled, of course not, please come in, Professor Dumbledore, and this one. Remus Lupin hurriedly reached out to shake hands and said, Lupin, Sir, Remus Lupin, I communicated with you through Fucuri yesterday, and I'm here to apply for a job as a summer tutor. Mr. Lupin, Professor Dumbledore, come in and talk. After Kahn invited the two in, he tilted his head and said to Hermione, Hermione, let Phil serve tea and some snacks. I see, Godfather. Hermione was a little happy after seeing Dumbledore, a great wizard, like seeing an idol, and immediately ran to the kitchen after hearing Kahn's words. Mr. Lupin, the teaching time and content are as we said in our letter yesterday, if you need a place to live. No sir, I'll just stay at the Leaky Cauldron, it's close by and it suits me just fine. Remus Lupin hastily rejected Kahn's offer. In fact, it was difficult for him to find a job due to his identity as a werewolf. He also revealed this when he wrote to Kahn, but Kahn did not dislike him and was still willing to hire him. Moved Remus Lupin. That's why he didn't want to put Kahn in danger as an employer. What's more, Kahn's remuneration is very generous. As long as he teaches for a vacation, he will have money to live until the end of the year. During this period, he will have a lot of time to find another job. Principal Dumbledore, I haven't had time to thank you for your gift last time. Thank you for your willingness to give me the items on the Phoenix. After Kahn and Lupin finished talking about the matter, they smiled at Dumbledore. Although he bought the flesh and blood of the Phoenix with 35,000 galleons, no one would say such a vulgar thing, as if they couldn't just take the money to worship the Buddha. You have to buy incense with money to be sincere. Dumbledore smiled and said, Fox is also very happy. Compared with those things, Mr. Pinter has helped Hogwarts more. Kahn was polite for a moment, and then went directly to the topic and asked, then, Headmaster Dumbledore, why did you come to me today? In fact, it has something to do with Scamander, but I hope you can forgive him before that, because Scamander told me something about you. Of course, it has something to do with me. Dumbledore first explained for Newt. If he didn't explain in advance, he couldn't explain where he learned about Kahn. If you are interested in Hogwarts, Mr. Burnt, I would like to invite you to become the director of Hogwarts and the teacher of defense against the dark arts class. After hearing this, both Kahn and Lupin were surprised, and they both suspected that they had heard it wrong. And Hermione, she was sitting obediently at the side, but after hearing what Dumbledore said, her two little feet moved with excitement, almost kicking off the shoes hanging on her feet. My godfather is going to be a professor at Hogwarts. Or the professor of defense against the dark arts. Hermione didn't doubt Kahn's strength at all, because in the past few days together, she already knew that her godfather seemed to be a different person, with excellent spell-casting skills and profound magic power. Once she was dueling with the Godfather, and the Godfather took a petrification spell from her without dodging, but her spell had no effect, and the Godfather acted like he was blown by the wind. Kahn asked with a puzzled face, "Principal Dumbledore, why did you invite me? I don't seem to know much about defense against the dark arts, even I think Mr. Lupin. I can't, Mr. Burnt, because you know that Hogwarts is not suitable for me." Lupin quickly shook his head and said that he used to turn into a werewolf every year when he went to school at Hogwarts. At that time, Sirius and James Potter accompanied him. If he went to Hogwarts now, it would pose a great threat to the students. Unless he asked Dumbledore to accompany him whenever the moon was full. "But my magic level." Dumbledore interrupted slightly and motioned to Kahn, "I'm sorry, Mr. Pinter, I can talk to you. Come with me, Hermione. If you have any questions about spells, you can ask Mr. Lupin." After Kahn finished speaking, he led Dumbledore to the study. After coming to the study, Dumbledore first praised the collection of books here, and then explained the reason for inviting him. The purebloods want to use the influence of the school board to influence Hogwarts education. They seem to have lobbied at the Ministry of Magic to get the Ministry of Magic to cut funding for Hogwarts, and the school board uses this aspect increased influence on Hogwarts. Although Dumbledore has no accurate evidence, Connolly is still a little wary of him, because he is unwilling to become the Minister of Magic, and Connolly feels that Dumbledore can take back the position of Minister at any time. If it weren't for the 35,000 galleons that Kahn gave Hogwarts last year, which gave Dumbledore more confidence in rejecting the school board, he might have to compromise a lot this year. After all, Hogwarts has a lot of expenses, especially for the new students who enroll every year. Many Muggle students have Hogwarts secret subsidies, otherwise it would not be so easy for them to buy a series of wizarding supplies. As for the matter of inviting Kahn, it was also suggested by Scamander. Scamander has a magical intuition. After spending a few days with Kahn, he can feel that Kahn's approach is very different from those of the Death Eaters. Moreover, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is really hard to recruit. Dumbledore has a lot of friends, but almost no one is willing to hear about the defense against the dark arts class. Even Lockhart is a little reluctant. Bulido had to use Harry's reputation to invite people. "Mr. Burnt, Scamander told me that you are very proficient in spells from the 1st to the 7th grades of Hogwarts, and you are also very experienced in defense. I heard that you love reading books. The Hogwarts library should be its all of England." Dumbledore also expressed his sincerity, that is, the library of Hogwarts. No institution or bookstore has a collection of books that can compare with Hogwarts. This is Dumbledore's confidence and confidence. There are even spellbooks from hundreds of years ago. Kahn didn't immediately agree to Dumbledore, but thought about it for a while. He knew that Dumbledore wanted to win him over to fight against the school board and even the Ministry of Magic. The only thing Dumbledore could worry about was Hogwarts and the students inside, and the problem Hogwarts was facing now was education funding. Kahn is not short of money, and he will be able to monopolize the magic materials of Britain and even Europe immediately, unless the other party does not need the fire dragon materials. Whoever needs them must buy a copy of other materials. This kind of bundling should be the first time in the wizarding world, and it will discuss them for many years in the future, and Kahn will also make a lot of monopoly money from it. Asking him to donate an annual education fund to Hogwarts is nothing to Kahn, but what he cares about is the harvest. "Principal Dumbledore, can the defense against the dark arts professor go to the restricted section of the library?" Dumbledore was quiet for 2 seconds, and then said to Kahn, "Of course, no problem. Any professor is eligible to go to the restricted area, but some curses of black magic are invisible. Don't worry, Principal Dumbledore, I may be immune to the curse just like Fox." After Kahn finished speaking, he stood up and extended his hand to Dumbledore. "I can go to Hogwarts at any time. As for the invitation of the school manager, I also agreed. The Kahn Magic Materials Store will donate 20,000 plus to Hogwarts every year. Long school funding, to express the education of the British wizarding community. Dumbledore is also an old man. After hearing Kahn's words, he thought for a while and guessed what he was thinking next. If there are interviews, I have most of the time, Professor Pinter. With their hands clasped together, Kahn and Dumbledore had reached a consensus. Kahn donated 20,000 galleons a year, accounting for almost half of Hogwarts' expenses, and Dumbledore also wanted to help Kahn when the Daily Prophet came to interview him, such as mentioning Kahn's magic material store. As the greatest wizard in Europe and the most famous magic school in the UK, after Kahn's magic material store hooked up with these two, it was tantamount to making the most extensive publicity, and gallon donated to Hogwarts will soon earn return. Professor Pinter, I will help you tidy up the office, and there may be a meeting with the school board, and I will send you a letter in Fukuru. Of course, I look forward to hearing from you at any time, Headmaster Dumbledore. Kahn smiled and opened the door of the study to leave with Dumbledore, but the moment he opened the door, Hermione, who was lying on the door, fell inside. But Kahn waved his hand and used the levitation charm to keep her from falling. Hermione was a little embarrassed when she was discovered. She combed her fluffy hair, and said with a flushed face, "Godfather, Professor Dumbledore, I just want to ask you, do you want some tea?" "No, Miss Granger, I think I should take my leave," Dumbledore said with a smile, and then walked out the door. After Kahn released the spell on Hermione, he also walked out. After going downstairs, Dumbledore said a few words to Lupin, and after being sent out of the door by Kahn, he left directly with apparatus. Convenient magic. Kahn praised, then turned and went back into the house. "Godfather, are you really going to teach at Hogwarts? You're still a professor of defense against the dark arts. This is too powerful." "But Godfather, will this be dangerous? There has always been a rumor in Hogwarts that it is the Dark Lord who has cursed the position of defense against the dark arts professor." At first, Hermione was a little happy that Kahn became a professor at Hogwarts. After all, she was her godfather, but then she became worried. "I heard that none of the recent defense against the dark arts professors could persist for more than a year." "Hermione, don't be so afraid of Voldemort, he's not that strong." Kahn has no feeling of fear for Voldemort, because he knows that there are many existences stronger than Voldemort, such as Uchiha Madara and Kagaya-ji in the Hokage world, Purple Potato Essence in the Marvel world, no matter which one is stronger than Voldemort. After hearing Kahn's words, Hermione said very worriedly, "But Godfather, Voldemort is really good. Is it strong?" "Hermione, who do you think is stronger, Voldemort or Dumbledore?" Hermione replied decisively, "Of course Dumbledore. If there is a wizard as strong as Dumbledore in the British wizarding world, then Voldemort can only go to Knockturn Alley as a broker." Kahn stroked Hermione's shaggy hair, wondering if he should buy a debt angler for his goddaughter, but the shaggy curls felt okay. "You have to remember, Hermione, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. When you are strong enough, Voldemort is nothing." During the holidays at Hogwarts, Kahn was learning magic from Lupin in addition to dealing with the magic material shop. His mastery of magic power also opened Lupin's eyes. This is the first time Lupin knew that there are wizards who do not use magic wands much better than wands. If it weren't for Kahn's appearance, Lupin would have thought he was teaching magical creatures magic. In his impression, only magical creatures don't need wands when they use magic, that's their instinct. In just 1 month, Kahn learned a lot of useful magic from Lupin, including disappearance, apparition, occlumency, patronus and memory magic. However, forgetting everything is just an introduction to memory magic, and the more advanced memory magic is legilimency. This kind of magic needs to be tested by the Ministry of Magic to learn. The standard of forgetting everything is not so difficult. Lupin didn't know much about legilimency and occlumency. He was good at some things and he wasn't good at them. The least good at them were memory magic and transfiguration. As for Lupin's expertise in black magic creatures and casting spells without a wand, black magic creatures are very useful. Kahn asked him a lot and planned to choose some textbooks for defense against the dark arts class. There was no need to ask Lupin for wandless casting, and perhaps only magical beings could have been Kahn's teachers in wandless casting. Lupin does not use a wand to cast spells, and the power of the magic will be weakened a little, while Kahn is just the opposite, and the magic cast without a wand is actually stronger. Kahn didn't learn black magic from Lupin. Lupin is quite high level, but he is a bit stubborn. He must know a lot of black magic, but the release of black magic has a lot to do with the user's emotions, and it is very dangerous. Learning black magic may cause irreversible damage. Lupin was not sure, so he didn't dare to teach it, but he taught Kahn Animagus the advanced transfiguration. Lupin was not very good at Common's transfiguration, but he knew Animagus very well, and he didn't care much about the Ministry of Magic's regulations requiring registration. Although he didn't say why, Kahn could also guess that Lupin's knowledge of Animagus came from his 3 wizard friends who were illegal Animagus. It's just that the process is very troublesome, so troublesome that it may not be possible to transform successfully for several years. If you want to ensure that you can transform smoothly, you'd better ask a wizard of psychologism for help. But Kahn chose to use high-tech. He can go directly to the Weather Bureau to get the data, which is not difficult for him. If all goes well, it would be great if Kahn could learn Animagus within 3 months. According to Lupin, several of his wizard friends took a semester to learn Animagus. Hermione was also very interested in Animagus, but was banned by Kahn. He dared to learn because he had the powerful healing power brought by the extremis virus, and Hermione was not in the 2nd grade yet, and she had just started with transfiguration. Maybe Kahn would let Hermione try it when she was in 4th year, but forget it now. Godfather, look at this quickly, your name and image appear on the Daily Prophet. One day, when Kahn was enjoying his leisure time, Hermione suddenly rushed over, with half of the shoes on her feet off, holding a copy of the Daily Prophet in her hand. Kahn had no choice but to put down his half-drink lemon tea and reach for the newspaper. But Hermione handed it halfway, and suddenly withdrew her hand, then sat beside Kahn and said to him, "Let me read it to you, Godfather." Afterwards, Hermione read all the news about Kahn on the Daily Prophet with some emotion. Dumbledore's education reform is really worrying. He even invited an unknown wizard to be the professor of defense against the dark arts. It's really annoying. They don't even know the Godfather. The owner of a magic material shop. Maybe it's more appropriate for him to go to Hogwarts to teach herbalism. What this guy said is also very annoying. A reporter interviewed that Mr. Malfoy of the Hogwarts School Board expressed concern about the new school board. Mr. Malfoy believed that Muggle-born wizards might not understand the long school history of Hogwarts. Before Hermione could finish reading, Kahn patted her on the head and interrupted, "Okay, Hermione, if you read any more, you will become a balloon and explode. Don't pay attention to the above words, these people are just standard wall people. Grass, you can look at it tomorrow." Kahn had already sent a gift to these so-called critics. Their persistence was like that of the French army, and the speed of their surrender in front of Galen was simply frightening. These people are not only discriminatory, but also jealous. Kahn said with a smile that when he returned from the Romanian dragon training ground, he asked Guy Tell to buy a large number of fire dragon materials on the market. Half a month ago, the fire dragon materials on the market in the British magic world were pitifully scarce. Moreover, with Kahn's participation, the prices of various parts of the fire dragon have increased a lot, and the price of dragon blood has even tripled. Some people have already noticed the abnormal price of the fire dragon material. They sent people to Romania, but the news they got was uncomfortable. The fire dragon material has been contracted by Kahn, and they want to buy the fire dragon material in the future, except for Kahn, they can only buy it from the black wizard who poached the fire dragon. But Kahn provided galleons to the Romanian dragon training farm, which was enough to make the dragon trainers there stronger against poachers, and there would be less and less dragon materials on the black market in the future. During this more than a month, Kahn has received 2 potion stores from Europe. Because they could not buy dragon materials, they had to sign a transaction contract with Kahn Magic Material Store. The inventory that Guy Tell bought was directly reduced by more than half, so she and 3 other employees had to purchase a large amount of magic materials and carry out annexation expansion. Gaitel has been promoted by Kahn to be the store manager, and she hasn't touched her favorite brewed potion for more than a month, and she is busy with business wholeheartedly. Godfather, are you ready for defense against the dark arts after school starts? After Hermione put down the Daily Prophet, she turned her head and asked Kahn. Her piercing brown eyes looked at Kahn expectantly. I haven't prepared anything for my second year, although Phil said he can help me, but... If Kahn still couldn't understand this look, then he was blind. After thinking about it for a while, Hermione brewed potions for 20 days in a month, so he really should go out with her. Let's go, Hermione, I just plan to go out for a stroll today. You are in your second year now. Do you want to bring a flying broom to Hogwarts? I heard that the firebolt works well. Hermione was not happy for a long time after hearing about the shopping. She quickly shook her head and said, No need, Godfather, I don't like flying broomsticks. If she had to choose between potions and broomsticks, Hermione would definitely choose to brew potions. She has made amazing progress in potions. She has been able to brew Polyjuice potion last month, and is now trying its type potions. Then Hermione went to change clothes. She often wore white tights at Kahn's house. Although the reason given was that it was more comfortable, Hermione would change into other clothes when she went out. Now that school was approaching, Diagon Alley was full of wizarding families who came to buy items. The Grangers didn't come today, maybe Hermione went back to tell them yesterday. Godfather, we can go to the Lehan bookstore first. Today is Mr. Lockhart's new book launch. I want to buy a set of his travel notes. Hermione is wearing a wizard robe, full of active and youthful temperament. She is now like a little white rabbit leading the way. Gerald Lockhart. He writes well, but he seems like a liar himself. Kahn thought of this person, and whispered in Hermione's ear, this guy has a lot of fans, if he said this in public, he might be in trouble. Hermione opened her small mouth in disbelief and said, how is that possible? Kahn said, this is what Dumbledore told me. He originally chose Lockhart for the defense against the dark arts class, because Hogwarts can expose him, but now it is replaced by me, but Dumbledore should all think of other ways. The greatest wizard of this century and one of her favorite wizard writers, Hermione was also a little embarrassed when she heard these words. After a while, she still decided to believe Kahn and Dumbledore, but Hermione still seemed to eat earwax. The taste was as disgusting as the bean flavor. Kahn smiled when he saw Hermione's puffy cheeks, and persuaded him, his stories are all plagiarized from other wizards, using memory magic, the ones in the book should be true, and you can replace them with other ones when you read them. People will do. Absolutely not, it's plagiarism, it's a crime. Hermione said angrily, I hope Professor Dumbledore will expose this shameless guy soon. Next, Hermione deliberately avoided the Lehan bookstore, and she took Kahn to other places to buy what she needed, but what she could change was the wizard's clothes and textbooks. After visiting some dessert shops, Hermione finally went to Lehan bookstore. However, when the two of Kahn arrived at Lehan bookstore, they saw a commotion in front of the bookstore, as if someone was fighting. Godfather, those are my friends, Harry and Ron. Hermione saw sharply that the party in the fight was her friend from the academy, so she tugged on Kahn's clothes and said to him, Can I help them, Godfather? That guy Malfoy is very annoying at school. People around you will notice you. The Ministry of Magic does not allow wizards to use magic duels in Diagon Alley. Put away your wands, Hermione. Kahn told Hermione to put her wand back, and cast a silent binding spell, remembering that Lucius Malfoy had vilified him in the Daily Prophet. The next second, Lucius Malfoy, who was fighting, was imprisoned by a magical force, his eyes widened, and he was punched several times by Arthur Weasley. However, Arthur also noticed that Lucius was imprisoned by magic, so he would not fight back. After he stopped, Lucius also suddenly regained his freedom. You, have a good helper, Arthur. Because of his anger, Lucius said to Arthur Weasley with resentful eyes. It was the first time he was so ashamed. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of people, he was punched several times by Arthur, his deadly enemy, and did not fight back. And most importantly, He didn't find out who used the spell, otherwise, he could have reported to the Ministry of Magic to find Arthur Weasley. "Isn't this Mr. Malfoy?" Someone next to him suddenly spoke. After hearing this, Lucius and Arthur turned their heads to look in the direction of the speech. They saw a handsome wizard full of noble temperament. After the young wizard greeted them, he walked towards them, followed by a little wizard with fluffy hair. It's just that Arthur felt that this person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere a few days ago. "Mr. Kahn Burnt." Lucius gritted his teeth and called out Kahn's name. He probably guessed who cast the imprisonment curse on him. He is a professor of Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts and a colleague of his school board. It turns out that pure-blood families all call each other by their full names. Mr. Lucius Malfoy. Kahn also followed Lucius to learn to pronounce his full name, then patted Hermione's fluffy hair, and continued to say to Lucius. "Dragon's blood pastries don't seem to be sold very much recently. My goddaughter liked to eat this kind of pastry, but it's a pity that I can't buy them anymore. Mr. Malfoy, do you know what's going on?" Hermione was taken aback for a moment, but she cooperated with Kahn very cleverly, and said to Lucius, "Yes, Mr. Malfoy, I like dragon blood cakes very much." After saying this, Hermione remembered what dragon's blood pastry was. Phil once brought it to her, but not only did she spit it out, but Hermione also saw her Kahn godfather face up after eating it. Show pain. Only freaks love this stuff. Lucius took a deep breath. A large part of the Malfoy family's business was related to dragon materials, but because of Kahn's methods, the business couldn't be done, and the family's income dropped a lot. He attacked Kahn in the Daily Prophet, in large part because of this incident. Lucius even tried to lobby the Ministry of Magic. Not only him, but many potions families in Europe were also lobbying the Ministry of Magic. However, there is a contract between the Romanian Dragon Training Center and Kahn, which will not be easily terminated. Pure blood families don't fall so easily, Mr. Pinter. After Lucius finished speaking, he called on Della to push through the crowd of onlookers and walked outside. Kahn shook his head. If the pure blood families didn't value the blood so much, there is a possibility of cooperation between them. As long as they gather 3 or 4 pure-blood families to get money and power, it is easy for them to monopolize several magic items matter. Interest is the most motivating factor. As long as the interest is large enough, 300 wizards can be assembled to release the Avada Kedavra curse against Voldemort. "Hello, Mr. Burnt, I'm Arthur Weasley." After Lucius left, Arthur Weasley stepped forward to greet Kahn, and then said in a low voice, "Thank you for the restraining spell just now, Professor Pinter." Kahn chuckled and said, "Nothing, I don't like that guy either." While Kahn was talking to Arthur, Hermione also approached her friend and asked, "Harry, Ron, were you all right?" "Well, Hermione, is that your godfather?" Harry Potter thought for a moment, then continued to ask Hermione, "He should be the professor of our new Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I read about him in the Daily Prophet." At the Weasleys' house, Harry watched the previous Daily Prophet because he was curious about what was going on in the wizarding world. Of course, the Godfather is very powerful. "Harry, you can study hard with him after school starts. Except for Dumbledore, I have never seen a wizard as powerful as the Godfather." The excitement on Hermione's face was preachy, in every sense of the word. It turns out that when Kahn didn't know magic, Hermione only respected and relied on Kahn, but after seeing Kahn's spellcasting level and learning everything is as simple as drinking water and eating, Hermione's feelings for Kahn turned into reverence. Moreover, the Godfather treated her very well. When Hermione told her living treatment to the girl roommates of the wizard family, they didn't quite believe it, thinking that Hermione was lying and bragging. That kind of life is relatively rare even among pure-blood families, not to mention Hermione was born in a Muggle family. Ron couldn't believe it, and said with a strange expression on his face, "Is he that powerful?" "I think he's very young." "Ron, you haven't seen Godfather Kahn's greatness, but at Hogwarts, there will definitely be plenty of opportunities." Hermione raised her head slightly and said, although she doesn't like people questioning Kahn, just like those critics in the Daily Prophet, she believes that Ron is also influenced by these people, but after spending a period of time with the Godfather, he can discover his sharp. Hermione, do you want to chat for a while? On the other hand, Kahn had finished chatting with Arthur, and there was really nothing to say. Arthur liked Muggle things, and Kahn didn't want to say something that was common knowledge among common people. It's over, Godfather, we can talk about the rest when we get back to Hogwarts. Hermione trotted to Kahn's side, she still had something to sell and buy. But after seeing Arthur, Kahn remembered a very important technology in the magic world, that is, magic-modified items. Arthur modifying a car is a very common alchemy method, and Kahn is more concerned with the alchemy of goblins. Until now, there are still many alchemy products made by goblins, and wizards have no way to crack them. The basilisk in Hogwarts is also valuable. Kahn only remembered after leaving, he forgot to take the notebook from Ginny's hand. After going to Hogwarts, Kahn also plans to get it in the Vice Admiral disappearing cabinet in the Room of Requirement, so that he can travel between Hogwarts and Diagon Alley. After all, the business is still in its infancy. In the European magic circle, the demand for fire dragon materials and magic item materials has always been the largest. Kahn can occupy the entire European market with the exclusive sales of fire dragon materials. In fact, Kahn has already done this. The difference between the purchase price and the sale price of magic materials in his shop is 1.5 times. Just by changing hands, he earned more galleons than those people who worked hard to grow herbs. After shopping, Kahn asked Hermione what he wanted to do again, so he went out with his goddaughter once in a while. When the term started, Kahn didn't take the Hogwarts Express with Hermione. He came to the school early because he wanted to get familiar with the environment here. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for Kahn to get lost in the castle on the first day of class. Professor Burnt, Hogwarts welcomes you. When Kahn came, Dumbledore greeted him in person. In addition to Dumbledore, there were also Professor McGonagall, the cat girl who had met Kahn twice, and Snape, a greasy professor. Professor Dumbledore, I am very glad to be teaching at Hogwarts. I have made a lot of preparations to be a good teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Kahn smiled back and said that under Dumbledore's introduction, he got to know all the professors at Hogwarts. But when Dumbledore introduced Snape, Kahn regretted that he hadn't learned reanimation jutsu, otherwise he would have done business with Snape. There is still one day before the freshmen start, so under the leadership of Filch, Kahn took a good turn around Hogwarts and arranged his own office. Kahn magically cleaned all the corners. Restricted Books section, Room of Requirement, Forbidden Forest. Kahn is very interested in these three places. He feels like a freshman, full of curiosity about them all. The professors of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class have their own bedrooms, and they can also sleep in the office. There is a rest space next to the office that can be arranged. Kahn didn't hold back, and went to the library that night. Although he was curious about the black magic in the restricted area, he knew too little about magic, so he wanted to read more books about magic in the library before going to restricted section. As long as Mrs. Peace said, Kahn can stay in the library for one night, and only the professor has this kind of power. If he were a student, he would definitely be kicked out. When Kahn reads books, for the sake of efficiency, he usually uses Shadow Clone to read books. His memory can withstand the memories sent back by 4 clones, and he only chooses books about magic. With Shadow Clone and Super Memory, Kahn can read more than a dozen magic books in one night and memorize all the contents in them, which is unimaginable for ordinary wizards. When it was almost dawn, Kahn put down the magic book in his hand, tidied up the place and released Shadow Clone. In an instant, the huge memory and chakra returned to Kahn's body, his eyes glowed red, and it took 2 or 3 seconds to recover. I really have a headache, it seems that I need to sort out my memory. Kahn rubbed his head, remembering everything, but he needs to sort out the memory in his mind so that he can integrate what he has read. Magic is really a magical power. It seems that it can touch the domain of particles with magic power, disrupt and reorganize deformation. Since the above can be achieved, why is there still the basic law of Gamp's deformation? Kahn is a little confused. He not only knows magic power, but also chakra. Magic power seems to follow the principle of exchange equality. Although it is useful in other aspects, it cannot create items out of thin air and keep them. Chakra is different. There is a big difference between the two. After Kahn thought for a while, he shook his head and stopped thinking. Let's learn some powerful magic now. As for the principle of magic, it hasn't reached this level yet. With the improvement of strength, Kahn can observe more things. During the day, Kahn did not go to the restricted books section, but went to the room of requirement while wandering around the castle, and found the disappearing cabinet. As a school trustee and professor of defense against the dark arts, Kahn thinks it is not too much to prepare himself a back door to go home. After the sky gradually darkened, it was almost time for freshmen to enter school. When Kahn came to the auditorium, Dumbledore and other professors had already taken their seats. After seeing Kahn, Dumbledore reached out his hand to indicate the seat next to him, indicating that it belonged to Kahn. Not long after Kahn sat down, students walked into the auditorium one after another to take their seats, and he also saw Hermione, smiled and waved to Kahn after entering, and then sat down with Ron and Harry Potter. Kahn was a little surprised to see the two people next to Hermione. He remembered that the two people should have been prevented from coming to Hogwarts by the house elves of the Malfoy family, and then they came here in Arthur's modified car, so why did they change again? The sorting ceremony was over soon, and after all the little wizards had taken their seats, Dumbledore stood up and was about to announce a few things before having dinner. Quiet. After all the little wizards were quiet, Dumbledore continued to speak. I discussed it with Professor McGonagall. The school plans to replace some new flying broomsticks, because some old flying broomsticks have a long history, which is very important to our leader. Geek trainers are at no small risk. The greenhouse is also going to be expanded. This matter is under the supervision of Professor Sprout, but her herbal medicine class needs to be changed from other professors until the expansion of the greenhouse is completed. And Mr. Filch proposed 73 contraband items to me. I have agreed to all of them. The list will be announced by Mr. Filch. Finally, we will have a new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Pinter. Godfather, you would never have imagined what we went through at the train station. There was a nasty house elf who didn't intend to let us get on the Hogwarts Express. If Phil hadn't sent me, I'm afraid Harry, Ron and I can't catch up with the car at all. Hermione's little mouth was talking to Kahn about what happened at the station this afternoon, and while talking, she was shaking her little head and looking at her godfather's office. It's better than last year. I was choked by the garlic smell when I first came here, and it took me a while to clean it. Kahn smiled and brought Hermione a glass of milk, then controlled the extremis virus to warm it up a little. Where's the little elf who blocked you from entering the train station? I ran away, and disappeared after being scared by Phil. At that time, Phil was worried about my safety, so he didn't chase after me. After Hermione finished speaking, her eyebrows twitched together. She really didn't like warm milk, but she still took it when she thought it was handed over by her godfather, but she had to wait for a long time and sip it slowly, that way you won't drink too much when you leave. Then don't worry about it. If that elf appears at Hogwarts, you can tell me or other professors. This is special milk, you can try it. After listening to Kahn's words, Hermione hesitated for a moment, but still took a sip. The slightly sweet silky milk poured into her throat instantly, and there was no other smell that made her uncomfortable, which made Hermione's eyes light up, and then she drank slowly. After a while, Hermione finished drinking the milk, took the paper towel handed by Kahn and wiped her mouth, then jumped off the high stool. Godfather, I should go back. Let's go, I'll see you off, I just happened to be going to the library. After Kahn finished speaking, he got up and walked outside with Hermione. He planned to visit the restricted area today. He currently has too few attack methods. Kahn always felt that with his magic power and blood, it would be better to use magic, mainly it is too cumbersome for him to make seals. Of course, Kahn is still very greedy for some ninjutsu that do not require seals, such as dust escape and the like. On the way back, Hermione suddenly raised her head and asked, "Godfather, can I come to your place more often in the future?" "Come here often. Of course it's no problem." After Kahn finished speaking, he took out a key and put it in Hermione's hand. "My room has anti-spells and protective spells. If you are caught while swimming at night, tell Administrator Filch that you are looking for them." "Mine. I never travel at night." Hermione blushed and lowered her head and said, but her tone was not convincing. Although she didn't say it before, she must have done this kind of thing, but after that, Hermione still held the key tightly, and was going to find it when she went back. Hanging on a chain. During dinner in the Great Hall today, after Dumbledore announced that Kahn was the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, Hermione applauded the most, followed by the other girls. Compared with other professors, the young and handsome Kahn can indeed drive some girls crazy, especially Kahn has the blood of the phoenix. If you stare at him for a long time, you can feel the noble temperament of the phoenix. However, Kahn prefers to explain this phenomenon with the magic class. He agrees that wizards' magic comes from magical creatures, just like Merlin, who is said to have half the blood of Nightmare, but this is a rumor without solid evidence. When Hermione was having dinner just now, there were Gryffindor seniors sitting around her. Because Ron's big mouth told Kahn to be her godfather, many Gryffindor seniors wanted to inquire about the godfather from her. Hermione didn't want to disclose any news about her godfather. In her opinion, no one in this school was suitable to be her godmother. After sending Hermione back, Kahn turned around and walked towards the restricted area. What he didn't know was that after he left, Hermione was surrounded by a group of senior Gryffindor girls. Tell her a little news and won't let her go back. In the end, Hermione had to say a few things about Kahn before the senior girls put him back, such as, "Professor Burnt likes to eat garlic, Professor Burnt likes dragon's blood brandy best," etc. Kahn was worried that there would be too much movement in the restricted area, so he cast a magic to block the sound, and then began to look for books slowly, but he was looking for them with Shadow Clone. After a while, he found 3 banned books. The Book of Spells, The Most Poisonous Magic, and Secrets of Sophisticated Dark Arts. The first book is full of magic spells, and there are many spells that Kahn could not learn in the past few years. Kahn can write them all down to make up for the spells he has mastered. As for the latter 2 books, they are all about black magic. Fire Curse, Cruciatus, etc. The above black magic is too difficult, and many of them need to mobilize their emotions to cast successfully, and there is great danger. It's impossible to learn all of them in one night. Kahn first wrote down a few useful ones, and was going to ask Dumbledore during the day if the Forbidden Forest needs to be cleaned up. If there are too many magical creatures making trouble inside, that's just fine. Let Kahn get in touch with black magic. Fiend Fire. Kahn recited the spell lightly after watching the fierce fire curse, and the next second he felt the magic power surge in his body, and a group of fiery flames suddenly appeared in his palm. Fierce fire is extremely violent, it will burn everything that can be burned around it, and if no one controls it, it can burn down an entire city, but now Kahn feels that fiend fire is very docile, as obedient as a fire elf in his palm. Is this the bloodline of the Phoenix? It's really too strong. Kahn praised it, and he even put his palm in fiend fire, but the devil's fire didn't hurt him at all, and he felt warm instead. Fiend fire was not difficult for him, and as for other black arts, it was not suitable to be tested in the restricted area. Kahn just wrote down all the above content, and was going to write it out with magic when he went back. It's a pity that Muggle things are not allowed in Hogwarts. It is said that any charged things cannot be used here, and Kahn doesn't know if batteries will work, but with the help of magic, it will be easy to copy it again. He was already doing this, writing down the more interesting records in the Hogwarts library, and then copying them and taking them back as a collection. After a busy night, he returned to the office at dawn. Kahn didn't go to the Hogwarts cafeteria for breakfast, but had a simple meal in his office, then tidied his clothes before heading to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 4th floor. When Kahn came to the classroom, other students had already sat neatly in the classroom. Kahn burnt, a wizard of the common. Kahn's name appeared in the air and disappeared after a few seconds. To be honest, I have no teaching experience, but since Professor Dumbledore invited me, I won't waste this class. Does anyone know what the meaning of defense against the dark arts is? As soon as Kahn finished asking this question, Hermione raised her arm high above her. Miss Granger. Teach us against all kinds of dangerous magic and dangerous creatures, Professor Burnt. Hermione replied with a slightly raised face that she only called Kahn Godfather when the two of them were alone in private. For the standard answer, Gryffindor will add 2 points, but the answers in the textbook are not comprehensive enough. If I were to rate the degree of danger, the enemy from humans is definitely the first. Other dangerous creatures have clear weaknesses and countermeasures. Method, only the Dark Wizard has no standard answer. After Kahn finished speaking, he reached out to the students below and waved to both sides. In the next second, the desks and chairs that the 2 college students were sitting on were taken away by a magic force and piled up against the walls on both sides. After standing up, the floating spell was removed. Oh, Professor Pinter is amazing. Several female students below were discussing in low voices with expressions of admiration. Their behavior aroused Hermione's dissatisfaction, but before they finished speaking, Kahn cast a traceless extension spell on the left and right walls, making the room the space expands a circle. He doesn't use a wand. With a shocked face on his face, Ron whispered to Harry, it was the same when he moved the table and chairs just now, and it didn't even work with a spell. Silent casting and wandless casting. Students like Harry and Ron who don't know much about magic spells may not understand it, but some Slytherin students know the meaning. Those who can do both at the same time are definitely a powerful wizard. The next step is to train the timing of your shots. When facing the enemy, you can protect yourself if you can defeat the opponent, so as long as you feel that the opponent may attack you, you have to take the first step at this time. What Kahn taught these young wizards was the attitude of the American police against the enemy. With this kind of vigilance, even in the face of black wizards, there is a chance to deal with them. If the occasion is not wrong, he even wants to directly talk about dealing with people of skin color. In the first class, you can treat me as an enemy first. During my class, as long as someone finds my weakness, they can do it at any time. If they succeed, all petrified. Before Kahn finished speaking, Hermione took out her wand and cast a spell at him. Not to mention other students, even Kahn almost didn't react to this situation, although with his physical fitness, he could completely avoid it hitting the spell, but thinking of his goddaughter who used the spell, he stood still. Boom! Hermione's petrification charm hit Kahn's chest with only a spark, and then it didn't work. The classmates next to her were all stunned. They didn't expect Hermione to actually dare to attack the professor in class. Very well, 10 points from Gryffindor. As I said just now, when dealing with an enemy, you need to take advantage of the opponent's opening and act decisively. In this regard, Miss Granger has done a good job, even I didn't expect it. Next, when I give a lecture, if no one performs better than Miss Granger, then I will give her the prize. But if someone makes a move that is too obvious, then 1 point will be deducted from your college, so students, you must think carefully before making a move. After Kahn finished speaking, the eyes of the little wizards in the classroom widened, and what flashed in their eyes was excitement and excitement. It sounds exciting to be able to unscrupulously cast spells on professors, but most people only think of prizes and bonus points, ignoring the precautions and deductions that Kahn said. Professor Ponter's class is really interesting, but it's a pity that I was not the one who won the prize in the end. Don't you think that Professor Pinter is very graceful when he speaks? That kind of gentle tone, if you want to rank the professors in Hogwarts, I will definitely choose Professor Pinter. Me too. Do you know how old Professor Pinter is? If the difference is less than 15 years old, I can tell my parents. In the corridor after class, a group of female students were discussing the experience of the class just now, but they talked about Kahn Pinter himself. Hermione on the other side of the corridor squinted at these girls. With a groan in my heart, I wanted to move forward. But he didn't go far, and he was chased by Harry and Ron. Hermione, your performance in class just now was great, and you added 17 points to Gryffindor. Yeah, Hermione, the whole Slytherin only added 12 points, and you alone surpassed all of them. Hermione took a breath when she heard the flattery of the two, and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising, but she still tried her best to say solemnly, but because of your impulsive actions, 4 points were deducted, which caused Gryffindor only 1 point away from Slytherin. We'll make it up in another class. Yes, trust me, Hermione. Hermione couldn't help laughing. If it was normal, the two of them would definitely not be so flattering, probably because they heard the prizes mentioned in class just now. So, do you want to borrow firebolts? After Ron and Harry looked at each other, they smiled embarrassedly. They really wanted to try this newest broom that hadn't been released yet. I heard that only goblin craftsmanship can make it, and it is the fastest broom so far. Firebolts can only be purchased through special channels. Harry did not expect that Professor Pinter's prize would be firebolts, otherwise he must have performed well just now. Okay, the firebolt won't arrive until next month. I don't like flying broomsticks. I'll lend you 2 then. When Harry and Ron heard this, they couldn't help grinning to the base of their ears, and praised Hermione with a smile. Thank you, Hermione. You are so kind. Harry even wanted to try out the firebolt speed in a Quidditch match. If he could sit on this broom, he would have a better chance of catching the gold snitch. Hermione doesn't like flying broomsticks. Many people know that, except for the necessary broomstick lessons, Hermione never touches flying broomsticks. After Harry and Ron's request, Hermione also agreed to lend them the firebolt for a long time, provided that they don't buckle too much fraction. Of course Harry and Ron agreed without hesitation, but they had no choice but to say whether they could do it or not. Word of Kahn's teaching style quickly spread throughout Hogwarts, but more attention was paid to his generosity. After the first day of class, many of the little wizards eating in the auditorium were still discussing the new arrival of Professor Ponte. I heard that the prize for the first-year little wizards was a set of custom-made clothes from the Transcendent Clothing Store. Although it was not as good as the firebolt is precious, but it is also an unbearable price for the average wizard family. The price of a set of custom-made clothes in the Tuafon clothing store ranges from more than 100 galleons to more than 300 or 400. Many senior students guessed that with Professor Pinter's generosity, it would definitely not be the cheapest set. The Year 1 award went to a student of law Wen Clow for answering Professor Pinter's questions correctly 3 times in a row. As for the senior grades, it is estimated that it will be difficult to get the reward from Kahn, because George Weasley met Kahn in the corridor and asked him curiously, and Kahn replied that he has higher requirements for the senior grades. Ginny, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you eating? When Ron was almost full, he noticed that his new school sister didn't seem to have eaten a bite, so he asked. Ginny hesitated for a while, and said it after a while, I seem to have picked up a black magic item. I'm not sure if it is, but after Professor Pinter's class today, I feel that it looks like a black magic item. She has her own thoughts and wants to help you all the time. There is definitely a deeper calculation. No one helps you for no reason. Ginny feels very similar to him after listening to this class. She is not as good as a few big-at-home brother. After coming to school, her performance was average. Why did the diary help her? Dark magic items. This is a very dangerous existence. Even Aurors must be very careful when facing black magic items. Ginny, what is that? We have to tell the professor. After Hermione heard Ginny's words, she stopped even halfway through her meal. She learned a lot during the 2 holidays. She studied with Guy Tell in the first year before going to school, and studied with Lupin in the second year. The amount of knowledge reserve can definitely be compared with that of the 4th grade students. Dark magic items. Ginny, how do you have this? Ron ate the sausage in his hands first, and then looked at Ginny very worriedly. Harry on the side also persuaded, go to the professor. Ginny, let Professor Pinter take a look, if not, it will make you feel at ease. Ginny nodded, and then they hurried back to the Gryffindor lounge, and after Ginny took out the diary from her dormitory, the four rushed to Kahn Pinter's office together. Professor Pinter. After Harry and Ron yelled a few words outside the door of the office was opened. The first time they entered, they could smell a spicy smell. "Godfather, are you eating hot pot?" Hermione opened her eyes slightly and looked at Kahn with brown eyes, her cheeks also puffed up slightly. The Godfather didn't even call her for eating hot pot secretly. This kind of Oriental food is what Kahn took Hermione to eat during the holidays, but she can't eat spicy food, but she likes to eat slightly sour and sweet tomato hot pot. Now that she suddenly smelled the smell of hot pot, Hermione's stomach immediately reminded her that she didn't have dinner how much to eat. Kahn smiled, then used magic to sweep out all the atmosphere in the room, and said, "I'm not used to the food at Hogwarts, what's the matter with you coming to see me?" Ron said urgently, "Professor Pinter, it's my sister. She seems to have accidentally obtained a black magic item." After speaking, he pushed Ginny with his arm, signaling her to take out the diary. When Kahn saw this, he knew that what he said in class today had an effect, and he had hinted so many times in vain. After taking the diary from Ginny, Kahn took a closer look, and then used the secret revealing charm, but it had no effect. After thinking for a while, Kahn used a small cluster of fiend flame on his fingertips, which was very beautiful like a jumping flame elf. After fiend fire appeared, Harry, Ron and the others suddenly felt that the temperature in the room was much higher, and then they felt a little glaring when they looked at the flame at Kahn's fingertips. Ordinary people would definitely not use fiend fire like Kahn, but he has the genes of Phoenix and Fire Dragon in his body, and it is not an exaggeration to say that his control of flames is the best among wizards. Kahn put the small cluster of fiery flames on the bottom of the diary and burned it. After a while, the surface of the diary tended to be scorched black, and a line of words suddenly appeared on the spread paper: "Please stop, put come on, I mean no harm." Generally, those who say they are not malicious are malicious. "This is a black magic item, Ginny, where did you pick it up?" Kahn made the usual questioning, although he already knew that Lucius had S*X with Ginny. Ginny was a little scared, sobbing in a low voice, "I don't know, when I found it, I had already chatted with it." "Is that so? Then pay attention later, drink this and go back to sleep." Kahn naturally put away the diary, and then took out a bottle of palliative and handed it to Ginny. "He will have a chat with the bully Tom later, and I hope that Tom has already mastered many kinds of black magic at that time, otherwise this diary Ben is worse than toilet paper to Kahn. This is the potion brewed by Hermione, and it works very well." Hermione on the side straightened up immediately after hearing Kahn's words, but there were too few spectators in the room, and Harry and Ron didn't know the difficulty of the palliative. "Thank you, Professor Pinter." After Ginny thanked her, she took the palliative and prepared to go back to the dormitory to have a good sleep. Ron and Harry also got up and prepared to leave. Logan was worried about Ginny, and Harry didn't know what to do to stay. After walking outside, Hermione said to the three of Harry, "Harry, you guys go back first, I still have something to do." The three of Harry didn't care. After saying goodbye, Hermione took the key and opened the door of Kahn's office, and then ran to Kahn's side. "Godfather, I want to eat too." "Sure." Kahn originally wanted to study Tom's diary, but Hermione came back suddenly and wanted to eat hot pot, so he had to satisfy her first, and Kahn himself was not full. "Eat a lot." After eating, Hermione patted her stomach in satisfaction. She felt a little swollen, and she seemed to have eaten too much today. Then she took the honey milk that Kahn poured for her, took a big sip, and her face showed satisfied expression. Hermione, who was sitting on the sofa at this moment, looked like a drunken slumped person, except that the cup in her hand was filled with milk. While drinking milk, Hermione asked, "Godfather, many seniors have asked me about you today, should I tell them?" Her bright brown eyes resembled a little girl who saw nuts. "Squirrel. Senior grade. How tall?" Before Kahn asked for specific information, he caught a glimpse of Hermione's bulging cheeks, and suddenly thought that it would not be good to say this in front of the goddaughter, so he coughed lightly, and said to Hermione, "You don't need to tell them. I won't be staying at Hogwarts for very long, and I may go to other places next year." Hermione was a little happy when she heard the first half of the sentence, but she was a little unhappy after hearing the whole sentence, but then she thought that she could communicate with the godfather at any time, which was different from others, and her mood improved like a roller coaster. After Hermione rested for a while and went back, Kahn cast a protective spell in the room, and then took out the diary. "Dear Tom, I hope you can give me some different values, otherwise you may spend the rest of your life with mermaid feces. Add more at noon, a little sleepy tonight, go to sleep first, wake up tomorrow morning. Tom, the person you are talking to has changed. I am not like Ginny Weasley. If I don't get anything useful, I will directly destroy you." Kahn picked up the quill pen and wrote this sentence in the diary. Not long after, a line of reply appeared in the diary, but one could feel a little aggrieved from this reply. "I will help you, this is my duty, I have been given a mission when I was created, and that is to help everyone who gets me. What is the principle of memory magic? What are the black magic of curses? What is the spell that can make wizards fly into the sky?" Kahn didn't go around in circles, and directly wrote in his diary a lot of magic that he didn't understand at present. Many of them were anti-dark magic, but what caught his fancy the most was the flying magic often used by Death Eaters. Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix seemed to do the same, but Lupin didn't teach him, so Kahn could only focus on Tom. The flying magic used by the Death Eaters can catch up to the firebolt, and the speed can reach 240 km per hour, and it is very convenient. It seems that there are no shortcomings. After Kahn wrote down a bunch of questions, responses slowly appeared in the diary, and he quickly wrote them down. "Tom, you insidious fellow, how dare you lie to me?" Tom, an insidious guy, might have something to back him up, so after Kahn finished writing down Tom's answer, he directly used a small burst of fiery fire on his fingertips, and it was still burning under the diary. "No, I didn't lie to you, these answers are all true, please stop. Don't burn me again. Stop. You guys are clearly lying to me. I must let you know the price of lying to me. I will let you lie again." After writing this sentence in the diary, Kahn condensed a second cluster of fiend fire, which made the burning power stronger. Now Tom really panicked. This diary is not a magic weapon at all, fiend fire has already enough to hurt him. If it wasn't for the protective spell he put on the diary, it would have turned to ashes by now. "I never lied to you, please believe me, I am a servant-like existence. Trust you for now. I will ask a dark wizard tomorrow. If there are lies, you are ready to live in a dung ball that ignites fiend fire." Seeing that the burn was almost over, Kahn put away fierce fire, waited for him to find time to try the flying magic, and then burned him again when he came back. Tom still has the ability to seduce others, which means that he has saved a lot of power, and he will reply intermittently when he waits. At that time, Kahn will consider giving him a few days, provided that Tom still has his unknown magic knowledge at that time. After putting away Tom's diary, Kahn headed to the restricted section. He has no class tomorrow morning, so he can stay up all night to study magic tonight. After making this decision, Kahn himself was a little surprised. What he disliked the most in his previous life was studying, and he never thought that one day he would be able to work so hard for learning. When facing a dark wizard, what you have to do is to shoot one step faster than the opponent, because the dark wizard has no bottom line and is not bound by the Ministry of Magic. If you can't do this, you can only be knocked away by the opponent wand, or torture with the Cruciatus curse. When Kahn taught the senior wizards, he always transmitted the ideas and mentality of the enemy, and the remaining half of the time allowed them to practice spells against various black magic creatures. Of course, many of them were asked from Lupin. Kahn Ting Dua used his proficiency in magic to tell them how to cast spells better. However, since Kahn's spellcasting method is almost innate, there is no way to describe it in such detail, which is not as good as other experienced professors. If it were Snape or Lupin, the teaching would be better than him, but Kahn's teaching is relatively new, he should be the first professor to encourage students to take the initiative. In class, after Kahn finished speaking, a 5th grade female student raised her hand and asked, "Professor, why do we have to be so vigilant against dark wizards? Don't those dangerous creatures need to know?" Kahn nodded and said, "That's a good question. Which department do you think has the most people in the Ministry of Magic?" "Department of Magical Law Enforcement." A student raised his hand and answered, "This is a very simple question. The Ministry of Magic exists to protect the British wizarding world, either to deal with dark wizards or dangerous magical animals, but the latter is obviously not as dangerous as the former, and the number of people checked is also quite large. Among the wizards, there are only a small number of wizards who like to travel and contact magical creatures in person. Otherwise, Lockhart's book will not sell so well, because most wizards have no experience of traveling, and they can only learn from Lockhart's book. Find a sense of substitution. Wizards and magical creatures have experienced several large-scale battles, all of which were won by wizards. Since then, wizards have not only tamed these more dangerous magical creatures, but also mastered their weaknesses and written books. But the black wizards are not. Every black wizard has different methods. Franco, your shot is still too obvious. If you can hide behind Guy, it will be more concealed. Kahn then flicked away a petrification spell. This easy move surprised the students below. Not many people noticed Franco's shot just now, and among the senior grades, Franco was one of the few who learned the ability to cast spells silently. Wizard of Skill. Unexpectedly, this was blocked by Professor Pinter, and he didn't look in Franco's direction at all. After class, Kahn walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom first, and then went directly to practice magic in the Forbidden Forest. If he walked a little slower, there is a high probability that those female students would stay and waste time. It's a pity that the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest are very honest and have no tendency to cause chaos, so Kahn can only practice the Flying Curse and Fiendfire first. The top floor of the Astronomy Tower. Standing here, Dumbledore saw in the direction of the Forbidden Forest in the distance, there seemed to be a red firework flying around in the clouds in the sky. Flying Curse, there shouldn't be this book in the restricted area. It seems that our Professor Pinter learned this magic from other people, Severus. Do you think it looks like Fox? Dumbledore pointed in that direction and asked Snape, who had just stepped up. This magic is only the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix. If you don't know it, it was the Death Eaters who taught him, and Mr. School Manager is going to live in the restricted area recently. Dumbledore, don't you have any idea? Snape's tone was very flat, but he still felt a little reconciled to letting a stranger take up the defense against the dark arts professor. It seems that Professor Pinter is not only talented in common magic, but also very talented in black magic. Dumbledore smiled oldly. He had been to the Forbidden Forest and knew that Kahn was practicing fierce fire. Thinking of the ability of the other party that might come from the Phoenix, he had no other thoughts except some surprise. And Annie Marcus, although it's done very secretly, the smell of Mandela is hard to hide. Is it, just like back then? Sorry, Severus, I just heard about his transfiguration, but I didn't expect to learn Annie Magus directly. Snape pursed his lips slightly, listening to Dumbledore's lame explanation. Didn't he know what he just said? Since you know everything, I don't need to say more. After Snape said this, he left the astronomy tower directly. Last school year, Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, and this school year came a defense against the dark arts professor who could fly the spell. It was normal for Snape to be worried about this incident, but Dumbledore believed in Scamander more, and he had contact with Kahn, who was only more interested in magic and had no idea of pure-blood hybrids. Even the goddaughter is a muggle-born wizard. Such a person is not born with Death Eaters, which is why he doesn't care about Kahn staying in the restricted area night after night, but it was really scary at first. Dumbledore didn't expect Kahn to practice fiend fire in the restricted area, but fortunately he was very proficient in controlling fiend fire. Snape had thought too much about this, and Dumbledore hoped he could figure it out for himself. Godfather, this is what the senior sister asked me to pass on to you. Hermione came to Kahn's office with some gift boxes, put the gift boxes on Kahn's desk, and then asked, "Ron, please let me ask you, is there anything else for Ginny? Do you want to go and see?" "It's fine. Her mental state is not good recently because she thinks too much. You can suggest her to read the collection of jokes." "Who gave this as a gift? Why is it full of garlic and onions?" After Kahn opened the gift box, he was choked by the smell of raw garlic, and the onion was still cut open. Is this a gift or is he trying to trick him? I don't know, there were a lot of seniors who gave gifts at that time. Hermione's big brown eyes rolled around, but luckily now Kahn was frowning at the garlic and onions, otherwise Hermione's guilty look would be visible at a glance. "By the way, Hermione, I may leave Hogwarts for a period of time through the disappearing cabinet when there are fewer classes in the future. If you come to my office, don't let others know about it, the other end is home in Diagon Alley, only you and I can use it." Kahn pointed to the disappearing cabinet behind the curtain in the corner, and continued to Hermione, "But you can't skip class. After the expansion of the greenhouse is completed, Professor Sprout's herbal medicine class will be made up. At that time, he has very few classes, and he can go back to Diagon Alley through the disappearing cabinet to discuss some business." Guy Tell was recognized by Kahn, and recently signed acquisition contracts with many herbal medicine producing areas with high liquidated damages, which made Kahn's magic material store's monopoly journey smoother. Therefore, many European families sent letters to Guy Tell, hoping to sign a supply contract with the Kahn magic material store, such as the Delacour family and the DeMille family. Their business is very dependent on fire dragons and other magic materials. "I see, Godfather, I will definitely tell you before using it." Hermione replied quickly with her eyes slightly bright. She didn't expect there to be a convenient prop. "Godfather, if the senior sister still wants to give you a gift," Kahn said decisively to Hermione, "tell them to prohibit this kind of behavior, and students should study hard in school. Mr. Delacour, if there is no problem, sign the contract according to what we have drawn up before." "Of course not. I wish us good business, Mr. Burnt." Kahn shook hands with a middle-aged man and said, the smiles on both of their faces were very sincere, but the businessman was a bit dreamy to say sincerity, it just depends on who makes the money in the end. The liquidated damages of the contract are also set very high. If anyone has the idea of breaking the contract, it is tantamount to making the other party a millionaire in the magic world. If he neither wants to fulfill the contract nor pay compensation, he has to pay his own life and family name. This price is too high, except for the kind of lonely dark wizard, anyone with a little family business will not do it. The Delacour family not only runs a magic herb plantation farm in France, but also has two other industries related to dragon materials, so the Delacour family approached Kahn to prepare the potion raw materials produced by their family in exchange for dragon materials. But Kahn saw the guy's intentions, and specially asked Shadow Clone to find a law firm in London, and drew up two contracts full of traps. "Boss, I feel like Mr. Delacour is a bit." Guy Ter paused for a while, but she couldn't feel it, but it seemed that she had some malicious intentions. Kahn said indifferently, "Who cares about them, as long as we have money to make, Guy Tell, let other people take care of the store first. Your current task is to talk to other families that deal in magic materials and fight for them. Before the breach of the contract spreads. If the Delacour family does business honestly, they can still earn some hard money, but if they are not in the right mind, they are ready to lose their entire family property to Kahn." "I see, boss." Guy Tell agreed with a smile. At this time, she felt that it was the right decision to join the boss. Because of the exclusive sales of fire dragon materials, people who needed them had to come to the Kahn magic material store to buy them. However, according to the rules in the store, wizards who want to buy fire dragon materials must purchase 1 or 2 sets of magic materials. The price of potion materials in the store has not yet increased, but after the accumulated potion materials in their store are sold out, other wizards who deal in potion materials will not be able to sell them. The digestibility of the British wizarding world is here. Many wizards don't need to buy potion ingredients in the short term, and those who manage these people are naturally panicked. For example, the Slugger and Zig's pharmacy, next to the Kahn potion ingredient store, and now the potion material business has been handed over to Kahn, and they will concentrate on the potion business. But after a few months, Kahn is going to open a potion shop for Guy Tell in Diagon Alley. I don't know if Slugger and Ziggs will turn into black wizards and blow up his shop after seeing it. Up. Kahn urged again, I'll leave the rest to you, I still have something to go back to Hogwarts. Okay, boss. Guy Tell knew that Kahn was currently working as a professor at Hogwarts, but he didn't know why he had the time to stay in Diagon Alley almost every day. After leaving the potion material shop, Kahn did not go back. He was just a shadow clone, and the main body went to the Forbidden Forest to find unicorns. In addition to signing a cooperation contract with Della Cool and DeMille and other families, Kahn also has to go to Nocturne Alley. Since he bought something from Bogenbach last time, he hasn't been there much. This time he intends to ask Bogenbach if there is a way to goblin craftsmanship. After the shadow clone was disarmed at the Diagon Alley home, Chakra and the memory were sent back to Kahn's brain. At this time, he was using the flying technique to look for the unicorn. He had already found a little trace the day before yesterday, but was interrupted by a group of centaur who shot bows and arrows at him. An angry Kahn taught these magical creatures a lesson. Although he didn't kill them, they all escaped with bruises and bruises. If it wasn't for the fact that this is Hogwarts, Kahn probably wouldn't let those who attack him so easily go back. The goblins' craftsmanship is really strictly kept, and even the dark wizards dare not accept this kind of business. Kahn checked it carefully, and felt that Bogenbach hadn't lied to him. In order to protect their craftsmanship, the goblins would rather destroy it than let human wizards get it. In this case, you can only use the wizard's flying craft to make do, but for the ninja world, there is no difference between the two, but Kahn likes better. There is no unicorn in this area either, so maybe the centaur tipped off the unicorn. While marking the searched area, Kahn wondered suspiciously in his heart that the centaur who he had taught might be narrow-minded. If he caught him and revealed himself, then don't blame him for being rude. After finishing the search in this area, Kahn rushed directly to Hogwarts with the flying curse. Some time ago, due to the expansion of the greenhouse, Professor Sprout's classes were basically adjusted backwards, and she was busy carrying her beloved potion flowers and plants. But after the expansion of the greenhouse, Professor Sprout's herbal medicine class needs to be made up, while several other professors are relatively relaxed, especially Kahn, who was the busiest in the past few months, and now he has become the most idle professor. The wizards in the 7th grade are busy graduating. Among them, the wizards who are good at herbs and potions are recommended by Kahn to his shop, because he will attract a branch soon and need a lot of manpower. The wizards in the 6th grade are busy going to school. Wizards who take the NEWTS exam can easily pass the final year. 5th-year wizards also had to prepare for the exam. Kahn knew that the OWL exam did not require actual combat, so he wrote a letter to Lupin and gave him 200 galleons, asking him to compile a copy of the exam points and send it over. When the 5th-year wizards received the exam preparation materials Kahn sent them, they were all cheering happily. Although it was more than 10 years ago, the Ministry of Magic has not changed the exam content on a large scale for a long time, so the exam preparation materials Kahn gave them still very useful. But there were some daring female students who wanted to take the opportunity to come up and offer kisses. They seemed to be organized and premeditated, but Kahn, who reacted quickly, blocked them with a barrier spell. It's fine if there are one or two good-looking ones, but it's scary if a group of people gather together. The defense against the dark arts class from grades 1 to 4 is relatively easy. If you memorize the knowledge taught by Kahn in the class, and then perform well in the final duel class, you can get full marks from him. After returning to Hogwarts from the Forbidden Forest, students on the way would greet Kahn when they saw him. Professor. Professor Pinter. Facing this kind of students, Kahn would answer one by one. When there was no class, he was always elusive. This had spread among the students. Only Hermione could often meet with Professor Pinter. It is said that someone gave Professor Pinter a strange gift, which caused Professor Pinter to often hide outside, although there is no specific confirmation, but the news has been passed on in an orderly manner, and many people are very sure that someone boldly sent Professor Pinter through it clothes make the professor not come back often. Kahn didn't know this kind of news very well, no one would ask him that in class, after class, only Hermione could talk to him. Today is another day when no unicorns are found. When Kahn returned to the professor's office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, he suddenly found that the door was not locked. Hermione. Kahn opened the door and went in to have a look, and suddenly found a smell of potion coming from the room. The cauldron was still brewing potion, but there was no one in the seat. He told Hermione that the office could be used freely, so Hermione often came here to make potions. Probably went to the bathroom. Kahn took a look at the cauldron, thinking about intelligence enhancers, but he didn't know much about potions, so he could only judge based on the description in the book, but this potion smelled like peaches, so he didn't dare to say for sure. It is best not to touch the potion during the brewing process, and Hermione probably left after making arrangements. After sitting in the seat, Kahn suddenly remembered that he hadn't tortured Tom for a long time, and suddenly wanted to take it out and burn it with fierce fire. After all, he had bad intentions. But when Kahn was about to look for the diary, he suddenly found that the diary had been taken away. Where's the diary? Hermione has it. Except for Hermione, it is difficult for anyone else to enter her office, and among the students below the 5th grade, Hermione should only have learned the spell to deal with the anti-unlocking spell, but she should know that it is a black magic item. Professor Pinter. Problem occurs. Harry and Ron ran to the door of Kahn's office suddenly, and one of them said something to him out of breath. Kahn asked directly, I see, where is Hermione? Hermione? What does it have to do with her? The accident happened to Gryffindor's 5th-year senior. Harry showed doubts on his face, and then said quickly, just near the Gryffindor Tower, that senior was attacked by someone, and it seems that she has been cast by a very powerful petrification spell. Ron, you go back and wait for the news. Harry, come with me. Kahn directly used a levitating following spell on Harry, and then used the flying spell himself to go directly to the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. A minute later, Harry also floated over while shouting, landed on the ground, looked around, and said, Professor, this is the girls' bathroom. Kahn pointed to the sink beside him, and said to Harry, I know, now use your Parseltongue to point at this sink and tell it to open. Open. You speak English, Harry. Kahn sighed, but thought that Harry's Parseltongue was due to Voldemort's soul fragments, and he might not be able to speak out when he was nervous, so he used an oolong to get out of the hole in front of Harry. A black snake appeared in front of Harry's eyes in an instant, scaring him to switch from English to Parseltongue immediately, but all he said was, back up fast. Harry, this is a fake. If you say open it now, the black snake will disappear. Open. This time Harry spoke in Parseltongue. After hearing Harry's words, the sink instantly split to the left and right, revealing a passage leading to the secret room. You go back now, Harry, you'll be fine in a while. After speaking, Kahn directly used the flying spell to enter the secret room. Professor, I'm a Parseltongue. Harry still wanted to go down with Kahn. He felt that this incident must be terrible, and he would not encounter any danger if he followed Professor Pinter, but Professor Pinter flew in directly without intending to take him. Harry poked his head over and saw that it was pitch black below the passage. He had no idea how high it was below, and he didn't have a wand with him. It's better to inform Professor Dumbledore. After convincing himself, Harry immediately got up and ran out of the bathroom. Luminescence flickering. Kahn gave a command with his hand, and in the next second, the secret room was as bright as a small sun. It was because his magic power was too huge, so the magic he used was much more powerful than ordinary people. It can absorb natural energy and convert it into magic power. In addition, Kahn makes a shadow clone absorb natural energy every day. Kahn himself does not know how huge his magic power is now, but he has not yet reached the upper limit. or he has no upper limit at all. Using the fluorescent light, Kahn came to a locked pipe, and he tried the unlocking charm, but failed. At this moment, Kahn regretted not taking Harry down, and should let him open the door and send him up. Torn apart. Kahn didn't have much patience, and directly blasted a hole in the stone wall next to the pipe with the crushing curse. With his strong magic power, the crushing curse he used was comparable to 5 or 6 C4 explosives. A passage was opened, and Kahn walked in directly. After walking through the long pipe, Kahn came to the secret room built by Slytherin in Legendary. Near the Slytherin stone statue at the other end, there are 2 figures. One is tall and thin, wearing a Hogwarts wizard robe, very pale. "Tom, it seems that my kindness gave you a lot of illusions, so that you thought you could resist me, so you found my goddaughter. What method did you use to control her?" As Kahn spoke to Tom, he cast a levitation charm on Hermione, causing her to fly towards him. Throughout the process, Tom did not stop, or he was connected to Hermione's life at this time, and could not use magic on Hermione. But Tom's face was contorted with anger, and he shouted at Kahn, "Mercy! Every day is burning me with fierce fire. No matter how much I beg for mercy, until I pretend to be dying you have weakened the number of fiery fires due to the weakness of time. Mercy!" The last 2 words, Tom almost yelled out, as if to vent the grievances he had received from Kahn during this period of time. "I have decided, I will kill her first, and then you. No one can save you, I swear." When he said this, Tom took a few breaths of cold air. He suddenly remembered his miserable days in the diary, but now he can be resurrected and relieved. Kahn ignored Tom's incompetent roar for the time being. After Hermione floated over, he held him in his arms, and then carefully observed Hermione's situation. "Hermione, are you okay?" "Godfather." After Hermione said such a sentence weakly, her eyes were dull and she couldn't speak. "You can't save her, this magic is irreversible, now she can only be used as nourishment for my resurrection." Tom was very proud at this time, being able to let this tormentor watch his goddaughter die, and then be eaten by Slytherin's basilisk, as the resurrection of the Dark Lord, is really the best gift. Do you want to know why she was controlled by me? It's ridiculous to say it. At that time, I thought it was hopeless. Tom, I don't know where your confidence comes from exposing your weaknesses and lecturing me seriously, but you are still more ridiculous. After Kahn finished speaking, the diary beside Tom Riddle flew towards him. "No. The diary is coming." When Tom saw this, he felt a sudden panic in his heart. The magic is not over yet, and he has not been fully resurrected, but his recall spell did not work, and his current magic power still relies on a second-year Gryffindor. How can it be compared with Kahn? "The diary is coming. Come out and kill that person." The previous sentence was Tom trying to use the flying charm again, and after failing, he began to summon the basilisk. After 2 flying spells failed, he finally remembered that the person tormenting him in front of him was a defense against the dark arts class who liked to study black magic professor. After Tom summoned the basilisk in Parseltongue, the stone statue of Slytherin made a huge movement, and a hole opened in the mouth, followed by the sound of the basilisk crawling. But at this time the diary had already flown into Kahn's hands, and Kahn shook his head and said to Tom, "Tom, if you are honest, you can live for a while, but now you have no final value." Boom! As soon as the words fell, Kahn's hand holding the diary suddenly ignited a very violent fiend flame. The bright yellow color of the fiend flame when it first appeared gradually became closer to blood, emitting a strange dark red. Ugh! Ah! The power of fiend fire was already terrifying, especially for a fiendish master like Kahn who possessed genes of phoenix and fire dragon. The diary Horcrux was destroyed in an instant. At the same second, Tom's nearly revived body was also destroyed along with the diary. There is breakage. No matter how loud he shouted, it couldn't prevent the diary from being destroyed. When Tom disappeared completely, Kahn also stopped fierce fire in his hand, and Hermione in his arms also regained her strength, and instantly rang out what she had experienced in the past few days. Like a nightmare slideshow, it played back frame by frame before her eyes. Godfather. Sorry. Kahn patted the shaggy hair, then used a clean-up on Hermione, and said, apologize after you get out, and this has nothing to do with you. It's all Tom's fault, this evil guy. By the way, there is also a basilisk, Godfather, let's go, he just summoned. I know, I happen to be interested in basilisks, and it's out. Seeing that Hermione wanted to turn back, Kahn couldn't help but reach out and hold her head down. Looking at the basilisk was tantamount to colliding with the Avada Kedavra. Even he looked at his feet and listened to the sound to identify his position. After the voice became louder and louder, Kahn directly raised his head and spit out a large ball of fiend flame from his mouth. This fiend flame instantly changed into the appearance of a phoenix after he blurted out, and as Kahn continued to use fiend fire, even the surrounding the water pool was vaporized a lot due to the spread of fierce fire. Hiss hiss. The roar of the basilisk revealed a sense of panic. It has lived for thousands of years. Although it has grown from a small basilisk to tens of meters in length, it suddenly felt guilty and frightened in the face of Lihua Phoenix, which was twice its size. But before the basilisk turned around, there was an extra fiend fire dragon in the passageway of the stone statue in Slytherin, and the surrounding fiend fire had turned into a fence, tightly surrounding it. This time the basilisk really didn't dare to move anymore, it could only curl up its huge body, and roared weakly. The die-flame fence suddenly parted a passage, and then Kahn's shadow clone came over and said to the basilisk, I know you can hear people's words, turn over and surrender to me now, or you will be burned to death by Dahenhuel. Having lived for thousands of years and having its own thoughts, the basilisk can probably understand human language. If he doesn't express or really can't understand, then Kahn can only get the body of the basilisk. Fortunately, not long after Kahn finished speaking, the basilisk spread its body and turned the snake's belly upside down. Assuming you are sensible, quickly shrink. Kahn smiled, and cast a shrinking charm on the basilisk before extinguishing the surrounding fiend flame. The shrunken basilisk was only more than 10 centimeters long. Kahn coiled it in a circle, cast a petrification spell and a cleansing spell on the basilisk, and then put the basilisk on his wrist as a bracelet. Now let's talk about you, Miss Granger, why did you take away a diary that you know is black magic? Kahn put Hermione down from his arms and asked. Hermione lowered her head immediately after hearing this sentence. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, I heard a voice at that time. It was like dreaming. What he said was what I usually thought, and then the voice was intermittent. At that time, there was only one thought in my mind, which was to chat with him for a while. After going back, start practicing occlumency and memory magic. Don't talk nonsense after going out for a while, and leave everything to me. Kahn patted Hermione's head and told him that he originally wanted to sneak into the secret room to take the basilisk away, but fortunately there was no major loss, and this crisis can also be turned into a benefit. After subduing the basilisk, the only remaining function of the Chamber of Secrets is the pipes leading to each floor, but this is left to Dumbledore to solve. Kahn took Hermione to go outside, but just used the levitating spell to reach the girls' bathroom. As soon as he exited the sink, Harry came with Dumbledore and several other professors. Professor Burnt. The matter has been resolved, Principal. Hermione was controlled by someone, but I rescued her. Now the black wizard who controlled Granger and the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets have been eliminated. In the middle of speaking, Kahn suddenly noticed that Snape was looking at his wrist, so he looked down and found that the basilisk bracelet had slipped off, so he pulled it up again. What happened to the classmate who was attacked? Dumbledore pretended not to see the basilisk bracelet and replied, fortunately, it was only petrified. Percy didn't look directly at the basilisk, but to recover, we have to wait for Professor Sprout's Mandela to recover. The grass is ripe. Kahn said, I'll send someone over, there should be a lot of Mandela grass, that's it. I believe that Professor Snape will make a perfect anti-petrochemical potion, Professor Pinter. Except that Hermione trembled a little after hearing Percy's name, it was the senior who had a little disagreement with her, because she refused to allow her to introduce the Godfather, subconsciously hated Percy, so she manipulated the basilisk to take revenge. Hermione was about to say something when Kahn held her head down. "Principal Dumbledore, I want to tell you something about this diary." After Dumbledore heard the words, he looked at the coke in Kahn's hand. If he didn't explain clearly, it would be hard for him to see that it was a diary. "Come to the principal's office, Professor Pinter." Kahn asked Hermione to wait for him in the office, and then followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. As soon as he walked in, a red phoenix flew towards him. Kahn could perceive the thoughts of this phoenix. It was not malicious, just curious and surprised. It flew towards Kahn and landed directly on his shoulder, and then the probe stopped and looked at Kahn. "Fox sees you like he sees a friend." Dumbledore took out some candies, but seeing that Kahn was not interested in eating them, he peeled off a honey candy and stuffed it into his mouth. "Professor Pinter, what do you want to tell me?" "This diary is Tom Riddle's Horcrux. It was he who influenced Hermione to open the Chamber of Secrets and release the basilisk inside. By the way, he also opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. It's really surprising news." "Is the basilisk 50 years ago the one in your hand?" "It's a bit different, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that Tom Riddle has more than one Horcrux, maybe 7. After hearing the news, Dumbledore's face became serious. Tom Riddle was his former student and the current Dark Lord. "I see, Professor Pinter, thank you very much for the information. It's just the basilisk. I subdued this, Mr. Dumbledore. The basilisk has already expressed its surrender to me." Kahn made it clear that although this is Slytherin's pet, it has abandoned Slytherin and turned to Kahn's boss. Dumbledore waved his hand and said, "Of course, I don't have any opinion on the ownership of the basilisk, but Hagrid needs a proof, Professor Pinter." Kahn and Dumbledore reached a consensus, and then the two smiled like profiteers. He provided the basilisk to help Hagrid provide evidence of innocence, and Dumbledore used magic to help the basilisk keep it from the Ministry of Magic. At the same time, Hagrid's future harvest in the Forbidden Forest can be sold to the Kahn Potion Material Store. There are many good things in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid sometimes trades them with the centaurs, and what they don't need is very expensive to humans. The Chamber of Secrets incident was resolved satisfactorily, except for poor Tom. Kahn was going to take things to the ninja world and make a deal with Orochimaru. The one who suffered the most was Percy, who was in 5th grade. She was delayed from reviewing all afternoon, but she wasn't too frightened. The news didn't even reach Hogwarts, but Dumbledore and other professors pressed him down. By the time Kahn returned to the office, Hermione jumped out of the high chair like a frightened bunny when she heard the door open. "Why didn't you boil yourself a palliative? I remember you brewing this potion." When Kahn came in, she saw that Hermione was depressed, probably because she started to feel guilty after she came out of the girls' bathroom, until she forgot that she was a demon Yakushi. "Fortunately, I turned around and asked for a pair from Professor Snape. He was pretty good at extorting, and asked me for at least 5 potion materials." After hearing Kahn's words, Hermione imagined Kahn's expression when he was blackmailed, and couldn't help laughing twice. Then she drank the palliative in her hand, and after a while, her mood became much calmer. "Godfather, this incident. Forget it, it's all over, just pay attention next time." Kahn interrupted Hermione and said to her, "But you still need to learn occlumency and memory magic, and I'll write to Lupin later. A letter, asking him to find a suitable wizard to teach you. In addition, the honey in the milk is gone, let's take this incident as a lesson." After Hermione heard the words, those brown eyes widened a little. Will she drink that kind of milk again in the future? This kind of punishment is not considered punishment at all in the eyes of others, but Hermione is one of her own, and Percy was not injured, to confuse other people, and threw the drawer with the anti-lock spell. It's a pity that Tom died early, otherwise Kahn felt that he could squeeze out a little knowledge of the dark arts from him. 17-year-old Tom almost searched the restricted section, and he was a little better than Kahn in this regard. Hermione stayed with Kahn for a while, and when it was almost time to rest, she got up and rushed to the Gryffindor lounge. The second after leaving the office, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, and then patted her chest. Fortunately, the godfather didn't ask her what she talked about with the diary, otherwise it would be really difficult for her to answer for a while. The incident in the Chamber of Secrets did not cause any disturbance, but Lucius still found out about Percy from his son. But now he is completely unable to mobilize the school board to attack Dumbledore, because with Kahn, Dumbledore's reliance on the school board has decreased a lot. Moreover, the Malfoy family is also full of trifles. Lucius really thought about attacking Dumbledore, but Kahn was still at Hogwarts, so he dismissed the idea angrily. The Malfoy family is dealing in dragon-related products, but now that a leg has been cut off, Lucius can't control the affairs of Hogwarts. Kahn still maintains the same behavior as before at Hogwarts, practicing magic, going to the restricted area, and teaching lessons, but he is getting lazy about teaching such things. He has almost taught what should be taught, and his knowledge there are not many reserves. In fact, Kahn wants to teach Hogwarts students to control 10 Gatling machine guns with the levitation spell, which is the best way to fight against dark wizards and dangerous creatures. Currently, in the wizarding world, there are only 4-star magical creatures can ignore this modern heavy firepower. He couldn't teach this, so he was going to ask Lupin to come over to be the assistant of the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Hermione could help prepare the Wolfbane potion. With Hermione's current level of potion, Snape could deduct points from her, can only start from the attitude. One thing that pleased Kahn, though, was that the rumor that he liked garlic and onions had finally been explained, and the price Miss Granger had to pay for it was a glass of fresh milk in the morning. Towards the end of the second school year, Kahn finally completed all the requirements before transforming Animagus. He had contained Mandela for several months, and he had to clean it up for at least a period of time after the end to get the smell of Mandela. Eliminate. Godfather, can I follow you to see? Hermione's eyes revealed curiosity and request, and before Kahn refused, she came up with a reason again. I will contact Animagus in the future, and now watching the Godfather transform, I can accumulate a little more experience, so that in the future the failure rate is less. Seeing that Hermione was looking for other reasons, Kahn waved her hand and said to her, at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, on the lawn near the Forbidden Forest on the south side of the Great Lake, I usually practice spells there, as long as you can bypass Filch Administrator. He will take care of Filch's Administrator today, and there will be a little wizard's night tour in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, Kahn looked at the 3 little wizards who appeared in front of him with a strange expression, and couldn't help asking, the 3 of you are really here, can the invisibility cloak hold 3 people? We first used the invisibility cloak to make some moves in the library, and after attracting Filch, we sneaked out. It was Hermione's idea. Ron and Harry sold Hermione without much hesitation. Hermione gave them a hard look behind them, then pretended to be nonchalant and waited for Kahn to use Animagus. Kahn shook his head, making the 3 of them stay away, and then took out the potion he had prepared in advance. He had been preparing for today for a long time, and it was impossible to wait for the next time. Casting the spell on himself, Kahn then gulped down the potion. After doing the above actions, the image of a bird appeared in Kahn's mind. At first he thought it was an eagle or a sparrow, but as the image in his mind became clearer, he found that the image of a bird appeared in his mind. The bird is a phoenix. However, there was a little accident during the transformation. Kahn's blood vessels seemed to be glowing red. This was the outbreak of the extremis virus, and it was repairing the mutation that appeared on his body. Damn it, at this time. Kahn tried to use magic power and chakra to send a signal to the extremis virus to continue its transformation. After a while, he reluctantly relied on 2 different forces to temporarily stop the extremis virus from body repair. And Kahn also started the Animagus transformation. His clothes melted into his skin, and then he grew silver feathers and gradually grew in size. God, is that Animagus from The Godfather? Hermione was incoherent in surprise, and Harry reminded Hermione, Hermione, this is Hogwarts, you should say Merlin. I know it should be Merlin, do you know what kind of creature the Godfather has become? I have never seen this kind of bird creature, with silvery white feathers, a body size of more than 2 meters, and—" Harry interjected, "kind of like Professor Dumbledore's fox, Hermione." "Fox?" "Yes, that's a phoenix. I saw Fox when I went to the principal's office last time, but it's Red's feather, and Professor Pinter transformed into white." Harry corrected and said that he felt more and more that this bird was a bit like a phoenix, but it was a bit big, it seemed to be more than 2 meters. "Impossible, the phoenix is a magical creature, Animagus absolutely cannot become a magical creature." Hermione was more daring. After Kahn's body stopped changing, she ran forward. "This is her godfather and she will not hurt her." "Godfather?" Hermione's body was less than 1.5 meters, and she was still too short in front of the 2-meter-long phoenix. She needed to raise her head to see the phoenix's face. After Hermione said hello, the silver and white phoenix grabbed Hermione's collar with its mouth, then threw her back and threw her on its back. Hermione almost fell after sitting up, and grabbed her with both hands. Only by touching the feathers beside him did he stabilize his figure. "Wow, look Harry, Hermione is riding a phoenix." "I see, Ron, but unfortunately that's Hermione's godfather, not ours." Harry adjusted his glasses, and said enviously in his heart, he really wished he had a godfather who could turn into Animagus for him to ride. "I heard that phoenix feathers are very valuable and are used to make magic wands." After Harry heard this bold idea, he quickly shook his head. Ron warned him, Ron, take back what you just thought, that's Professor Animagus, not Phoenix." Afterwards, Kahn tried to flap his wings. He spread out his transformed wings, which were about 4 or 5 meters long. With a slight flap, a strong wind could blow Harry and Ron to the side. Kahn flew straight up, but he grabbed Harry and Ron with both feet, and flew towards Hogwarts. After transforming with Animagus, Kahn seemed to have gained the same flying speed and sharp claws as the phoenix. He led the 3 of them to fly around Hogwarts to experience the feeling of flying. But the same flight, Hermione and Ron Harry are 2 completely different experiences, like a soft sleeper and a standing ticket on a train, and a ticket to stand outside. After placing the Hermione trio in the Gryffindor Tower, Kahn also returned from his phoenix state. Hermione was still a little excited and said to Kahn at this time, "Godfather, it was really fun just now, wasn't it, Ron, Harry?" Yeah, just a little bit." Harry said reluctantly, he almost vomited in the sky just now, but fortunately he swallowed it back. "Okay, you still have class tomorrow, go back and rest quickly." After learning Animagus, Kahn's mood improved a lot, so he took the 3 of them for a ride. After sending them to the Tower of Gryffindor, he directly cast the flying spell on himself. Office Rush 2. Although the flying spell is more convenient than the phoenix flight, it is not as conspicuous as the latter, that is, it is manifested in front of people. After seeing Kahn's Animagus, Hermione also wanted to learn this magic very much, but she was still a little puzzled, but Kahn used it as a phoenix to perfunctory it. After all, they went to see Fox again afterwards. Although they were very similar, there was still a big difference. Adding Kahn's words, Hermione could only conclude that it was a bird that looked like a phoenix. After the holiday, she probably will go to the Encyclopedia of Birds again. Kahn has gained a lot this semester. In addition to learning a lot of new magic, he also harvested a basilisk and other magical crafts. At the end of Hermione's second year of school, Kahn also signed several deals with Guy Tell, and then Kahn's potion material store can slowly develop to other European countries. Almost going back to check it out. Kahn thought about the Marvel world and the ninja world. He had already laid a solid foundation in the wizarding world. With those very binding magic contracts, it was very difficult for his potion material store to close down. But before going back, he must at least make all the arrangements here. The harvest is quite good, it took more than 2 months, it's okay. The time since Kahn disappeared is not short, and his influence is getting bigger and bigger. Now there are biological research centers, biopharmaceutical companies, umbrella military security companies, and energy companies that have just been registered. In the future, he can use a shadow clone to stay in the Marvel world. If he does not fight, he can seal more chakra with the sealing technique. It should be possible to persist for more than a month. There is also the basilisk. After unsealing the frozen basilisk, he said to it, "You will live in the sea near here in the future. I will give you food regularly. Remember not to let others discover your existence." In the second half of Hogwarts, Kahn also used the fairy chakra spell on the basilisk. After half a year of gestation, the connection between him and the basilisk became closer, and it also allowed him to perceive each other. Idea. Now Kahn basically controls the life and death of the basilisk, and after the basilisk adapted to the magic of chakra, it has grown its tens of meters long body again. Kahn does not know its current growth limit, but fortunately there is a offshore, it can be hidden. What he gained the most this time was a series of spells, such as the flying spell, the Imperieuse spell, and transfiguration, etc. These spells allowed him to surpass the common people. As long as he was careful with Kamatage and other extraordinary forces, Kahn could develop safely. 10 years. 10 years later, Kahn will definitely be able to create an extremely powerful army by virtue of biotechnology and mechanical technology, and may be able to upgrade the civilization of the Earth into the fourth largest empire in the universe. That's Kahn's ambition, but it's not impossible. However, he still needs to develop slowly. After all, his company has not gained a firm foothold in the United States. After handing over the accumulated matter to Shadow Clone, Kahn picked up the phone, dialed it directly and said, "Betty, are you busy? Honestly, I really don't know your development direction. In my opinion, clean energy should at least wait until you develop a biopharmaceutical company. Do you know how many people will face counterattacks if you develop clean energy now?" Betty Ross has been reporting Kahn's recent developments since he got in the car, and there is a bit of resentment in it. After all, Kahn disappeared for so long at once, and Betty Ross can mobilize a quarter of his name industry and capital. If she is a little bit different, then Kahn's industry will be very dangerous. The most important thing for him now is the extremist virus that he cooperates with the military, which is also controlled by Betty. But she found it difficult to feel that way. She didn't need money, she didn't hate Kahn Pinter much, and she didn't want to see others deal with him. Betty often felt that she was going crazy. Even if she does not want to develop clean energy, it is because she is worried that Kahn will be targeted by those traditional resource tycoons. After all, even her father can't do anything to those people, and they really dare to launch a local war for energy issues. When Kahn was away for 2 months, she didn't forget him, but missed him more and more. Even now in the car, Betty Ross began to grind her legs slowly, but she would demonstrate her actions by taking documents. Fortunately, she changed to a Lincoln with a sealed compartment. "Don't worry, Betty, it will take at least 2 years for Vank and the others to really develop. By then, even if someone has malicious intentions, I can deal with it." Kahn said reassuringly that if you are a commoner without any superpowers, you really have to pay attention to those resource tycoons, but he is not. Within 2 years, Vank and his son will not publicize the matter of the arc reactor. Anton Vank was deported by the United States, and he is the most aware of the consequences of anxiety, and his body is slowly getting healthy, and now he can afford to wait. Leaving this aside for the time being, how is the extremist virus going? Kahn noticed that Betty had been looking at her, and her legs seemed to be rubbing, so he put his arms around her waist, let her sit on his lap, and said, "Report to me like this, I want to hear clearly." The extremist virus is going well, and the first batch has been accepted. After saying a few words, Betty Ross took Kahn's hand away angrily, making it impossible to report, but feeling the heat of the other party's body made her swallow, and finally Betty speeded up the report. Betty Ross has a special channel to inquire about the super soldier squad from the military. Kahn's side gave a success rate of about 70%, but the military success rate is only 50%, but the reason for many failures has nothing to do with the serum, but with the emotions of the user. This is the conclusion drawn by military researchers. The serum of the extremis virus has a lot to do with emotions. If it is too excited or frightened, it will trigger the heart rate and cause the extremis virus to rapidly heat up and explode. However, successful soldiers have also gained super strength, easily crushing a 4mm steel plate, and their speed, reaction, and recovery ability have all reached the level of super soldiers. Compared with the data left by Steve Rogers, it's only a little weaker, but its resilience is several times stronger. Kahn, my father, plans to entrust several serums left by Dr. Erskine to your biological research center. If you can perfect them successfully, he will continue to cooperate with you to jointly develop serums. We are almost there. After Betty Ross finished speaking, she pulled out Kahn's mischievous hands, and almost couldn't hold back. Then she hurried away from Kahn and tidied up her clothes and makeup. Of course I agree with this matter, and make an appointment with General Ross for me another day. After getting off the car, Kahn said to Betty, if he remembers correctly, it is very likely that Howard and Erskine left a copy of the super soldier serum, which has a big defect and has been frozen. It seems that the extremis virus serum, the success of Ross, saw hope and wanted to restart the project. I heard that your father was promoted to a higher level. Betty Ross is not like Kahn, who is blind in the military. She shook her head and said, it's not that easy, but the power is greater, and I have more political leverage in the future. Unless a world war starts, it will be difficult for her father to advance further. The super soldier squad is just his political bargaining chip, and he will have more say in the military in the future. Betty has now started her advanced studies in management, but she kept it a secret, but she was even busier. Since Kahn interrupted her meeting with Bruce last time, up to now she had at most contact with Bruce on the phone, and the call was cut off after a few minutes. When they arrived at the Biological Research Center, Betty also informed Laura before departure. As the CEO of a biopharmaceutical company, Laura also needed to know about the progress of the recovery potion. Restoration potions are pretty much complete, an early moneymaker for Kahn's biopharmaceutical company. This drug has broken through the boundaries of traditional drugs, so the approval level has been slightly changed. Kahn has reported it 2 years ago, and the recent breakthrough coupled with the military order has accelerated the process of resuming the drug market. In half a year, the recovery potion will be available for public sale. At that time, the military's first super soldier squad was established. General Ross and the relevant beneficiaries of the super soldier squad promised to help him to shorten the listing process. After all, they are already using it, and there are more non-commissioned officers with broken limbs in the military. The recovery medicine will be divided into several different procedures, but a treatment for regenerating a broken limb will cost at least $300,000. The poor in America will not be able to enjoy the curative effect of this potion for the time being. To spend the whole family's savings for one arm is something that the benevolent Kahn doesn't want to see, so the potion produced in the early stage should be given to the rich to enjoy first. This market is huge, with the needs of hundreds of millions of people. Even if Kahn's factory is turned upside down day and night, it will only be able to supply 0.3% of the demand in the next few years. For nearly half a day, Kahn was discussing with Laura, Betty and others about resuming the marketing of pharmaceuticals, the establishment of a pharmaceutical factory, and the press conference. Kahn felt that he could let go of many things. In a few months, the effect of the cursed seal would get better and better. Unless they were destroyed by outsiders, it was impossible for them to betray themselves. Shadow Clone also communicated with Vank and his son. The invention of the arc reactor in the hands of Anton Vank is still the first generation. They will upgrade the arc reactor for at least a few generations before they can announce it to the public. Too busy today, Miss Betty, is there any recommended restaurant? Go to Brook Grove, there's a good restaurant there. Betty Ross opened the car door and continued to speak to Kahn. You didn't even say a word today, my boss. Listening is physical work, Betty. After the two got into the car, they talked about the location with Paul, and then talked about other things in the car. Betty of Eugene's genetic laboratory had already collected their information, but there was support behind this laboratory, and they wanted to acquire the society. It's a little troublesome. After a while, Paul sent Kahn and Betty to the restaurant. He would wait outside for the two of them to finish their meal and send them home before he could rest. "Let me have some, you haven't been here before, you can try my recommendation." After Betty finished speaking to Kahn, she began to order food. She knew that Kahn had a large appetite, so she ordered a lot of food, but they would be served in batches. The serving speed of this restaurant is still very fast, and within a short while, the meals they asked for were brought up. Kahn Harry Potter World didn't eat much good food, most of them were the food that they brought in their space backpacks. The house elves at Hogwarts make really good food. After tasting a few dishes, Kahn praised, "The meals here are really good. It seems that you have been here many times. The last time you called me back and didn't taste it, this time I just tasted all the dishes." Before Betty finished speaking, a person suddenly appeared beside her. When she looked up, she panicked. "Bruce?" Bruce looked puzzled and unbelievable, and asked, "Betty, you said you were working, why are you here?" "And who is he?" "He's my boss, we just got off work, so we came here for dinner." "Bruce, why are you here?" Betty was a little incoherent, she didn't expect to run into Bruce here. Carroll University is still some distance away, why did Bruce come here? "Off work." "Betty, will you come back later? I remember you said that you would take a few days off recently. My colleagues and I had dinner nearby and it just ended." The more Bruce Banner looked at Kahn, the more awkward and uncomfortable he felt. His appearance was so outstanding that Bruce Banner would feel a sense of crisis when he was so outstanding. He wanted to trust Betty, but the sense of crisis in his heart was like a thorn. "Maybe. I will work overtime, Bruce, don't wait for me, you can rest first." Betty lowered her head slightly and said that the last steak on her plate was cut into 7 or 8 small pieces. Seeing his girlfriend wearing such beautiful makeup and working overtime, Bruce continued to persuade, "Betty, it's already late today. Bruce, I really have something." Since she subconsciously refused just now, Betty felt in her heart that she might as well refuse to the end. Bruce Banner felt a pain in his heart, and then left the restaurant without saying a word. After a while, after eating, Kahn got up and said to Betty, "Let's go, Betty, I'll go to work with you." The next morning, Kahn woke up late once in a while. After being an ascetic monk for a year, he finally lived a normal life last night. Last night's Betty was probably the craziest Kahn had ever seen. She seemed to use this method to forget about meeting Bruce Banner in the restaurant, and took control of the initiative for a long time like a knight. However, it was only madness and momentum, without any blessings on physical strength. When they approached, Betty had no fighting power, and in the end she couldn't remember how many times she went there. Even if Betty planned to drink milk once in the middle to reduce Kahn's combat power, it was useless, and with the last leak, Betty fell asleep directly. "This guy will become Hulk in the future, he won't intentionally come and smash my company, will he?" While using magic to cook himself, Kahn suddenly thought of this possibility, but if Bruce Banner did this kind of thing, he would definitely catch him and send him to General Ross. Bruce Banner is indeed a genius, and he can obtain doctorates in 7 disciplines, but basically Kahn does not need them. Betty Ross is different, the daughter of Thaddeus Ross. This background is enough for Kahn. What's more, there are those slender thighs, which are very enjoyable to clip. While Betty was awake, Kahn tried magic here. Apparition is indeed a very practical space magic. He just went to several places, and his magic power is huge, and he completed the Phantom in an instant. Apparatus, Kahn feels a little slower than System Shuttle. The magic in Harry Potter's world is really ideal. As long as you think about it, most of it can be done with the help of magic. Kahn pointed at the ground, and the hard ground instantly surged like mercury, and within 2 seconds it turned into an armored guard holding a spear, 4 or 5 meters tall. Then Kahn used another blow to shatter, blasting the guard to pieces, and finally used a shot to restore it, bringing the damaged ground back to how it was before the magic was used. It's just that Betty Ross was awakened by Kahn's magic, and asked loudly from the window on the 3rd floor, but he found an excuse to dismiss it. After Betty was woken up, she had no intention of continuing to sleep. She ate something and then prepared to take a shower and go to work. She had a lot of things to do. After Laura took over the biopharmaceutical company, Umbrella handed over to Betty Ross. Because it is more convenient to accept some veterans, Kahn is not worried about General Ross's placement of personnel. Umbrella's top management has his chakra seal, and Kahn is very important to military security companies. After a while, he will plant some spell seals to ensure loyalty of armed forces. Betty asked while eating, "Do you still want to go to the company with me today? If so, I will arrange an itinerary for you." "No, the company doesn't need me to go often. After a while, I'll ask Umbrella to arrange 2 bodyguards for you. Anyway, you are also the personal assistant of a billionaire. Security is still needed." Kahn wanted to practice magic at home, or go to Carl to look at the stock company, but he found that he didn't seem to pay much attention to this company, and had almost no communication except for emails. When Betty finished her meal and was about to go to the bathroom to take a bath, Kahn also found reasons to save water and other reasons, but it may be that the quality of the shower gel he bought was so good that he really slipped in during the bath. Then there was the sound of water splashing and crashing in the bathroom. Betty originally planned to arrive at the company at noon, but in the end she had to change the time to 2 in the afternoon because Kahn stopped by. After staying in the Marvel world for more than a month, Kahn can be regarded as dealing with a lot of things. The most important thing is to confirm a new cooperation item with General Ross, which is to study super soldier serum. The appearance of the extremis virus serum made General Ross think that Kahn's team had extremely powerful research capabilities, and might be able to perfect those super soldier serums with side effects. Therefore, after convincing others, he cooperated with Kahn again in the name of the military. In fact, Ross can also quietly take out the super soldier serum in private, but then Kahn will not gain fame, and General Ross will not gain power and political bargaining chips. Research. Among them, Kahn intercepted 2 small tubes of serum privately, and made a copy of the experimental data of that year. Although there was no serum formula, Kahn felt that Orochimaru should have the opportunity to copy it. Unless there is really no hope, Kahn will not invite Tsunade to join, because her current position is too delicate, unlike Orochimaru, who has inseparable interests and cooperation with Kahn. Back to Ninja World. It's near Konoha now, so I need to use Shadow Clone for many places to go. After thinking about it, Kahn made a decision. The Land of Waves, the Land of Tea, and the Land of Fire all have things to deal with, but the things are not very important, and Shadow Clone is enough to deal with them. If an accident does occur, Kahn can disapparate at any time. With Kahn's current magic power and means, ordinary Jonin is no match for him at all. It is difficult for ninjas who rely on intelligence to fight without knowing the weakness of magic to cause effective damage to Kahn. Especially the flying mantra combined with Avada Kedavra, the ninjas whose reaction is slightly slower, Kahn can kill them in the air. But these are all his conjectures. He has never fought before, so everything is unknown. Summoning technique. Kahn summoned the little white snake that communicated with Orochimaru, wrote some information and intentions about the super soldier serum on the scroll, and then roughly stuffed the scroll into the little white snake's mouth. Give it to Orochimaru. The little white snake nodded weakly after hearing the words, and then returned to Ryuchi Cave with a bang. It didn't take long for Kahn to receive a reply from Orochimaru, telling him that he was busy with business and it was inconvenient to go to Ryuchi Cave, but he hoped that Kahn could come to Konoha and talk to him when he was not busy. Go to Konoha, is there going to be a war in the ninja world? At this time, the shadow clone that Kahn sent to inquire about the time also sent back the memory. It should be about 43 years of Konoha. There are indeed a lot of news of war in the ninja world, and even civilians are aware of it. The time of the war was much earlier than I thought. It seems that the things I did before I left were miraculous. I just don't know what Orochimaru's plan is to use this war to become the 4th Hokage. Kahn thought for a while, and then rushed towards Konoha. He planned to chat with Orochimaru, and if he had the idea of becoming Hokage, Kahn would fully support him. He could have cooperated well with Konoha, and those high-level Konoha officials who had been eating vegetarian food kept pushing him out. If Orochimaru became Hokage, then Konoha's power would be maximized, and Kahn could get more benefits. When Kahn arrived at Konoha, he could feel the atmosphere of war more closely. Like last time, Konoha's gate is heavily guarded, and patrolling ninjas can be seen on the high walls and eaves. Even if he had a pass issued by Konoha, he was allowed to enter Konoha after some inspections. And Kahn could clearly feel that those Konoha shinobi people at the gate knew him, as if they had received special orders about him. After coming to his commercial street, except for the drugstore and dessert shop, the business of other shops is empty. Boss. After Chihai saw Kahn, she directly handed over the cashier work to other shop assistants, and she followed Kahn to the back house. The room is often cleaned by people, so it is relatively clean. After Kahn waited for Chihai to be seated, he asked about the recent situation. Chihai, who is not a ninja, can only report the income and expenditure of these shops to Kahn. The business of the shops has been good in the past few months, and there are many balances, but recently, the atmosphere in the village has become tense, which directly leads to consumption and entertainment. There are a lot fewer people, and the business of medicine and desserts has doubled, and most of the people who come to buy are ninjas. The expenses are still the same, but Chihai sensed that there will definitely be more war orphans in the future. Although the directors of several orphanages did not say anything, when sending money, Chihai clearly noticed the change in the number of orphanages. However, none of the deans asked for an increase in funding or anything like that. At the end, Chihai smiled and said, "Boss, Kushina will come here every 2 days. If there is no accident, I will come again tonight." What she laughed at was that the boss was so charming that even the little girl Kushina was attracted, but it was normal to think about it. If she hadn't had a child, she would definitely be attracted to the boss like Kushina. I see, Nanami. After sending away Nanami, who was getting more and more 8 trigrams, Kahn separated a shadow clone to check and monitor, and then he himself contacted Yakushi Nanoyu through a message. Yakushi Nanoyu was already a medical chunin before he left, and he was still a student of Tsunade, so he should not go to the battlefield, but with the current atmosphere in the village, Kahn doesn't know if Yakushi Nanoyu is busy now. After a while, Yakushi Nanoyu wrote back to Kahn, briefly talking about the recent events. Konoha had a conflict with Rock Shinobi not long ago, and a conflict with Sand Shinobi not long after, and the cause of the 2 conflicts was related to Muibaya. It has not been spread in the village yet, but Yakushi Nanoyu as a student of Tsunade, I already know some news from Tsunade. This time, Muibaya is in trouble. Hearing that the envoys of the 2 daimyos have set off for the Daming Mansion of the Land of Fire, Konoha is now very passive. Moreover, it is estimated that this news will not be hidden for a long time. After the envoy of the Fire Country daimyo comes to Konoha, the villagers and ninja of Konoha will all know. Orochimaru is not in the village now. Some time ago, he was sent to the border of the country of grass to deal with Rock Shinobi. However, after the arrival of the envoys of the 2 countries, the border has temporarily eased. It is estimated that Orochimaru will come back soon. It turns out that Orochimaru is not in Konoha, and Kono Yibai is also involved in trivial matters. Just relying on his strength, how could he make such a big mistake? Kahn was a little puzzled. Now Sannin is about 30 years old, which is the peak period of a ninja. Although he does not have the forbidden technique more than 10 years later, it is far superior to the average jonin. And Muibaya is stronger than Sannin, and even the great name of Fire Nation has heard of White Fang's reputation. Making mistakes twice in a row is really undeserved. Maybe ask Orochimaru. Just after Kahn finished speaking, there was a familiar pattering sound in the corridor. After hearing this sound, a picture appeared in Kahn's mind. A red-haired girl wearing black stockings walked quickly in the corridor small walk. After the footsteps stopped, there was also a questioning voice outside the door. "Boss, am I coming in?" Before Kahn could answer, the door was pulled open, and then a red-haired girl poked her head in. When she saw Kahn, she burst into a long-lost happy smile. There must be something wrong. Kushina looked at Kahn, who was resting on her lap. Her cheeks were slightly flushed because of embarrassment, and her two hands were still helping the boss massage the acupuncture points on her head. In 5 minutes, it has become like this. Thinking back carefully, Kushina felt as if she had followed the boss's instructions step by step since the boss shouted that she had a headache. Unknowingly, she let him lie on her thighs wearing stockings. Now Kushina can clearly feel the friction between her hair and skin, and she slowly endured the slight itching. "Boss, I'm here to buy desserts, such as the moving chocolate last time." Kushina murmured stubbornly. She didn't want to say that she came for a massage. She should be a customer. The massage was just out of the mood of taking care of her friends, and she agreed to do so because she didn't want to see the boss suffering from a headache. Buying dessert? Kushina, did you bring money? Of course, I have completed a lot of advanced tasks during this period, and Konoha's enchantment was all repaired by me. When Kushina talked about this incident, she was elated, and now some ninjas in the enchantment class and sealing class have begun to call her Master Kushina, because her sealing technique is more powerful than the leader of the sealing class. In the ninja world, strength determines status. Even if Kushina is younger, but in her 20s, she is not as good as her ninja in terms of duties, so she still has to be called Master Kushina. Kushina took out the fat orange purse from the ninja bag and showed it to Kahn, but the orange purse suddenly flew away from her hand and fell into Kahn's hand. "My purse. It's my wallet, Kushina. You still have outstanding debts. Let me see. You have accumulated a lot this time. After paying off the interest this time, you can pay off the principal. Come on, Kushina." After Kahn took all the money in the small orange wallet, he thought that this might be too much, so he stuffed another 5,000 taels into Kushina before returning the wallet. "I borrowed this from you, and it has already been included in the principal." Seeing that her orange purse had lost a lot of weight, Kushina's pink cheeks suddenly puffed up, and then her hands began to press randomly. She didn't plan to use the massage skills she had learned quietly. But Kahn didn't care about Kushina's strength, and he felt more comfortable with a little force, and when Kushina was pressing randomly, Kahn's head was also shaken by her. After a while, Kushina's own face turned red, because the stockings did not completely cover the thighs, and half of them were snow-white skin. After the room became quiet, Kushina looked at Kahn, who was resting, and slowly began to think. How can there be a bad guy lying on her lap so defenseless? Now she only needs to use the tail beast chakra to press, and the boss's neck will be cut off by her. If the boss is really a bad guy, he will expose his weakness under her eyelids. Kushina felt that Namake's Minato was trying to drive a wedge between her and her boss, the same guy who bullied her. After figuring this out, Kushina stopped thinking about the things that bothered her, and started talking about other happy things. "Boss, I can use the tailed beast chakra recently, and after using it, my strength can increase a lot, that is, the temper will be affected by the tail beast chakra and become very irritable." Tail beast chakra. It's a very strong force. If I can leave the village in the future, I will protect you then. Of course, that's good. This thing is for you. It's a palliative potion. After drinking it, it can calm down your emotions. It should help you. In the evening, Kushina left the dessert shop with a box of magic desserts and a few bottles of emollients with flushed cheeks, but this time her legs were a little numb again. "Next time I can't kneel down to give the boss a knee pillow, maybe I can find a sofa." But is this palliative really useful? The boss is not comforting me, is he? Kushina decided to take a leave of absence from the sealing class tomorrow and try to practice the tailed beast chakra mode. Although there is an atmosphere of war in the village recently, the impact on the sealing class is minimal. If she can control more power, presumably the village will not restrict her from leaving the village. The last time I listened to the boss, I regarded 9 tails as an existence that can communicate on an equal footing rather than a symbol of disaster, but that guy 9 tails actually let her go. She go. Although she finally left the sealed space, Kushina also snatched part of the tail beast chakra from Nine Tails by virtue of the adamantine sealing chains. The tail beast coat with almost 3 tails has already had a great impact on her. If there are more, sanity may be affected. Kushina, it has not been so long since your last attempt to control the Nine Tails chakra, are you so confident now? Tsunade said to Kushina that at this time she put on the ninja armor, which is quite feminine and heroic, and there are 2 sealing classes behind her. If Kushina is affected by the tail beast chakra and loses control, as long as Tsunade controls Kushina for a while, the people in the class can strengthen the seal on Kushina. I wanted to try it out because of this. Kushina took out a bottle of palliative potion and said to Tsunade. What is that? Tsunade frowned slightly. It was a bit too reckless to try to control the tail beast chakra again with a bottle of Green's liquid, and she didn't know what Kushina was holding in her hand. Kushina deliberately didn't tell anyone. If she did, the palliative medicine would definitely be taken for various tests, but she believed in Kahn, so she kept it secret until now. I'm going to start, Tsunade-san. Kushina didn't answer Tsunade's question. She entered the sealed space and saw 9 tails bound in her body by the sealing technique. In addition to the 4-image seal, there is also a layer of adamantine sealing chains, which allows her to freely extract the tail beast chakra. However, if you draw too much, Kushina will also be affected by the violent emotions in 9 tails chakra. After Kushina came to the sealed space, she said to 9 tails, 9 tails, this time I will try to control your chakra. Damn stinky brat. 9 tails let out a roar, and the waves of air spread throughout the sealed space, but the 2 layers of seals on it were too strong to break free, but hearing that Kushina wanted to try her own chakra, 9 tails offered it to her some, that's the chakra with the most tyrannical negativity. Last time it was nearly 4 tails, but Kushina couldn't bear it. This time there are almost 6 tails. After Kushina pulled a large part of the tail beast chakra, she instantly entered the level of 3 tails. At this time, she also felt a lot of negative emotions affecting her, which were several times stronger than the previous negative emotions. She quickly drank a bottle of palliative potion. After the cool potion slid down her throat, it didn't take long for the potion to take effect. Kushina suddenly felt that the restlessness in her heart was a lot less, although there were still some negative emotions affecting her, but it's not that serious anymore. Boom! A powerful chakra wave directly knocked away the nearby trees within tens of meters. Even if Tsunade and the members of the sealing class used chakra to condense on their feet, they were all blown away by the chakra wave for 20 to 30 meters. At this time, 2 teams of Umbu and the enchantment team suddenly appeared, which were the second-hand preparations sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, Kushina would like to see the tailed beast chakra, but a Tsunade and the sealing team might have accidents. At this time, second-hand preparation is needed. This was also reported by Tsunade to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wait a minute, let's observe first. Tsunade loudly ordered Umbu and the enchantment class not to take action yet, although Kushina slowly burst out his 5 tails, but did not lose control. After hearing Tsunade's order, Umbu and the enchantment class hesitated for a while, but chose to obey. After everyone was on guard around for a while, they still didn't see any sign of Kushina losing control, so they relaxed a little. This time it should work. Just after Tsunade finished speaking, Kushina suddenly opened her eyes. At this time, she had become the vertical pupil of 9 tails, except that there was no beard on her face, but the chakra coat on her body was very concise. After she got up, she came directly to Tsunade in an instant, and said to her happily, "Miss Tsunade, I succeeded. In addition to the common chakra coat, I can use the second state." After finishing speaking, the chakra on Kushina's body suddenly became blood red and condensed. The chakra on her body was more like a fox, and she couldn't see her at all. This chakra. Surprise flashed across Tsunade's face. This kind of chakra was as condensed as flesh and blood. She felt that it was difficult for her own strange power to damage it, and the speed just now. Kushina just showed it, then took the Nine Tails chakra back into his body, and then panted slightly and said, I still need to get used to it. After I get used to it, I will be able to control the power of 6 or 7 tails. You've done well, Kushina. Tsunade used medical ninjutsu to help Kushina heal the skin burned by the high-density chakra just now, and then asked, what did you drink just now? The palliative medicine was given to me by the boss. He heard that I was not in a good mood, so he gave me this. Kushina is also very smart. She didn't tell other people what she revealed about Nine Tails, otherwise she would definitely bring other troubles to the boss, and this reason is enough. Tsunade nodded, and asked thoughtfully, really, it's really magical, Kushina, do you have any more, can you let me study it? Only one bottle left. Kushina thought for a while and decided to talk to the boss. Umbu on the side heard the conversation between Kushina and Tsunade, and wrote down the whole process, then gave a glance to the person next to him, and immediately left with the body flicker technique. Inside Hokage's office. I see, go down and continue to follow Kushina to protect her. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Umbu, who came to report that he had seen what happened just now with the telescope technique, but unfortunately he did not have Kahn's chakra, and Kushina would use an enchantment to block the sound and the monitoring of the telescope technique once he entered Kahn's house. So he just learned about palliative medicine. Difficult. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took a puff of the dry tobacco. He was caught off guard by the sudden encounter with Konoha recently. A newspaper office was set up in the capital, with a document issued by the daimyo prefecture itself, and it can cover some non-important information. Konoha Shinobi needs to cooperate when necessary, and the owner of this newspaper office is Kahn, and now he has become the country of fire. Propaganda Secretary. With this status, Sarutobi Hiruzen can no longer treat him as a person from any other country, and some sanctions are also impossible. The propaganda minister of the land of fire used tricks, and the daimyo might turn back and cut the funds. There was also an accident in the mission performed by Muibaya. Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi seemed to know about White Fang's plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that this matter was very strange. He had a vague guess, but he didn't want Umbu to investigate further. We can only calm down the situation first, and try to use negotiation to expose the matter of White Fang, otherwise it will be difficult for the daimyo to explain. After all, this matter has already alarmed the daimyo of the Three Kingdoms. Also, the relationship between Kahn and Kushina was too close, and he had to find a way to stop it. The situation gradually fermented. Someone in Konoha Vice Admiral reported that the envoy of the Fire Nation daimyo was about to interrogate him. Except for the ninjas, even the villagers knew about it. The people in the newspaper noticed the unusual situation, and Kahn came to Konoha, so after the news of Kahn's arrival, the person in charge of Konoha News came to him and asked for instructions. My lord, do we want to report on my the tooth thing? Wait another day or two until the envoys from the Daming Mansion arrive. Also, don't call me Mr. Gongqing, you can call me the boss or the president. Kahn felt very awkward when he heard this name, but he knew that after arriving in the capital of the Land of Fire, there must be many people calling this name. You can report more on other things, such as. Speaking of this, Kahn suddenly felt a gaze staring at him, turned his head, and found Kushina on the side, staring at him intently. After the establishment of the newspaper, every issue will tell the deeds of some ninjas, and the ninjas who can be included in the newspaper, will be worshipped by many people. Kushina has been buying the newspaper since it was founded. There are many well-known ninja deeds on it. When she walks on the street, villagers are discussing the ninja stories in the newspaper. If she can go up. But Kushina's matter is really difficult to handle, her identity is not suitable for publicity, and Konoha village will most likely not allow this matter, and Kushina has no stories now, so it can't be put in the column of shocking stories. You go down first, and I will notify you when the daimyo envoy arrives. Kahn told the people in the Konoha branch that Kushina's pink cheeks bulged when she didn't hear what she expected from him. Then she secretly decided not to massage the boss for at least 3 days. Kushina, I remember that you were targeted by Cloud Shinobi Village a few years ago, so I can't write about you in the newspaper, otherwise it will increase your danger. Kahn knocked on the table with his fingers, attracted Kushina's head back, and then said to her with a sincere expression. If you are targeted by Cloud Shinobi again, it will be very dangerous. After all, the atmosphere in the ninja world is very wrong now, can you understand what I mean? After hearing Kahn's explanation, Kushina also realized that her thoughts were too impulsive. She also has a Jinchuriki identity. If she spreads it casually, it will only cause trouble for the boss. But she definitely wouldn't admit that she had that thought just now, so she said stiffly, of course I know about it, it's just that my neck was a little stiff just now, let's take a look at the sky outside the window by the way. She made lame excuses and said that her voice dropped in the end. However, Kahn did not expose it, but touched his neck and said in a low voice, I also feel that my neck is a little stiff, and I deal with things every day, and my head hurts like hell. Kushina was ashamed when she heard the words. She paid attention to the boss's eyes just now. She clearly wanted her to massage her knee pillow, but she was wearing socks today. Wouldn't it be a knee pillow? Boss, come here, I'll help you. At first I thought I couldn't hear, but I said it unconsciously. Although it's not the first time, I still feel shy and unbearable every time I put my knee on Kushina. The ninja troops in the direction of Rock Shinobi village have switched defenses, and the defense line command is Orochimaru. After the White Fang incident, he was sent by 3rd Hokage to the border of the country of grass. During this period, there were several small-scale battles with Rock Shinobi. Rock Shinobi's the attack and intent were all thwarted by Orochimaru. After the envoys were sent by the daimyo prefecture of the Land of Land, the war friction between the two ninja villages calmed down, and Orochimaru was also transferred back, and someone else took over his position as the commander of the Land of Grass. Although he didn't have any great military exploits, Orochimaru did stabilize Konoha's morale in the border camp of the country of grass, so he was treated by heroes when he came back. Kahn also looked at the side of the road when Orochimaru returned to Konoha. Orochimaru noticed him, gave Kahn a look, and then walked towards the Hokage building. Orochimaru, who just came back, still has a lot of things to report to Hokage, plus the handover of some things, at least until the evening. However, taking over the command of a camp this time, for Orochimaru, has also changed from a suggester to a decision-maker. There are many jonin in Konoha, but not many can independently command frontline operations. Kahn didn't stay long after seeing Orochimaru's eyes. Even Tsunade didn't know about the cooperation between him and Orochimaru. Even with great abilities, it is impossible to go there to collect information. When it was getting dark, Kahn suddenly felt the little white snake's chakra calling him. So he directly used the summoning technique, summoned the white snake from Ryuchi Cave, and said to it, bring Orochimaru's summoning here. After speaking, Kahn cast a layer of protective spells and sealing barriers around the house to ensure that outsiders could not check the situation inside the house. After he did all this, the white snake also brought Orochimaru's summoning over. Long time no see, Mr. Kahn, I didn't expect you to become the propaganda minister of the Land of Fire. Orochimaru said to Kahn with a smile, and then looked at the protective spells and sealing barriers in the house, and couldn't help but feel relieved. He originally wanted to place the conversation in Ryuchi Cave, but he didn't expect to be summoned to Kahn's room inside. However, there is a sealing barrier and another barrier of unknown effect, which can prevent many people from investigating. But Orochimaru did not expect that Kahn and Kushina have such a good relationship, and even learned the art of sealing the barrier. Propaganda Gongqing was an accident. The relationship between daimyo and Konoha is not as harmonious as it is on the surface. In order for my newspaper to help him, I gave him the status of Gongqing. It's just that there are some good-sounding people in the country of fire. Name, no other power. After serving Orochimaru a cup of tea, Kahn sat across from him. Since he rejected the guardian ninja sent to him by Konoha, Mr. Sarutobi has seen the daimyo's mind clearly, but it is not so easy for him to recruit a qualified guardian ninja from his appearance, so he finally had to accept Konoha the 6 guardian ninjas assigned to him. Orochimaru said with a smile. The daimyo had a lot of thoughts, but in the end it was up to Konoha. Kahn stopped going around in circles and asked directly, Orochimaru, are you going to be Hokage? Hokage. Orochimaru paused after hearing the words. He has thoughts in this regard, but not strongly. Compared with Nawaki and others, his Hokage may only be a halfway goal, and he will not put his whole life in the position of Hokage. For him, Hokage is just a position where he can achieve his true goals. Orochimaru, third Hokage, is an obstacle for me, and there are several other high-level advisors. Without them, my cooperation with Konoha should be better, and we don't have to be so sneaky like this super soldier serum. After Kahn finished speaking to Orochimaru, he took out the information on Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum and handed it to Orochimaru. Looking at the data alone, the super soldier serum can double the body data of a common person several times, and greatly improve the brain usage rate. If it is replaced by a ninja in the ninja world, the improvement may be even greater. Based on numerical calculation alone, a common person can have a physical fitness comparable to that of Chunin. Miraculous serum, if energy is produced, the amount of Konoha Chunin and Jonin may be doubled. Orochimaru thought about it in his mind and said with emotion, although the effect is not as good as Extremis virus, but for common ninjas, it is a rare opportunity in a lifetime, especially ninjas who can only wander in Chunin, injected with this super soldier serum, maybe can become a Jonin, or a special Jonin. In addition to this, there are some information on biological cells. We specialize in the summary knowledge of biological cells. This is a gift for you, Orochimaru. Kahn then took out a whole Japanese edition of biological cytology knowledge. Orochimaru's research ability is barbaric. He knows some human body research, but his medical knowledge is not as solid as Tsunade's, so his methods are very rough. With the information provided by Kahn, it is a good complement to Orochimaru's weakness. If he wants to develop forbidden technique in the future, it will save a lot of effort. Orochimaru did not take the document, and looked at Kahn intently with a pair of vertical gold pupils. His cooperation also has a bottom line and will not be controlled by others. Mr. Kahn, you want to use me, Hokage or Konoha to do something? All I want is benefits, ranging from gold, silver, copper and iron, to eternal life and powerful power. There are many resources worth seeking and developing in the ninja world. I want to find a partner, just like Ryuchi Cave like that. Hokage, with the daimyo? Orochimaru said with a smile, then picked up the book on the table and looked through it. The things they want are really similar, no wonder they have a lot of common language. If the Fire Country daimyo and Hokage can let go of their guard and work together, then they are the most promising forces to unify the ninja world. It's a pity that after Konoha built the village, this hope has been continuously diminishing. Orochimaru can see it clearly. He feels that the ninja world is caught in a windmill that won't turn. One cycle is endless, and he says he yearns for peace. Jiraiya, but gave hope to the next generation. I don't like the name daimyo, but the position is okay. It is not difficult for me to win the position of daimyo, the only obstacle may be Konoha, so I need your help. The premise is that you can become fourth Hokage, Orochimaru. Kahn now has many means to deal with the common people, but he needs to be careful when dealing with ninjas, because ninja secrets are no worse than his magic, the secrets of searching memory and even the impure world reincarnation of summoning the dead. It is easy to win the position of the daimyo, but the difficult thing is how to prevent the Konoha shinobi from rebelling because of the change of the daimyo. Without the military group Konoha village and the military guards around the daimyo, Kakuzu can call a few bounty hunters to get him the daimyo killed. In the izakaya, only one table of guests was received in one morning, namely Kahn and Tsunade. Tsunade had something to do with Kahn, so she came to the izakaya to discuss with him, but after she came, she ordered a lot of good wine directly, and then drank slowly, but she looked around and refused to talk about business. Kahn thought that Tsunade had noticed the relationship between him and Orochimaru, but when she saw that she had been drinking, he slowly realized, Tsunade, don't you just ask me for a drink? Idiot, I'm Konoha's Sannin, how could I do such a thing? Tsunade slapped the finished wine glass on the table, and then said to Kahn righteously, if he didn't drink several sips as soon as it was served, and his face turned red, Kahn would have believed Tsunade's nonsense. Kahn knocked on the table and said, I received a report from the casino a few days ago that you have lost a lot there recently. After Tsunade heard the words, he almost choked the wine in the back of his throat and said, ahem. I came to you to ask about the palliative potion. I learned about it from Kushina a few days ago. Not only do you know, but you should also study it. Kahn resolutely found out that Kushina was about to become his little padded jacket, and she was asked to leave before changing the potion, so she came and told Kahn about it. You can't research it, Tsunade, this is a potion, many ingredients in it are very rare, so rare that you have never heard of it, even if I don't have much potion, it is for emergency use. You came to me just for this matter. If it's just like this, why are you coy? You be asterisk 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 D, who are you talking about? I just don't know how to say it. Tsunade said angrily, she is Sannin, not other female ninjas. After looking down for a while, Tsunade looked up and asked. You are now the propaganda minister of the Land of Fire, can you help me inquire about the news in the capital? What is the intention of the daimyo this time, that he will cut funding before the war? There is no need to inquire about it at all, Kahn thought in his heart, if his feeling is correct, the daimyo should be the person who most expects White Fang to become the fourth Hokage, the style of the samurai, the gentle personality. If Hatake Tsukumo can become the Hokage, then Konoha the relationship with the Nation of Fire will slowly change in the next 10 years. The daimyo can also take advantage of Hatake's character to slowly intervene in Konoha village's affairs. Hatake will most likely not refuse, but now Hatake is impossible to become Hokage, or the probability is infinitely lowered. In addition, the daimyo has lost so much, so it is natural to make up for it in Konoha village. I'll try my best, but it's a little surprising that you would take the initiative to care about this kind of thing, right? You can do me a favor too, the newspaper wants to interview you Sannin, beautify your story and publish it in the newspaper. I hope Tsunade will cooperate with you when the time comes. Kahn told Tsunade that his real intention was to promote Orochimaru, but it was obvious to promote one Orochimaru alone, and bringing Tsunade would not make people suspicious. No problem, leave it to me. Tsunade said proudly, then licked his red lips, and continued to attack the food and drink on the table, mainly drinking, and he had already drank 3 bottles of shochu in a while. This made Kahn wonder again if Tsunade just made up an excuse to come to him for a drink. While drinking, Kahn inquired about Konoha Hospital from Tsunade without any trace, and then they left after a while, but before leaving, Tsunade secretly packed away a few bottles of high-quality shochu. Konoha village is now cut out of funds, as long as someone guides a little, most ninjas will vent their anger on Hatake Tsukumo. However, it would be a pity if Muyibaye died like this. Kahn thought for a while. It might be difficult for him to recruit Muyibaye, but he could help him a little so that he would not be so stubborn. In the evening, Kahn contacted Orochimaru again, about helping him become the 4th Hokage. He can be responsible for the Fire Country daimyo and fame promotion, and Orochimaru needs an opportunity, and now his achievements are still weak, in terms of strength. Kahn is not sure about Orochimaru's strength. At the beginning, he gave Orochimaru a perfect extremis virus serum. If Orochimaru used it for himself, it would be an extra blood succession limit, plus Ryuchi Cave's Snake Sage mode. Orochimaru is now, it can be said, to be the strongest among Sannin. In the end, Orochimaru also proposed that he wanted some experimental bodies and new research equipment, which was not difficult for Kahn, but he also asked Orochimaru to help him continue to develop the spell, mainly using the fairy chakra to strengthen the body and super soldier serum binding studies. That's a challenge for Orochimaru, but one that interests him. Kahn, who has mastered Sage mode, can train a group of subordinates who are imprinted with immortal spells. With the addition of Super Soldier Serum, he can surpass most Chunin by virtue of physical fitness alone. If coupled with the microreactor personal battle armor conceived by Kahn, mass production of Jonin can be realized, the reaction speed is the same as Jonin, no seals are required, weapons are diversified, and cooperation in groups. However, this goal is still far away. Vank and his son will continue to study the arc reactor, and Orochimaru has not yet started research. Boss, there are currently 46 ninjas supported by us, but there are only 7 Chunin, and the rest are all Genin. Yakushi Nanoyu took out a list and handed it to Kahn, which is the result of her development in recent years. While learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, she also developed secret staff. It is already very good to have this scale. Moreover, Jonin is not so easy to cultivate. Every Jonin needs Hokage to nod in person. Only when he can stand alone in all aspects can he be promoted to become a Jonin. The development time of Yakushi Nanoyu is too short, and it is already very good to be able to train 7 Chunin. Good job, Nanoyu. For those who really don't have ninja talent, you can suggest that they switch to civilian jobs in Konoha village, otherwise they will die in vain if they go to the battlefield. Kahn looked at the list, and the records are very detailed, including hobbies and habits, and when he received funding, to be able to do this, Nanayu has the demeanor of a walking witch a few years later up. No Naoyu, your strength can be properly strengthened. You only have medical ninjutsu. If you encounter an accident, you will be very weak. Sign this. Kahn took out a summoning scroll, which was the solo summoning scroll of Ichikajima Haim. He took this out and planned to let Ichikajima Haim help Yakushi Nanoyu practice Sage Mode. MJU4NDA2NTC30DM1ND3NJK2JY smiley face. Without any hesitation, Yakushi Nanoyu directly signed her name on the summoning scroll. After she signed it, Kahn directly used the summoning technique. Boom! A puff of smoke rose in the house, and after the smoke from the summoning technique dissipated, a petite girl appeared in the house. Yakushi Nanoyu was slightly taken aback. Is the summoning beast she signed just now this girl? Ah la la, it took me so long to summon me. Is there no enemy this time? Ichikajima Haim complained first after she came out, and then looked at the surrounding environment, and found that she was not called to fight, but she saw the summoning scroll that had not been put away, and there was an extra person's name on it. A new contractor. Summon me out just for this kind of thing. Ichikajima Haim hadn't finished her complaints, and her petite nose twitched and sniffed. Ichikajima Haim saw that Kahn cut her finger, and the blood flowing from it poured into a small cup. Without the cover of the skin, the powerful and attractive life energy in the blood made Ichikajima Haim unable to bear the longing in her heart, and she felt that her stomach was hungry. Hashirama cells, Phoenix and Fire Dragon, formed by 3 genes blood, for Ichikajima Haim, is simply too wonderful. Kahn said to Ikajima-ji, help Yakushi Nanoyu learn Sage Mode and Shinju, and I will give you some blood in the future. That's all, don't use treatment, don't waste it. Seeing that Yakushi Nanoyu was about to wipe the blood on Kahn's hands with a tissue, Shikijima Haim flew over anxiously, took the cup with one hand, and stuffed Kahn's finger into his mouth with the other hand, and then forcefully take a breath. Kahn quickly pulled his hand out, no longer using chakra and magic power to suppress the feeling of the extremis virus repairing, allowing the wound to heal instantly. This guy looks like a petite girl, but it's actually a snake, and then Kahn said to Ichikajima Haim with a serious face. You are the 3 gods of Ryuchi Cave anyway, can you stop acting like a hungry ghost? Ichikajima Haim didn't listen at all. After Kahn pulled her finger out of her mouth, she went to enjoy the blood in the cup, and licked the cup clean after drinking. Only then did Ichikajima Haim say nonchalantly, Sanshin-ji is also a snake. When I become a real fairy, you can talk about this again. Is she the one who wants to learn Sage Mode? Ichikajima Haim drifted to Yakushi Nanoyu and smelled it, and then she was a little disappointed. The new contractor did not have the smell she hoped for, but was just an ordinary human being. I see. When she wants to learn Sage Mode, just summon me. If it goes well, she can complete it in half a month. Ichikajima Haim said confidently that as long as there is the assistance of Sanshin-ji, Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode will be the fastest one in all holy places, there is no doubt about it. Then Kahn sent Ichikajima Haim back, and introduced Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode and Senjutsu to Yakushi Nanoyu. Don't look at the snake just now, but its strength is still very strong. If you have time, you can ask her to help you practice Sage Mode and Fairy Art. After success, your strength will be greatly improved. I see, I am very grateful to the boss for cultivating me. Yakushi said gratefully that he funded her Jonin school, helped her find Sannin as a teacher, and now sells blood to help her contact Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 holy places. This kindness is really hard to repay. Suddenly, Yakushi Nanoyu remembered one thing, not very important, but worth developing. Boss, the medical class created by Mr. Tsunade in the ninja school has been quite effective. There are many students who are suitable to become medical ninjas. Shall we recruit them to join? Medical ninja, how about talent? Compared with you. There are 2 people in the medical class who are very talented, but Kato Shizun is a relative of Kato Dan Jonin, so there is no possibility of joining us. The other student is Noera Rin, but he can be absorbed. He came from a civilian family and his parents died in the war. Among Noera Lin is very talented in medical treatment. If she is trained well, she should be no worse than me. Kahn looked at Noera Lin's information, nodded to Yakushi Nanoyu and said, if that's the case, let's try it. I trust your judgment. If she can be absorbed by us and has this talent, then focus on training her. A powerful medical ninja in the ninja world can be transformed into a biological researcher at any time. A powerful medical ninja must have a deep understanding of various organs, tissues, cells, and blood of the human body, which is valuable for cultivation. The study of Immortal Curse seal on strengthening the body. It is indeed a good choice to train subordinates, but not now. The affairs of the village are too busy. Even if you separate chakra and use shadow clone, you can't do it. If you can bring Tsunade here, fortunately, with her ability, it should be very fast. Orochimaru didn't think much of it when he heard Kahn's words. He didn't do it on purpose. Many Jonin in the village had already cancelled the mission, and ninjas like him may soon go to the front again. Even if he is interested now, he can't spare the time for research. Kahn shook his head and said to Orochimaru on the tablet, Tsunade is not like you, she can't tolerate many things. Since you don't have time, let's talk about it later, but don't push the interview about NI, or I will let the newspaper run free. After speaking, he ended the call, although he was a little regretful. Although war can be a good time to make a fortune, it also delays many other things. It is definitely unwilling to find Tsunade Kahn, unless Tsunade is his person, otherwise the news will leak out soon. Besides Tsunade, is that Yakushi Nanoyu? Her medical ninjutsu is very good. Even without the status of Tsunade's student, Yakushi Nanoyu's medical level is also in the forefront of Konoha Hospital, but Yakushi Nanoyu is not involved in human experiments, and medical ninjutsu is still there. Learning. At present, it does not meet the standards required by Kahn, and it may not be qualified until a few years later. By the way, there are 2 people who are very suitable, Shinong and Bailuhu. Kahn suddenly thought that these 2 people have excellent research in human body research. One created physical activation and physical regeneration, and the other can integrate the blood succession limit. If they can be found and controlled with the Imperious Curse, then you can harvest 2 human researchers. It's just that Kahn didn't know if they could still conduct research after using the Imperious Curse on them. Find their traces first, and then I will personally convince them. Now Shinong and Bailuhu should be just a Jonin. Shinong's strength is even weaker. Without physical activation and physical regeneration, he is a medical ninja. The former should be easy to find. After all, he is often used as a ninja in the ninja world doctor. The latter will take a while. Shadow Clone Technique. After Kahn created a Shadow Clone, he asked Shadow Clone to leave Konoha and go to the underground gold exchange office to issue tasks. He has apparition, and can ignore Konoha's enchantment to any place he remembers clearly in the ninja world. Farther away, though, will increase the mana consumed by apparition. But with Kahn's strong magic power, even from Cloud Shinobi Village to Sand Shinobi Village, there is no problem. As long as there is news, Kahn can immediately invite Shinong and Belius back. Ninja School. Under Tsunade's medical reform, the new medical course has been listed as a regular course in the ninja school. From the 2nd grade, everyone must participate, but only in the 4th grade will the assessment be made for those who are suitable to be medical ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha executives have no objection to Tsunade's proposal. They don't need to spend more money and can train more medical ninjas for Konoha. They have no reason to object. It's just for the students of ninja school to take one more class. If you play for a while less, you will have a better chance of surviving on the battlefield. This is also for the benefit of the students. Before the selection and examination of medical ninjas, the students of ninja school learn a series of surgical first aid such as bandaging and suturing, internal injury judgment and other knowledge, as well as identifying herbs and healing techniques. If they learn the healing technique, it means that the student very talented in medical ninjutsu. Under normal circumstances, the 2nd-year students of the ninja school can learn the healing technique within 1 year, and they can become medical ninjas in the future, but before they can learn the healing technique, they must first improve their chakra control ability to an extremely high level. As a result, very few people learn the healing technique in the 1st year, and it is usually only in the 2nd or 3rd year that someone can successfully perform it. People like Shizun and Noera Rin can successfully perform the healing technique after only half a year of learning. Will definitely be a medical ninja in the future. Before get out of class ends, I want to remind all students not to take the medical class seriously. The grades in the medical class will be linked to your graduation grades. If you do poorly in the exam, it will have a big impact on the class placement after the exam. Yakushi Nanoyu said to these students with a flat expression that they did not realize the importance of medical ninjutsu or first aid on the battlefield, squad configuration. If there are none, they will be assigned to the so-called cannon fodder squad. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say it's cannon fodder, but it's certain that they won't be taken seriously by the upper echelon or even the frontline command. When the time comes, considering the team's configuration, they might be sent to play some decoy roles. Teacher Nanoyu. After Yakushi Nanoyu left the classroom, Noera Lin hurriedly chased after him. Uchiha Obito stretched out his hand. Before he could speak, Noera Lin ran out of the classroom. He wanted to ask Lin for advice. In a word, but this time it is impossible. Nohara-san, it's you, what's the matter? Yakushi Nanoyu smiled kindly, although she is only 16 years old, but her identity as a teacher and the temperament of a caring big sister made her show a maturity that does not match this age. Mr. Nanoyu, can I follow you to Konoha Hospital for an internship? I have learned all the medical knowledge in the 2nd grade, and now I don't know how to master the healing technique. The implication of Rin Nohara's words is that there are no patients for her to practice, but Konoha Hospital has no shortage of people now. Yakushi Nanoyu, a student from the ninja school, can arrange it herself, but she will not agree easily. Have you learned everything? I need to ask Mr. Tsunade about the internship at Konoha Hospital, but I have a 3rd-year illness and dispensing here. You can learn to prepare poison and antidote. After all, advanced medical ninjas need grandmaster pharmaceutical skills. Yakushi Nanoyu pointed out Noera Lin, but Noera Lin looked a little embarrassed after hearing this book, and then asked in a low voice, Mr. Nanoyu, I can go to Konoha Hospital to learn from the seniors first. Do you dispense medicine? Dispensing medicines was expensive, and the family's money would run out quickly if one tried it in private, without guidance. Yakushi Nanoyu shook his head and said, I'm afraid this is not possible. Now that the war is approaching, the medicine warehouse has a high degree of secrecy. In Konoha Hospital, if the task is not close, it is even more impossible for the apprentice. In fact, if Yakushi Nanoyu arranges, no one will reject her. Seeing Noera Lin's disappointed face, Yakushi Nanoyu patted her on the head comfortingly, and said, Student Noera Lin, come to me at night, and I will find a way for you. After telling Noera Lin where she lived, Yakushi Nanoyu left directly. Using power and status to suppress, and then giving personal help, Yakushi Nanoyu is quite proficient in this method although he is young. The first seaport in the land of waves. A white-haired middle-aged man looked around this bustling port, and murmured from time to time, "It's really eye-opening how the land of waves has become so prosperous." This person is Jiraiya, who left the village to look for the Child of Destiny. He also shoulders the task of scouting information, but this task has no specific direction and no specific time. It is a privilege given to Jiraiya by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After leaving Konoha, Jiraiya first went to the country of Tang, trying to find out the news of Destiny's Child from the girls in the bar, but he failed, and got nothing but happiness. Then Jiraiya went to several famous hot spring baths in Yonokuni, hoping to find some clues about Destiny Child, but he still had nothing but happiness. However, when Jiraiya was in Yuno country, he saw several merchant ships shipped by Kahn. Jiraiya thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's advice, and after learning about the origin of the merchant ships from the locals, he followed them to the country of Nami. "Uncle, please give me 2 skewers of grilled fish." Jiraiya came to a roadside stall run by an older man, and while buying grilled fish, she got a lot of news from him. The country of Nami is a small island country, and there are many things that cannot be hidden from the locals. Jiraiya's questioning is also very skillful. When it comes to the heart of the old man who sells grilled fish, the two communicated freely. Although the old fish griller is almost always admiring what the Kahn Chamber of Commerce has done, he still revealed a lot of useful news for Jiraiya, especially his 2 sons are working in Kahn's factory. After picking up the grilled fish and leaving here, Jiraiya's face also showed seriousness. The factory is producing at full capacity. Does Konoha need so much medicine? On the other hand, it happened to be the time for Kahn and Kirigakure to trade. This time the 2 parties traded a lot of goods, including medicines and some combat preparation resources, which couldn't fit in several seal scrolls, so they had to be delivered by ship. What Kirigakure paid was not cheap. They couldn't pay for the delivery of so many goods for the time being, and Kahn didn't need so many banknotes, so they asked to trade with chakra metal. The size of 2 fists, Kirigakure has lost all his money, but the medicines and medical items traded back are enough for them to fight a protracted war. "Mr. Harry, we have checked and the quantity of the goods is all right." Chirumishin told Kahn's shadow clone that since Kahn took the post of Minister of Fire, he has changed his appearance. Chirumishin also knows the inside story, but only he knows it, and the other people who accompany him don't know. This is something that was agreed in advance. Chirumi Xin handed Kahn a box, which contained chakra metal, which was worth nearly 100 million taels, and it was difficult to buy with money. There is no problem with the things, the transaction is completed, and it will be fine for Huchuan to return to the voyage by itself. Kahn experimented with the metal in the box with chakra, and he could feel the smooth flow of chakra in the metal just after feeding it a little. Chirumi Shin smiled and said, "If there is no problem, then we will go back first." "Wait a minute, is he one of yours?" Kahn pointed to a person who Chirumi Xin had just got off the cargo ship and asked. This person's eyes were not right, and he had been looking around after getting off the cargo ship, and he had glanced at him several times. The person pointed out by Kahn is the person controlled by Jiraiya. He used the Toad Flat Shadow control technique to control a member of Mist Shinobi's team, but he did not expect to be noticed. Who? Chirumishin looked back and found that they were the people they brought from the water country pier. The people there were all sent to him by Yuanshi. There should be no problem. Maybe Mr. Kahn was a little nervous. "Mr. Harry, that's the man we brought." Before Chirumishin finished speaking, he saw Kahn pointing his finger. The ground under the man he mentioned just now changed suddenly. The hard concrete road suddenly turned into mud, and several flowing stone pillars appeared at the same time, ready to move the man. Tied up. Of course Jiraiya would not just sit back and watch being caught. He directly manipulated the man to jump high, landed on the ground and poked out from the shadows, and quickly released a fire-style ninjutsu with a seal. Fire-style flame bomb. Fiery fireballs rushed out of Jiraiya's mouth, and quickly hit Kahn and Terumi Nobu's direction. What an enemy! Terumishin's face turned red. Just now he wanted to swear that there would be no problems with the Yuanchu's people, but the reality gave him a slap in the face. Facing Jiraiya's fire-style attack, Terumi Shindu even wanted to use water-style to fight back, but Kahn raised his hand to stop him, and continued to use the transformation technique, turning the cement on the ground into a shield to block Jiraiya fire-style. In the next second, Kahn suddenly disappeared in place. He used apparition to move to a position more than 20 meters behind Jiraiya. Since there was almost no sound, and Jiraiya was in a state of stiffness due to the toad-flat shadow control technique, there was no sound. Spotted Kahn behind him. When he jumped up and landed just now, Jiraiya had already recorded all the surrounding situations. In his impression, there would be no one behind him. However, Kahn is a special case. Apparition is originally a magic on the road, but it is skillfully used by Kahn in battle. Torn apart. After landing, Kahn cast another spell directly at Jiraiya. The crushing curse was the most convenient for him, but after using the crushing curse, Kahn regretted it a bit. He should have used the instant death curse or the Imperious curse. At the critical moment, Jiraiya instinctively sensed the danger behind him, and subconsciously instilled chakra into his hair, but before the ninjutsu of Needle Jizo was used, he felt a huge force knocking him out. Behind, how can there be an enemy? Jiraiya was sent flying more than 10 meters away with great force, and the hair on her back was all broken. Even if it wasn't completely Needle Jizo, the hair after instilling chakra was still very hard. But now it was shattered by a single blow, and Jiraiya felt like her waist, which she had worked on for months, was about to break. You can't stay any longer, you will die if you stay any longer. Jiraiya is basically sure that these are the mist shinobi ninjas. He was careless and was attacked from behind, has lost the capital to stay and seize them, and he has no intel on the mist shinobi ninjas. Boom! As soon as Jiraiya landed, he threw some smoke bombs in front of him, and thick smoke rose for a moment, and then he drilled into the ground with earth style. Smoke. Kahn frowned slightly when he saw the thick smoke, then waved his hand and directly used magic power to shake the smoke away. The efficiency of this was a bit slow, but he had never learned wind-style ninjutsu, and it took 3 times for the smoke to completely blow away. Dispersed, at this time the Jiraiya people had disappeared. There's a pothole in the ground that appears to have been escaped through earth-style ninjutsu. Kahn thinks for a moment before giving up on the pursuit. He is a shadow clone here, and he has to keep the chakra metal. If he wants to chase people, he can only let the main body come, but the main body does not have any tracking magic and ninjutsu. In addition to the hole in the ground, Kahn also found some white's hair in another place. With the ninjutsu that came out of the shadow just now, the identity should be very obvious. At this time, Terumi Nobu also came to Kahn's side, bowed with a very ugly face and said, "Mr. Harry, I am very sorry, this is all our negligence. Didn't help. Don't worry, you haven't revealed your identity, and it won't affect future business." Kahn waved his hand and said to Meishin, he was only trading with people from the land of water, not Kirigakure. So many nobles in the land of fire did the same thing. Konoha and Sand Shinobi beat you to death, they still have to fight from the wind. The country purchases iron or resources. Why do ninja fights affect their money? I am so sorry. Terumi Shin apologized again. Even if Kahn didn't care, they were still very guilty. After Jiraiya left, Terumi Xian carefully checked everyone and all places, and after confirming that it was correct this time, Terumi Xian was relieved. While sending others to check carefully, Terumishin also took the opportunity to tell Kahn about Kirigakure's recent activities. After Kahn continued to entrust Mist Shinobi with missions that might provoke war, Kirigakure sent mission teams one after another, and almost all the shipping routes and basic ports of the Kingdom of Thunder were destroyed. Although 3rd Mizukage sensed that something was wrong, there was a task entrusted by Kahn outside, and several big blood families took the initiative to cooperate. When 3rd Mizukage realized, Kirigakure and Cloud Shinobi Village were only one step away from starting the war. In this situation, even the great names of the two countries cannot regulate and stop it. What's more, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder wished that Cloud Shinobi Village could wipe out the madmen like Mist Shinobi, because they acted recklessly and caused the Kingdom of Thunder to lose tens of millions of taels. Kahn can't guess exactly how much Lei Jigua lost. Anyway, in the past 6 months, his Chamber of Commerce has made a lot of money, and the shipping business has also doubled. He bought 4 old ships and has 5 new ships waiting to be launched. This batch of medicine is probably the supplies prepared before the war. Once the war starts, it will be sent to the front line. Shinjuan, you have to be careful in everything. If you are targeted by 3rd Mizukage, come and join me. When the two talked privately, Kahn also changed back to his original identity. Chirumishin nodded and said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Kahn, I will play it by ear. If something happens, I will send my people to the Kingdom of Fire to seek Mr. Kahn's help." The deal with Kirigakure this time can be said to have made Kahn a lot of money, and now he can still buy chakra metal, which can only be said to be the charm of war. Keep half of this metal and take the other half back, so that Vank and his son can study it to see if it can be used in weapons. After the shadow clone sent back the memory, Kahn was also slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, there was an accident in the transaction. Jiraiya went to the country of waves. Was it a coincidence or intentional? He recalled it again, confirmed that Jiraiya should have found no evidence or anything, and slowly relieved. "Boss, what happened?" Kushina asked in a strange voice. Just now Kahn suddenly moved her head, and her face rubbed against her legs a few times. This skin-to-skin friction feeling, especially the heat from Kahn's breath, almost made her concentrate on massaging. "Can't do it." After thinking for a while, Kahn said, "I'm a bit craving grapes, Kushina." After Kushina heard the words, her cheeks puffed up, and she used her massage hands slightly. It turned out that the plate of grapes on the table next to the sofa was not for her, but for her to peel for the boss. She also likes grapes very much. Today, Kushina did not kneel on the ground with a knee pillow, but sat on the sofa, which also brought her and Kahn closer. Her thighs could clearly feel the heat of Kahn's exhalation, and every time the heat would make her strange mind. It's inconvenient to peel grapes now. Although Kushina was thinking of this sentence, his behavior was completely inconsistent with what he thought in his heart. He stretched out a hand unconsciously and took the grapes, and then peeled the grapes. After the blood-red pepper came to Kahn's room, it directly turned into a blood-red tomato. Kahn is enjoying Kushina's peeled grapes in peace at home, while rumors are circulating in Konoha village. Dear Lord White Fan violated the ninja rules because of personal feelings, causing Konoha and Fire Nation to suffer heavy losses. I don't know when this rumor spread, but it has gradually become the main content of the street chat, and some people don't believe it. And even if Nation of Fire and Konoha suffer heavy losses, it has nothing to do with them. Wouldn't they be compensated for that part if they don't suffer heavy losses? However, under the deliberate leadership of some people, they finally connected Muyibaya's failure to complete the task with the possible destruction of the country, which slowly changed the emotions and positions of many people, and began to complain about White Fan. Even the students of the ninja school know about this. After all, Muibaya is Kakashi's father, and Kakashi is a genius who graduated from the ninja school last year. It is said that he has recently become a chunin. After Noera Lin heard about Muibaya, she was keenly aware that this trend was not right, but she didn't know what was going on, but if it passed on like this, it would definitely have a bad influence on Kakashi. "Obito, let's go see Kakashi after school." Uchiha Obito was immediately upset when he heard this. "Look at what that guy is doing, he became a chunin and didn't come back to see us." "Well, I get it, Lin." Just now Lin didn't use a discussing tone, and was staring at Kakashi when he expressed dissatisfaction with Kakashi, so Obito agreed without holding on for long. After hearing Obito's agreement, Noera Rin nodded with a smile. After the ninja school was over, Rin Noera and Uchiha Obito walked towards Hitaki's house. Hitaki's house was relatively remote, and under the name of Muibaya, he would definitely be able to buy a house in the middle of the village, but Hataki Sakumo prefers a quiet place, so I chose the outermost part of the village. When Noara Lin and Uchiha Obito were approaching, they suddenly found that there were two other people on the road, and they also stopped by. Uchiha Obito waved and asked, "Uncle, you are also looking for Kakashi?" "No, are you going to Hataki's house?" "That's right, two students, we are the president and reporter of Ninja Weekly, I hope you will support Ninja Weekly." The president of the Konoha newspaper said to Noara Rin and Uchiha Obito with a smile, and then took out a business card and handed it to Uchiha Obito. He saw the round fan on the child, so he greeted him friendly. "I watched that every issue, it's really good looking, Mr. President." Uchiha Obito said excitedly, and then he and Rin Noara also learned from the president of the Konoha newspaper that he was going to interview Hataki Sakumo, and wanted to interview some useful news for publication in the newspaper. Noara Lin and the two became curious. Lin Noara immediately asked, "So you are also going to interview Kakashi's father, Mr. President, do you know what happened?" "We are classmates with Kakashi, and we are very worried about him. We don't know much about this matter, so we are going to interview it." The president of the Konoha newspaper said, "If you want to know, just follow up and take a look, but I don't know if Mr. Hataki will let you in. Add more at noon, but can you ask for a little ticket? If you don't have a monthly pass, a recommended ticket is fine. Mr. Hataki, if you don't want to say anything, we will be very embarrassed, and this interview is also the intention of the daimyo envoy. If you have any grievances or inside information, you can tell the public through Ninja Weekly." The president of the Konoha newspaper tried to persuade him, but Hataki Sakumo still didn't want to speak, and Rin Noara was also a little anxious. She just heard the newspaper president say that Kakashi might be affected if things go on like this. At that time, Hataki Sakumo was a little moved, but still did not change his attitude. No matter what the newspaper president asked, he either shook his head or said nothing. Hataki Sakumo was not a political idiot, he was just sometimes more pure, but it's not that he can't see the attitude of Konoha's senior management towards him. The daimyo wants him to be a Hokage, but the Konoha executives don't want a Hokage who is close to the country of fire. In their view, Hokage should be loyal to Konoha, rather than regard Konoha as a subordinate organization of the daimyo. Hataki Sakumo also understands the position of third Hokage and other high-ranking Konohas, and he has had it since he was a jonin. But they shouldn't use saving their companions as an excuse. If there are other reasons, Hataki Sakumo may admit his fault after thinking about it. He did not complete the task and brought losses to the country of fire and Konoha, but saving his companions is definitely not wrong, it should not be polluted by politics excuse. So Hataki Sakumo didn't want to accept it all the time, he refused the mission and stayed behind closed doors, but things didn't seem to calm down, they seemed to think that they were unwilling to fail, and there were other conspiracies brewing. The reason for saving your companions cannot be tarnished by others, otherwise the ninjas in the village will become cold and murderous weapons. This is what Hataki Sakumo thinks in his heart, so whenever the president of Ninja Weekly asks questions, he doesn't say a word. Once he speaks, it may attract stronger suspicion from Konoha's senior management. Yi Yuanlin also wanted to know the truth or persuade her, but she had no position, and being allowed to enter the house was already very good, so she could only sit there and worry. When Kakashi finished his mission and returned home, he invited the newspaper president, Rin Noara, and Uchiha Obito out of his home after learning about their intentions. Kakashi also heard rumors outside, but he believed in his father, so he didn't want to see these people's intentions, and after asking his father about things, he directly asked them to leave Hataki's house, even if it was for his father's good. If the father does not want to say, then there must be his reasons. After leaving Hataki's house, Noara Rin couldn't help asking, "Mr. President, Kakashi's father is unwilling to say, what should we do next?" "What should I do?" "Classmates, you should go home. Although I understand how you want to help your friends, you just saw that Hataki-san's son doesn't seem to need your concern." The words of the president of the Konoha newspaper made Noara Rin and Uchiha Obito feel a little blush. Just now Kakashi's attitude towards them was very ordinary, and it was a bit far from the good friends they said. Rin Noera intertwined her hands behind her back, squeezed her fingers and said, "I want to help Kakashi." Uchiha Obito said a little angrily, "That stinky guy, I don't even entertain my classmates when they come. I don't want to care about him yet." The completely different attitudes of the two made the newspaper president understand the relationship between the three, so he said with a smile, "Two classmates, it's getting late, you go back quickly, I have to go to Mr. Gongqing next time. If you report there, you won't be traveling with you. Mr. Gongqing." After seeing the attitude of the newspaper president, Rin Noera suddenly became curious about this person. The minister of the Fire Kingdom should be a high-ranking person. If it was him, would he be able to help Kakashi? As a person with good grades in the theory class of the ninja school, Noera Lin knew what the title of Gongqing represented. In the Kingdom of Fire, apart from the daimyo and those few ministers, the status of Gongqing was the highest. However, Noera Lin also knew that with her current status, it was impossible to talk to the other party, otherwise she could go directly to Hokage-sama. After the newspaper boss left, Uchiha Obito said to Noera Lin with a smile, "Lin, it's so late, shall I take you back?" "No need for Obito, I'll just go back by myself. It's getting late, so you should go back early to rest." After Noera Rin finished speaking, she waved to Uchiha Obito and left directly. After Noera Lin left, Uchiha Obito smiled and said, "Lin is so kind. He will practice hard after returning today, and surpass Kakashi as soon as possible." However, Rin Noera did not go home immediately. After she and Uchiha Obito parted, she quietly followed behind the president of Konoha newspaper, watched him walk into a house behind the Kahn dessert shop, and then nodded and left. This is probably where the gentleman mentioned by the president lives. Although it is not easy to rush to ask for help now, you can tell Kakashi, or he will have a solution. Yi Yuanlin felt a little anxious when she thought that although she knew about it, she couldn't do anything. Thinking of this, Noera Lin did not go home, but went to the place where Yakushi Nanoyu lived. "Nohara-san, I thought you had to think about it for a few more days, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. What happened?" Yakushi Nanoyu poured Noera Lin a cup of tea, and asked casually, but after Noera Lin took the water cup, she didn't reply, and she felt embarrassed to help Kakashi, so she looked around. There is no opening. "Since this is the case, then I won't ask anymore. Lin Noera, are you sure you want to accept my help?" "You know, teacher, I won't help you for no reason." Yakushi Nanoyu opened his mouth and said to Noera Lin, "In fact, among us civilian ninjas, there are some good friends who will help each other, but I think this kind of help is too small, so I set up a mutual aid club. Those who join will be able to get the support of the club, and when you become stronger in the future, you must also give back to the club. We uphold the purpose of mutual benefit." After Noera Lin finished listening, she opened her eyes slightly and asked, "It sounds good, Mr. Nanayu. Are there many people in the mutual aid club at present?" Yakushi Nanoyu shook his head and said with a smile, "Not many, including me, there are only a dozen or so. At present, they are just exchanging experience on genin technique or practice, so that they can live better after going to the battlefield. The club is real, but the people inside are all genin, and Yakushi Nanoyu also attracted some genin who were not from the orphanage as a cover, and there are not many ninjutsu resources that can be exchanged, at most a few sea-level ninjutsu. The talented ninjas will be personally contacted by Yakushi Nanoyu, and they will have the opportunity to get B-level or A-level ninjutsu investment. If they perform well, Kahn may give them a chance after the super soldier serum energy is produced. In that case, I would like to join the mutual aid club, Mr. Nanoyu." Noera Rin thought for a while and said with a smile, "If she wants to improve now, she can only rely on teacher Nanoyu, otherwise there are too few opportunities to improve in ninja school." Seeing that Noera Lin agreed, Yakushi Nanoyu then persuaded Noera Lin that each member should leave a curse mark on their body, which is the need to identify members in the future. Noera Lin is a little smart, but she doesn't have much knowledge. In addition, he couldn't think of the reason why Yakushi Nanoyu lied to her, so he agreed. However, before planting the curse seal, Yakushi Nanoyu used some small means of medicine to make Noera Lin fall asleep in a daze. Then she got up to contact Kahn. A little girl is worth your effort, Nonayu. After Kahn came to Yakushi Nanoyu's house by operating, he saw that Noera Lin was already sleeping on the sofa, and there seemed to be a smell of burning medicine in the room. Although it was very faint, it made the extremis virus in his body automatically repaired it. Boss, Rin Noera is worthy of us. In this ninja school, she should have the best talent in medical ninjutsu, and she is a little clever. If she is not affected by the curse, she may not be with us in the future. The most important thing is that Yakushi Nanoyu feels that Noera Rin's chakra is also a little different, but this is just her guess, and there is no basis for it. Kahn nodded after hearing the words. He believed in Nonayu's judgment, so he stepped forward and left a curse mark on Noera Lin's chest. The neck was too obvious, and he also improved the curse mark, replacing the Goyu pattern with irregular marks. Even if people see them, they will think they are birthmarks or scars. What he left in Noera Lin's body was the fairy chakra, but it was the fairy chakra who was tamed by him. It can only consume, and has no function of absorbing natural energy from the outside world, so it will not be noticed by others, but the natural energy is more powerful, the effect of affecting the mind is stronger. After planting the seal, Kahn left directly. After he left for a while, Yakushi Nanoyu woke up Noera Lin, told her that the logo of the Mutual Aid Association had been left for her, and then gave Noera Lin some medicine dispensing experience and practice resources. Noera Rin was a little dazed after waking up, but then she was dazzled by the joy in front of her eyes, and quickly thanked Yakushi Nanoyu. As for the qualifications to come to Konoha Hospital for an internship, Yakushi Nanoyu also promised Noera Lin to inquire about it, and then let her go back. After leaving Yakushi Nanoyu's home, Noera Lin quickly forgot about the curse seal. Maybe she would only remember it when she noticed it, but now the curse seal is slowly functioning. Kahn's immortal chakra is affecting the spiritual energy in Noera Lin's body, and through these to affect her thoughts and impressions. Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly received a reply from Jiraiya. After reading the information sent by Jiraiya, he frowned slightly, then took a puff of dry tobacco and let it out helplessly. Jiraiya is just guessing and has no evidence. He believes in Jiraiya, but he can't let others believe in Jiraiya with him. Go and call Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered Umbu outside the house, and he hadn't asked about Namikaze Minato's situation for a long time. Minato, is there any difficulty in practicing the Flying Thunder God technique recently? After Sarutobi Hiruzen called Namikaze Minato, he asked about the progress of Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. He was also paying attention to Namikaze Minato's task recently, and the completion rate was very high, but he didn't know how the Flying Thunder God technique was doing. If it can be skillfully used in actual combat, then Konoha can reproduce the demeanor of the #1 speed in the ninja world. If Mr. Tobarama wanted to escape, basically no one would be able to kill him. The space-forbidden technique of Flying Thunder God has no solution for ordinary ninjas. I have encountered some troubles in practicing Flying Thunder God, Lord 3rd Hokage. I always feel that the imprint of Flying Thunder God by Lord 2nd Hokage is not suitable for me. After transferring twice in a row, the imprint seems to dissipate. There will be a gap when the 4 transfers, so I want to improve the Flying Thunder God imprint, but it lacks analogy. Namikaze Minato scratched his head and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen that the problem he said was only discovered recently during the execution of the mission. The Flying Thunder God imprint of Master 2nd Hokage is not suitable for him, and it will slowly dissipate after being transferred a few times. If possible, he would like to keep the imprint for a long time, otherwise he would have to keep taking out new Flying Thunder God kunai when he encountered a battle, which would be too troublesome. If he fought against a powerful ninja, it would be a very serious flaw. The imprint of Flying Thunder God may involve the combination of sealing technique and summoning technique. You can go to the sealing class to inquire. It is good that you have this idea. You are the only one who can engrave and transfer the imprint of Flying Thunder God on the entire Konoha people. Succeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted Namikaze Minato, then his eyes moved, and he suddenly thought of something, and continued to say to Namikaze Minato. I will tell Uzumaki Kushina that her sealing skill level should be the best among Konoha. You can have a good chat. We are all of the same age. The previous gap should be resolved. After Namikaze Minato heard Kushina's name, his eyes looked a little expectant, but when he thought of Kushina's attitude towards him, he felt a little scared in his heart. He was worried that even with third Hokage's order, Kushina would not accept it. Namikaze Minato forced a smile, and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'll do my best, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Umbu to call Kushina, Danzo suddenly walked in. He was called by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he also instantly solved the fundamental funding problem. After the daimyo slashed Konoha's funds, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and slashed at his roots. Now that the war is imminent, it's time to give the root funds a knife. Isn't it to let his root members go to the battlefield to die? Kunai, shurikens, uniform armor, explosive rune soldiers, food pills and medicines, those allocated by Mitokado Hamura are not enough, and he has to buy them himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and said to Danzo, You are here, Danzo, wait a moment, I will talk to you after dealing with Minato. Danzo was not in a hurry, anyway, his business would not be finished in a short while. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he leaned on a cane and sat down on the sofa beside him. After a while, Kushina was called over by Umbu, and when she walked into Hokage's office, she suddenly found two people in the room she didn't like very much. One is Namikaze Minato, who wants to provoke her relationship with the boss, and the other is Hokage's assistant Danzo, whose sister Tsunade warns her to stay away from this person. Kushina feels a little uncomfortable in the same room with these two people. Master Hokage. Kushina said hello to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and hoped that Sarutobi Hiruzen would finish the matter quickly so that she could return to the sealing class quickly. Kushina, now there is something that needs your help. Minato encountered some problems about the sealing technique when he was practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, so I hope you can help him solve it during this time. This is also a task. After Kushina heard this, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish speaking, she shook her head decisively and refused. I don't want to take on this task. Mr. Hokage, you should find someone else. The sealing technique of the sealing squad leader Sakura is better than mine. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, but he still tried to persuade him, Kushina, Sakura has more experience than you, but he is inferior to you in other aspects. After a while, you are fully qualified to become the new leader of the sealing class. Minato, he is also a village companion, he needs your help. Let him seek help from other people, there are so many people in the sealing class. No matter what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Kushina just refused to agree, and Namikaze Minato on the side looked very embarrassed. He wanted to say third Hokage forget it several times, but he didn't know what to say. Danzo on the side stepped forward and said in a cold voice, Uzumaki Kushina, you are now a ninja of Konoha village. Konoha has trained you for so long, and now I send you a task, but you are always pushing back and forth. Do you still have Konoha in your heart? Kushina has a very fiery personality. Although she was soft and sticky in front of Kahn, she was trained step by step. At first, she spoke kindly and cared, then gave gifts, and was attacked by Cloud Shinobi at the same time. At that time, the attitude of the whole school towards Kushina not bad, only Kahn will be good friends with Kushina. She has always been soft but not tough, especially when Kushina was unwilling. Danzo also forced her to speak, even if Kushina's rebellious mood echoed that of the tailed beast chakra. I said, I don't want to. Kushina raised her head suddenly, her eyes had turned into vertical tail pupils, and Red's long hair was faintly floating in the air behind her. Even if she didn't have white eyes, she could see the overflowing tail chakra on Kushina's body. What do you want to do? Umbu. Danzo shouted loudly, and a team of Umbu members appeared in the room instantly, dividing into four and blocking Kushina in the middle, but Kushina ignored them, but stared at Danzo, an annoying guy. If it wasn't for rational control, she would have echoed the tailed beast chakra by now, entering the second stage of the tailed beast's coat. Danzo was angry in his heart, and said with a cold look, "Do you think you can ignore Konoha's order with the power of the tailed beast? Today, the old man will." "All right." Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted with an ugly face, and then made a decisive arrangement. "Umbu backs down, Kushina, since you don't want to, then forget about it, and I will arrange other people to help Minato." After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kushina slowly put away the tailed beast chakra, and his eyes returned from vertical pupils to normal ones. Then Kushina left Hokage's office without saying a word, after glaring at Danzo and Namake's Minato. The outbreak of the tailed beast chakra was not out of control. Strictly speaking, it was the tailed beast chakra controlled by Kushina, but this made Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen feel uncomfortable. It's fine if the tailed beast Jinchuriki couldn't be controlled, but now they turned against them. Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head, smiled reluctantly at Namake's Minato. "Minato, it is impossible to ask Kushina to help you. I will give you an approval, you go to the ceiling class to find other people to help." "Yes, I see, thank you very much for your help, Master Hokage." Namake's Minato quickly saluted and said, after getting the approval, he left quickly. As soon as Namake's Minato left, Danzo said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a stern voice, "Hiruzen, this is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who has not been trained well. She doesn't even listen to the mission. The next step may be to betray the village. Before she can fully control with the power of Nine Tails, it is the best choice for the roots to train them into Jinchuriki who fully obey orders." Sarutobi Hiruzen still hesitated. "Let me think about it again, we will discuss this matter another day." "What else are you thinking? She dares not accept the mission now, and even uses the tail beast chakra to resist you and me. After he controls the power of Nine Tails, do you think Uzumaki Kushina will bring Nine Tails to rebel against the village or pull you down from Hokage?" Location. Danzo took a step forward and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a cold voice that it was because of his indecision that Nine Tails Jinchuriki became what it is today. But Sarutobi Hiruzen can't help it, not only the root funds, but all departments except Umbu have cut funds, among which the guards have cut the most. The Uchiha Patriarch has come to him 3 times, but Uchiha Fugaku just took office not long ago. I came 3 times and was fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen making excuses. If Kushina had been sent to the roots for rigorous training after she first became Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha would have already had a powerful Jinchuriki weapon, so why would she care about the provocations of other ninja villages? But Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage after all. He can tolerate Tsunade's rudeness to him, but he can't tolerate the power that the village can't control. Ors kowtowed in apology. Not long after Danzo left, there was another trouble in Hokage's office, and Tsunade suddenly kicked the door and walked in. After Tsunade heard Kushina's words, he rushed directly from Konoha Hospital to Hokage's office, and had a big fight with Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of other ninjas. Danzo didn't get what he wanted, but he took the second place and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen for a batch of ninja school graduates to supplement Umbu. The funds were cut a lot, and he no longer had the money to train his own staff. People with ninja foundation in the ninja school are the best manpower to supplement the route, and Danzo also got approval from Sarutobi Hiruzen to recruit people from the ninja to join the route. Because of Tsunade's status, no matter Sarutobi Hiruzen wins or loses in the quarrel, he will lose face in the end, so he quickly calmed down Tsunade's emotions, and finally settled the matter. And he also has to consider Tsunade's attitude. She and Kushina have lived together so far, and they are close relatives, as well as Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki, and Nawaki's teacher Orochimaru. Troublesome thing. Just now after Kushina left, she did not return directly to the sealing class, but went to Konoha Hospital to complain to Tsunade. If Kahn hadn't left Konoha, Kushina would definitely go to Kahn's home for comfort first, and she felt wronged. Brothers, the number of words in the 3rd shift remains the same today, but I am a little sleepy at night, and the other 2 shifts will be posted at noon and afternoon. I am really sorry, and I will be stuck together tomorrow. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not make a decision within a short period of time, Danzo talked about root funding. Before the war, anti-root funding must not be cut. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't make a decision for a while, and he was also very angry by Kushina, and he almost agreed to Danzo's suggestion just now, but if the root gets 9 tails Jinchuriki, the power will expand too much, which is something he absolutely doesn't want to see. This matter also requires the approval of Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the root was first established, he gave the root a lot of restrictions. Kahn left Konoha because of the news that a bounty hunter in the underground gold exchange had found Shinnong. This guy is also high profile, maybe he didn't expect someone like Kahn to be eyeing him, so he didn't hide his identity at all. Dr. Shinnong has been spread in several small countries, and he has even been to some villages and towns in the 5 major countries. Under the temptation of 10 million taels, Shinnong's news was quickly locked, and those who followed him were all specially inquired about the news from the underground bounty office, and Shinnong didn't notice it at all. When Kahn came to the ghost country, Shinnong was still treating other people's injuries in this village in the ghost country. After dismissing the bounty hunters, Kahn walked in alone. His heart is full of desire and hatred for power, and he can heal other people everywhere in the ninja world. Kahn does not believe that Shinnong has such a kind heart, and there is a high probability that he will accomplish his purpose while healing other people. For example, researching forbidden technique requires a lot of experimental subjects, but he can't expose his identity to attract Konoha's pursuit, and he doesn't have a huge power, so he can only study slowly in this way. Kahn believed in Shinnong's idea more than simply wanting to heal patients. After entering the village, Shinnong was using medical ninjutsu to treat the villagers. He seemed so serious that he didn't notice Kahn approaching him from behind. The soul is out of the body. After Shinnong healed the villagers in front of him, Kahn suddenly used the Imperious Curse to attack him. He did feel some resistance at the beginning, but under Kahn's huge magic power, Shinnong's resistance was insignificant at all. Dr. Shinnong. The next villager saw that Shinnong was frozen in place and did not treat him after he approached, so he couldn't help asking in doubt. But after the villager finished asking, Shinnong smiled and said to him, "I'm fine, let's continue the treatment." The speed of treatment was accelerated, and Shinnong also told the villagers to write down some diseases that needed medicine. As for some patients who should have gone to Shinnong for treatment at night, he also told them not to use them. It took some time to treat the common people in this village, and then Shinnong packed up his things and left. The common people in the village failed to persuade him to stay. After arriving outside the village, Kahn walked up to Shinnong from a distance, and said to himself, "Let me see where you and the remaining ninjas of Kong Nin are hiding." Legilimency. Kahn used this memory-reading magic on Shinnong. At this time, Shinnong was under his Imperious Curse and had no ability to resist. Soon, Kahn saw the memory in his brain. After a while, Kahn stopped Legilimency, shook his head slightly and said, "That's right, it's too early." At this time, it has not been a few years since Kong Nin was destroyed, and Kong Nin was torn apart. Shinnong is still looking for the whereabouts of Kong Nin's relics, and even the existence of Lingwei is not clear. Now he is treating the villagers and wants to develop a forbidden technique. Kahn thought about it. The resurrection technique of Zero Tail should have been obtained by Shinnong Konoha in the 53rd year, and the relics of Kong Nin should be found in the past few years, and then he will use the relics of Kong Nin to call and stay outside forbearance. Zero Tail, Dark Chakra. It's too unstable. It's better to use the arc reactor as the core energy source of the castle in the sky. Kahn thought about it for a while and then rejected Zero Tail. It needs people's inner darkness as a source of energy. What is this? What if it suddenly falls while flying? Master Kahn is a benevolent boss who wants to bring happiness to the common people in the ninja world. The flaws of Zero Tail and Dark Chakra are too obvious, and Shinnong's plan to conquer the world is just like a joke, but his medical ninjutsu and human body research are still quite advisable. How much medical ninjutsu do you know now? Healing jutsu, healing technique, fine trouble extraction technique. Under the control of the Imperious Curse, Shenong answered all of Kahn's questions, and he can continue to study. The Imperious Curse does not turn people into fools, but makes Shenong completely listen to the caster. It's just that the Imperious Curse has a time limit after all. After Kahn thought about it, he cast the Immortal Chakra seal on Shenong, and he could use the Imperious Curse to control Shenong for 2 years. 2 years later, the Immortal Chakra seal should have had a deep influence on Shenong, and by then he would no longer betray Kahn. Forget about the country of ghosts, let's build a research base in the country of T. There are many countries around the country of ghosts. He originally wanted to develop his influence in the country of ghosts, but to come to the country of ghosts, he had to pass through many other countries, and he was surrounded by 2 big countries, which were not as convenient as the country of T. Afterwards, Kahn took Shenong and directly came to the base of the country of T with apparition, and said to him, "Shenong, you will stay in the country of T from now on and help me do some research." After Shenong heard the words, he obediently replied, "Yes." Now Kahn's influence in the country of T is very large, even if it is a famous name in the country of T, it cannot be compared with him. In terms of treating civilians, the daimyo of the T country and the local nobles are definitely not as willing to spend money as Kahn. In addition, they have set up 3 factories and recruited many local civilians into the factories and guards. Hundreds of people. There is no ninja village in the country of T, and Kahn is the propaganda minister of the country of Fire, and has trade relations with Sand Shinobi village and Kirigakure. Except for some desperate wanderers, who would dare to accept the invitation of the daimyo or nobles of the country of T. Kahn's power. Afterwards, Kahn called Damo over. Xia Chuan didn't stay here for a long time, and she was more familiar with the land of fire. Damo, immediately go and gather a group of workers to build an underground research institute. I will send you the blueprint later. Kahn plans to build this research institute a little more confidentially. In addition to sealing all sides with steel plates, he also plans to install some self-destruct functions. At the same time, some protective equipment uses things from the Marvel world. The experiments to be conducted in this research institute are extremely valuable, even in the ninja world. It is also worthy of the 5 major ninja villages. Because the super soldier serum and the fairy seal are too important, Kahn personally supervised the work in the country of T. During the period, he went back to the Marvel world to buy some things. It took more than a month to fully build the research and experiment base. Good. The research and experiment base is very close to the 2 factories of Kahn. There are nearly 100 gun guards patrolling here every day. In addition, only Kahn and Shenong can enter it, and it is impossible for others to sneak in. If it breaks in violently, it can only trigger the self-destruct function of the test base, and it will be detonated directly at that time. Kahn will also send Shadow Clone to check the progress from time to time. At the same time, Kahn also allows Xia Chuan to get involved in the radio and other media industries as soon as possible. There are already signs of this in the ninja world, but it has not yet developed. By the time of Konoha's 56th year, Konoha and even Fire Nation had already appeared TV stations. Technology in the ninja world was developing rapidly, so Kahn must intervene as soon as possible to monopolize all related industries. He has already sent Xia Chuan to negotiate with the factory that manufactures radio equipment. They have ready-made venues and workers. Even if it is a bit more expensive, Kahn can accept it. Even the largest casino in the country is his, at most 1 or 2 months of casino revenue. Kami, has anything happened in the village recently? As soon as Kahn returned to Konoha, he found something was wrong. Yakushi and Nanoyu usually contacted at night, so he asked Nanami first. "Boss, I heard that Sand Shinobi has declared war on us, and the village has sent the first batch of ninja troops to the country of Chuan." Chihai said to Kahn with a slightly solemn face, "Facing the war, most people will subconsciously feel disgusted when they think of it, and when 3rd Hokage announced the mobilization 2 days ago, they said the situation was very dangerous, and Chihai inevitably became worried. After all, civilians are the most powerless in the face of war, and every war is accompanied by a large number of deaths. I heard that Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, led the team personally. The villagers feel at ease. After all, Master Orochimaru is a powerful ninja who defeated Rock Shinobi, and many people trust him very much. That was foiling Rock Shinobi's attack, not defeat. But Kahn thought about it again. He helped promote Orochimaru's fame, and now it seems that the effect is very good. As long as he wins a few more wars, the position of 4th Hokage will be stable. In addition to this incident, Kushina often comes to you, but she seems to have been wronged last month. Kushina will be wronged? Kahn was slightly surprised, whether it was status or strength, who in Konoha could make her feel wronged? Kahn just wanted to say hello, but Kushina rushed over the next second, hugging him emotionally. After being stared at for a while, Kushina looked away and asked with a flushed face, "Boss, what are you looking at me for?" "Leave it to me, boss." After a few minutes, Kushina felt that her face was gradually getting hot, and her body also had a strange feeling, although she wanted to continue hugging him from the bottom of her heart, but out of embarrassment, Kushina blushed and let go of Kahn. Under such circumstances, Rock Shinobi will definitely not be willing to be lonely, but Konoha, Sand Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi all have a large amount of medicine and medical supplies. If they fight Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, they will definitely gain the upper hand. At least casualties can be effectively reduced. While Kahn was thinking about this matter, there was a sound at the door, followed by the sound of little feet stepping on the floor, and within 2 seconds, the door of the living room was pulled open. Kushina, who is almost 17 years old, is developing very well now, especially when she hugged her excitedly. Kahn instantly felt the feeling of being squeezed by a young pigeon, but this scale can no longer be called pigeon. Kushina, you. End of this chapter. I just found out that the title of a chapter was wrongly posted, and there were two 116s. Fortunately, the book friends didn't see it, so it didn't count as an influence. Boss, I fell down just now, thank you for helping me. After Kahn left Nanami, he recalled his recent achievements. There have been many changes in the genin world under his influence. The war was 5 or 6 years earlier than before. Sand Shinobi declared war on Konoha, Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi is also about to fight. Kushina turned her face away and found a lame reason for her impulsiveness, but under Kahn's gaze, Kushina felt that there was nowhere to rest her body, a pair of slender white legs wrapped in black stockings. Under the gaze, she didn't know how to stand, even the 10 toes are slightly curled up, as if to hide. But he thought about it, he hadn't seen Tomato for more than a month, and he still missed her, so Kahn took out a box of gifts and said to Chihai, please help me deliver this to Kushina. Kushina is usually in the sealing class or enchantment class, which involves the secrets of Konoha, and Kahn doesn't want to get close to it, otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble. Kahn didn't say anything unnecessary, but slowly stroked Kushina's red hair to calm her emotions. Chihai made a promise and said to Kahn, then took the packaged desserts, and quickly left Kahn's house. Due to the impact of the war, the izakaya and other businesses were much deserted, and dessert shops and drugstores did not need her to keep an eye on them all the time, so there is plenty of time now. However, the war will become more cruel because of this, and it is very likely that there will be a situation that cannot be defended, such as directly putting the tailed beast Jinchuriki on the battlefield. If more than 2 ninja villages use the tailed beast Jinchuriki against Konoha, at that time Kushina must also inevitably go to war. Uzumaki Mito trained her the most. She also learned the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, and after she completed her studies, she also worked hard to use the sealing technique to repay Konoha, perfect and strengthen the enchantment, and she completed most of the divisions. Dry. Of course, this is too fast, and Kushina may accept kisses and hugs now, but she will definitely not accept it further. Small tomatoes need to be cultivated again to be fully ripe, and experienced fruit growers will never pick an immature fruit. Kahn patted the cushion beside the table and motioned for Kushina to sit down and talk. Kushina, I think you need to increase your strength now. In this world, only strong strength can truly protect you. If strength is too weak, you can only be manipulated by others. Kushina also agrees with this sentence. She bowed her head in some distress and said, I know, but I am only talented in the sealing technique at the moment. Although I have learned strange power from Sister Tsunade, I want to increase my strength quickly. Kahn interrupted Kushina and said, there is a way, you should know Nawaki, Tsunade's younger brother. Yes, it turns out that Nawaki's strength is not as good as mine, but after he awakened with style, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. When Kushina talked about Nawaki, she looked depressed. It turned out that she had never been her opponent. Who knew that she suddenly took control of the wood-style blood succession limit, and under the training of Orochimaru, her strength improved by leaps and bounds. The last time the two played against each other, Kushina used 9 tails with 3 tails chakra, neither is Nawaki's opponent. Wood style is too restrained for the tailed beast chakra. Kushina did not knock down Nawaki at the first time, and then he will become weaker and weaker, and Nawaki's recovery power is also terrible, and it is okay to stab his heart. That's the extremis virus. I brought a serum that can strengthen the body. If you need it, I still have a tube here. After injecting you, you will be the same as Nawaki. Not only will your recovery become stronger, but you can also control wood-style blood inheritance, can also ignore illusions. Kahn took out a tube of serum that was light blue and said to Kushina, I remember you said last time that sometimes your emotions will become very irritable, and the extremis virus serum can make you immune to external negative emotions. What he took out was a tube of perfect extremis virus serum, which was fused with Hashirama cells. The success rate of the injection was almost 100%, and there was no failure case so far. Moreover, Kushina's constitution is also very powerful. In Kahn's view, there should be no possibility of failure. However, it needs to be verified. Although Orochimaru went to the front line, Kahn knew the whole process of the experiment. He is also a biological person. Even if he did not participate in the whole process of several human experiments, he would read the experiment report in detail afterwards. Extremis virus serum. Wood-style blood successor, boss, can I? Kushina slightly opened her eyes and looked at the serum needle in Kahn's hand. Even if she didn't understand it, she knew how precious this mouth-twisting serum was. Nawaki couldn't even become a ninja because of his injury. After injecting this serum, he directly became a powerful ninja. After hearing that Nawaki became Jonin, he became famous in the whole ninja world. Such a precious thing, if you give me an injection, would it be a waste? Kushina said coyly. She wanted to become stronger in her heart, but she was also worried that such a precious serum would be wasted on her body, but Kahn really didn't let her use it. Although Kushina understood, she would definitely be disappointed. The thoughts of this little girl are really easy to understand, especially for an idiot like Kushina, whose expressions are all written on her face. Kahn smiled and said, compared to the extremis serum, you are still more precious, Kushina. This sentence was like a straight ball, directly making Kushina dizzy, and then suddenly giggled twice, but Kushina realized that he was outside and not in the bedroom, and quickly coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment just now. Then please, boss. After talking about this, Kushina blushed and agreed. I need to take some of your flesh and blood for a test, and I'll tell you when the results come out. It won't take long. After finishing speaking, Kahn took out some petri dishes and took some of Kushina's flesh, then he used apparition in front of her, and came to the research and experiment base of the country of T, and his relationship with Kushina was slightly improved. She exposed a little magical strength in front of her. There was a sound of gunfire that seemed to be silenced, and Kahn disappeared in front of Kushina. Surprised, she stood up directly and turned around the room. The experimental base of the country of T has just been successfully built, and the research equipment inside is very comprehensive. Kahn mainly tested the repellency of cells and serum. Although there were no failure cases, it is better to be on the safe side. 2 hours later, Kahn finished the test and returned to Konoha village in another apparition, but he did not see Kushina in the living room. Have you gone back? It shouldn't be. Kahn said suspiciously, although he left in a hurry. He also said he would be back in a while, and Kushina couldn't even wait for this time. Suddenly, he heard a noise from the next door, so he cast a floating spell on himself, and walked to the next bedroom without making a sound. When he came to the door of the master bedroom, he used the magic spell to slowly open the door, and then saw Kushina rolling on the bed he hadn't slept in much. Hey! I'm more important. Kushina rolled halfway, and out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw that the door was opened, and the boss stood at the door at some point. Old boss? You're back. Kahn asked slightly. Well, I just came back, Kushina, are you tired? Kushina blushed and quickly explained, there is one thing, because there are too many tasks to do today, so I borrowed your bed from the boss to rest, not because of. It's okay, I know, Kushina. Kahn tried hard not to laugh, then shook the extremis virus serum in his hand to Kushina, and said, the test has been completed, let's inject it here, and you will need to bear it when the time comes. Well, listen to your boss. Kushina quickly got up from the bed, tidied up the folds of the bed, followed Kahn to the living room with her head bowed in small steps. Here, Kahn cast a protective spell and sealing technique. Kushina also helped to arrange a barrier after seeing it. She looked relaxed and was much more proficient than Kahn, and the barrier effect was also very strong. After arranging everything, Kahn took a syringe and injected Kushina with the extremis virus serum. It would be very painful at first, but it would be fine after getting through. The extremis virus serum fused with Hashirama cells at least improved the success rate, unlike it used to be like experimenting with human bombs. Not long after being injected with the extremis virus, Kushina showed pain on his face, and then let out a tender cry of pain, with fine beads of sweat dripping from his body. Fortunately, there are multiple layers of protection in the house to prevent the sound from coming out, and Kahn also used a spell to restrain Kushina's behavior so that she would not roll around. When fused with the extremis virus serum, the nine tails in Kushina's body suddenly felt that the diamond chains that sealed it became stronger, and even the sealed space became perfect. Damn Uzumaki clan, what did she do? Nine Tails roared angrily in the sealed space. It suddenly felt the diamond chains imprisoned on it, and it had the function of absorbing its chakra. Damn Uzumaki kid. Nine Tails is now immobilized, imprisoned by two sealing techniques, and now has to slowly draw chakra, and it can't resist yet. After a while, the pain on Kushina's body gradually eased, but the clothes on her body were already soaked in sweat, and they were tightly attached to her body, revealing a young and beautiful body inadvertently. Boss. Kahn smiled and said to Kushina, success, Kushina, eat some food first, and then go change your clothes. He has already prepared food on the table, cooked meat, energy drinks and Kushina's favorite food instant ramen and more. After seeing this scene, Kahn was slightly surprised and said, entering Ninetail's chakra mode all of a sudden. This kind of strength leap is too big. It was the first time for Kushina to be operate so far, but with her powerful body, she quickly got used to the discomfort. Now Kushina finds that her condition is better than ever. What surprised her most is that there are twice as many tailed beast chakra in her body as before, and the seal is still continuously absorbing chakra from nine tails, just like taking it with you. Use the same. Kushina noticed the clothes on her body, although she wanted to change immediately, but the aroma of food on the table and the hunger in her stomach made her climb to the table directly, and started to eat. Her cheeks bulged quickly, like a little squirrel hoarding goods. Kushina nodded. She believed that the boss was not a common man who couldn't fight back, and she also wanted to see how strong she was now. Consciousness sank into the sealed space, and Kushina saw the nine tails being extracted from chakra. It was the adamantine sealing chains tied to nine tails, which seemed to be the same as wood style, adding the function of absorbing chakra. Boss, I feel much stronger now, and chakra, the tailed beast, is more in control than before. I feel like I can enter a new state at any time. After Kahn heard what Kushina said to him, he directly brought her to the country of tea. After Kushina finished eating, Kahn used one to clean her up, which immediately surprised Kushina for a long time. End of this chapter. Kahn told Kushina that the best way to quickly control your power is to control it in actual combat. It's space magic, Kushina, this is the country of tea, you can try your strength here, if you need an opponent, I can also accompany you. Boss, what is this place, was that space ninjutsu just now? So many chakra. Sorry, 9 tails, I will pay you back later. On Gold's chakra coat, the patterns of Uzumaki and Goyu appeared on the body, a powerful aura suddenly rose from Kushina's body, and along with the aura sword, there was also the strong vitality contained in the gold chakra. Afterwards, Kushina took all the tailed beast chakra stored in her body and used it, which immediately made her enter a new feeling. Kushina explained the tailed beast to Kahn, she had nothing to hide from Kahn now, but she still told Kahn not to tell others about it, otherwise Konoha's people would definitely find him. Kushina thought of what Kahn said, and stopped the adamantine sealing chains on 9 tails, she felt that even with only 1 seal, she could suppress 9 tails very well. When Jinchuriki of 9 tails can absorb enough tail beast chakra, they can enter a special mode, 9 tails chakra mode. However, if you want to enter this mode, you must be strong enough to snatch most of the tail beast chakra from 9 tails and store them in your body. The previous 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mido can enter this state, regardless of whether it is speed or strength, it can be greatly improved, and it can also perceive goodwill and malice, and distinguish between friend and foe. Boss, I feel that I can do anything now. This power is too powerful. Now I can beat the 10 previous selves. Kushina said to Kahn with a smile, she just used the newly acquired ability to perceive that the boss didn't have the slightest malice towards her. Sure enough, that guy Namikaze Minato was talking nonsense. Then, Kushina, in order to allow you to adapt as soon as possible, come and fight me. Kahn also said to Kushina with a smile, Kushina in 9 tails chakra mode should be a very powerful speed opponent. Okay, then the bet is one thing, and whoever loses will promise the other party to do one thing. Kushina said to Kahn confidently, even if the boss's ability is a bit magical, she is absolutely sure. Okay, let's get started, stunned. Before Kahn finished speaking, he released a stun spell on Kushina, but in this state, Kushina's speed and perception were several times higher than before. Just after his spell was cast, Kushina then disappeared in place. The next second, Kahn subconsciously wanted to use the flying spell to fly into the air, but before he could use it, he was sent flying by Kushina's heavy punch. Boom! If it wasn't for the iron armor curse on her body, Kahn should have fainted by now, but Kushina can be regarded as holding back her hands, otherwise she should have used the diamond chain instead of her fist at the first time. However, on the way of being knocked into the air, Kahn directly used the flying spell, turned into a black mist and wandered in the air, and then began to bombard Kushina with the magic spell. Fainted. Torn apart. All petrified. Kahn also controls the power of the spell. For spells with relatively high lethality like shattering, he controls the magic power to a relatively moderate level, and the crushing spell is mainly to disrupt Kushina's speed. He hasn't experienced many fights, Kushina has experienced few fights, but at least he is better than Kahn. Fighting against Kushina, Kahn wants to hone his fighting awareness and fighting style. Boom! Boom! From time to time, a deep pit was blasted out by an invisible spell on the ground, but nothing was hit. The speed of that gold flash was so fast that Kahn relied on Sage Mode to perceive Kushina's moving speed. But being able to perceive does not mean hitting, Kushina also has the ability to perceive, and her speed is far faster than Kahn's spell speed. When he condensed his magic power, Kushina began to dodge, anticipating the enemy first, which made Kahn it was hard to fight. However, Kahn's flying spell also makes Kushina very uncomfortable, like smoke, and the speed is very fast. If she jumps into the air, it is difficult to catch Kahn, not to mention, she also loses the ability to dodge. I'm going to use the sealing technique, boss. Kushina yelled, but she still knew to give a warning, and then 8 golden chains appeared from her back, and they attacked Kahn in the air at a very fast speed. Vajra chains are troublesome for Kahn, each one can stretch to tens of meters long, when approaching, he can feel it in Sage mode. Being hit by this thing will be quite dangerous. And Uzumaki Kushina can also jump into the air with the diamond chain lock. Whether it is defense or offense, the diamond chain lock can play a big role. As long as there are 2 Vajra chains in front of Kushina, even Kahn's shattering curse cannot harm Kushina. With the passage of time, Kushina also gradually grasped the law between the flying curse and casting spells. She felt that with her own speed, she should be able to grasp this gap. To pieces. Boom! It was another crushing spell. Kahn was gradually increasing the power of the spell, and the Vajra chain he hit just now was shaking, but Kushina seized this opportunity with sharp eyes, and the moment the crushing spell was blocked, Kushina stepped on it. Leveraging the Vajra chains, he rushed directly to Kahn. Click it! A crisp sound resounded in the air, and Kushina's happy expression about to grab Kahn froze, and suddenly felt that both ankles were broken due to excessive force. In severe pain, she lost control of the Vajra chains and fell in the air. The height was tens of meters, and the pain and tension made the extremis virus slow down. Fortunately, Kahn flew over in the air, caught Kushina and sent him to the ground. Foot, the ankle is broken. Kushina tugged at Kahn's sleeve and said. I saw it, but have you forgotten the effect of the extremis virus? Don't panic after the next injury. As long as the head is not broken, the extremis virus can be repaired. While Kahn was speaking, Kushina's feet had been slowly repaired by extremis, and she didn't feel any pain. After getting up and bouncing to confirm, Kushina felt how terrifying the healing ability of the extremis virus was. Only about 10 seconds later, the fracture was completely repaired. It seems that you have just obtained this kind of power, and you still need to practice it. Just now, it seems that it is not your full speed. If you are faster, maybe your feet will break and fall off. After Kahn finished the analysis, he smiled at Kushina, who won the competition just now. Kushina's face turned red when she heard the words, and she hesitated and couldn't speak. She wanted to cheat but couldn't speak, and wanted to admit that if the boss made excessive demands, for example, it was more excessive than massage. Just thinking about it makes me feel shy. After returning, Kushina bid farewell to Kahn happily. Although it was already night, the depression she had accumulated for a long time was swept away at once. Now Kushina has gained the same power as Uzumaki Mito, has the speed comparable to Space Ninjutsu in Ninetales Chakra mode, and has also learned the strange power of Tsunade, the combination of speed and strength. If you get hit, you can survive. Already it shows that Fuse is profound. When sending Kushina away, Kahn hadn't released Sage mode yet, so he felt a lot of Umbu's presence outside the house. But today's harvest is not small. If there is a progress bar, Kahn can see the 90% attack speed above Kushina's head. Complete Ninetales Jinchuriki, Extremis Injectors, Wood-style Blood Successors, and may practice Sage mode and Seal Master in the future. This investment is guaranteed to make a profit. When Kushina came home, someone from Hokage's office also came. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe in a bad mood. He was about to fall asleep, but because of Jiraiya, he had to put on a Hokage hat and came to the Hokage office again. You can't let Jiraiya, a carefree guy, go to his home to discuss things. Jiraiya, you have been outside for so long, what useful information have you collected? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Not only he and Jiraiya, but also Danzo, Mitokado Hamura, and Utatane Koharu in the house. They all have little rest time because of the war, or live directly in the Hokage building. Harvest, naturally, there are many. As soon as this incident was mentioned, Jiraiya felt a little guilty. He couldn't say that he was lingering in the most famous custom street in Tango country. I found out a little bit about why Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakure went to war. Danzo frowned slightly after hearing the words, and immediately asked, the reason? Isn't it the order of the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, because Kirigakure frequently harassed the border of the Land of Thunder? What else could be the reason? Of course, this is the main reason for the war between Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, but why does Mist Shinobi frequently attack the border of the Land of Thunder? After all, there was no friction between the two ninja villages in the last Ninja World War. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused without even thinking about it. They are all old teammates for many years. He knew what he was going to say next without Danzo opening his mouth. It was nothing more than handing over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to the root for training. The war has already begun, and the land of Earth is not peaceful anymore. I plan to organize Namikaze Minato and Ino, Shika, Cho into a small team. At that time, I need you, the master, to watch over Minato. Jiraiya nodded and said, he didn't get nothing this time. If he didn't get information from the ninja, he would choose to inquire from the common people. The Ino, Shika, Cho clan and the Sarutobi clan have sworn covenants, but now Sarutobi Hiruzen is preparing to bring the Ino, Shika, Cho clan and Namikaze Minato together, which is enough to witness his fancy to Namikaze Minato. To be honest, when Kushina gave birth to a rebellious move, he was indeed a little moved, but after thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed this idea. Jiraiya said with a serious face, well, it's not like the instructions of the nobles or daimyos of the Land of Water, at least in the Land of Tang, the shipping ports are all shipped by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce of the Land of Waves, but there are very few ships in the Land of Water. End of this chapter. Jiraiya, you are leaving the village for now. Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Nine Tails Jinchuriki's disobedience only affects the strength of the village. If it is handed over to Danzo, it will affect the position of Hokage. Regarding this matter, he must not let go. Mitokado Hamura often deals with businessmen, and he immediately saw Mist Shinobi's intentions. Jiraiya, you mean that Mist Shinobi has been attacking the Land of Thunder for HNA? After hearing the name, Danzo and the others changed their expressions slightly, and then tapped the floor with their crutches. It's this man again. He not only violated the agreement and sold the medicine to other ninja villages, but now he also provoked the conflict between Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Hiruzen, if you really can't do anything about him, then leave this matter to us. The ninjas of Kirigakure have a strong purpose. Their targets are all the shipping ports, fleets and cargo merchants of the Kingdom of Thunder. Now the merchants of the Kingdom of Thunder are unable to go to sea normally under the harassment of Kirigakure. When Jiraiya wanted to leave with him, Sarutobi Hiruzen called him down and continued. Danzo, I already have arrangements, so don't think about it. Then, around Jiraiya's information, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others arranged some other things, and Danzo and others left Hokage's office. At least the three apprentices of Sarutobi Hiruzen do not have this treatment. Tsunade does not need it, but Orochimaru and Jiraiya have no chance, even though Orochimaru's reputation in the village is gradually rising. I see, old man. Although Jiraiya was a little reluctant, he knew the priorities of the matter, and the old man was obviously paving the way for his disciples. Although he stayed away from Konoha, he was not cut off from news, and would still receive news from Konoha from time to time. Konoha now has two genius ninjas, the most famous of which is Nawaki of the Senju clan, who inherited the power of wood style, and chakra is huge and has strong recovery ability, almost on the must-kill list of all ninja villages. They don't want to see another Senju Hashirama suppress the ninja world, so they continue to send spies to Konoha to investigate information. Even if they lose a few ninja teams, it is worthwhile as long as they can kill Nawaki. However, Nawaki was taught very well by Orochimaru. He saw Nawaki die once, and after rescuing him, Orochimaru showed no mercy at all. The second famous one is Namikaze Minato, who completes tasks very frequently. In more than half a year, he has completed more than 30 A-level tasks, and none of them failed. Information on the Thunder God technique leaked out. One inherited the wood style of the first Hokage, and the other inherited the flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage. The other village leaders all regarded them as must-kill targets. Now Nawaki's bounty in the underground gold exchange has reached 70 million taels, and Namikaze Minato has 40 million taels. After sending Jiraiya away, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked the pipe silently again, and now he has no intention of resting. It's really eventful now. Sarutobi Hiruzen checked the news that Umbu just reported. Uzumaki Kushina stayed in Kahn's house all afternoon, and didn't leave the room until evening to return home. We need to find a way, but if we have to transfer Tsunade to the front line of Rock Shinobi Village, Jiraiya and a group of Jonin should be enough to deal with it. Cloud Shinobi Village also seems to be changing. When they can't sit still, send Tsunade out. After making a decision in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the next piece of information. In recent days, things about Hataki Sakumo in the village have become more serious, and the ninja who was saved by Hataki Sakumo also publicly accused him after drinking. Although Uchiha was on guard, the team started to stop this trend, but Umbu blocked it. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help feeling angry. This guy Danzo is borrowing his name of Umbu again. Tomorrow, he must be restrained. Shua Mao has given up. He is still needed in the war. There is no need to chase after him like this. But why does the Uchiha guard take care of Hataki Sakumo's affairs? Other ninjas turn a blind eye. Uchiha just intervenes. Is it possible that Sakumo has a connection with Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly understood Danzo's behavior. If Hataki Sakumo and the Uchiha clan really colluded, it must be suppressed. After Uchiha Kagami's death, Uchiha's previous patriarch became an extremely family-centered person. Uchiha Fugaku, the new patriarch of Uchiha, is the son of Uchiha Hamada, and should inherit Uchiha Hamada's will. Otherwise Uchiha Hamada should have handed over the position of patriarch to Kagami. Eventful season. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily in his heart, but fortunately, there are solutions. As long as he works in Hokage's position for another 20 years, Konoha will become more and more prosperous under his governance. In the early morning of the next day, Kahn heard a sound like a suppressed gun in his house, and he was brought back to Konoha. Apparition is really convenient. Next, you can try to integrate apparition into the battle. As long as the opponent can't counterspell, it will be difficult to deal with this kind of space magic. Kahn thought in his heart. He now goes to rest in other places every night, and then returns to Konoha after dawn. If there is something urgent, he can also go to that place through apparition. With his strong magic power, it is enough to come and go anywhere in the ninja world, not to mention that he can absorb natural energy to increase the upper limit of magic power. This is an ability that other wizards and magical creatures do not have. Kahn of the Hashirama Cell, to do just that. The next step is to wait for Shinong to perfect the copy of the Super Soldier Serum, but now he is not the same Shinong 20 years later. It will take a while to perfect. Orochimaru doesn't have time, so why should I ask Tsunade? The Super Soldier Serum is very important. This time it is to infer the serum formula. If Tsunade really cracks it, then the Super Soldier Serum formula is not unique to him. After thinking about this, Kahn still dismissed the idea. Now that Shinong is his first focus, he can only give him more support. Whether it is an experimental subject or an assistant, Kahn will try his best to satisfy him. The search for the next world is almost finished. Maybe you can go back and prepare. The ninja world can't give up for the time being. You can come back from time to time to have a look. Kahn wakes up in the morning with a clear head and thinks a lot about the development of the ninja world. He and Orochimaru have the same purpose but different paths. He controls the common people and Orochimaru controls the ninjas. Xia Chuan continued to expand in the industry, while Chuan Mu accepted the vision of the media, from newspapers to radio stations, and finally to TV stations and even the internet. Kahn has only one request for this. In the future, there will only be one person in the ninja world who can speak freely, and that is him. Although Orochimaru may not have the patience to be Hokage after the cooperation, at least he can help himself block the power from Konoha village. Konoha is still very strong at this time, and 6 of the 12 guardian ninjas are Konoha ninjas. Thinking of the Fire Nation daimyo, Kahn suddenly had the idea of arranging Hataki Sakumo. In this way, it is estimated that all 3 parties will be satisfied. Probably only Sarutobi Hiruzen is not very happy, but if the Fire Nation daimyo is willing to make up for Konoha's expenses, Sarutobi Hiruzen maybe he will agree. Ding! Just when Kahn was thinking about something, there was a sudden ringing of the doorbell. Who's coming to visit so early? Kahn cast an iron armor curse on himself, and the person who rings the doorbell must not be someone he knows, like Tsunade or Kushina. They have developed the habit of opening the door and coming in directly. Accident. Walking to the door and opening it, Kahn pretended not to know him and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Hi, I'm Rin Noera, a second-year student at the ninja school. Are you the propaganda minister of the Land of Fire?" The person who came was Noera Lin, who was imprinted by Kahn with the magic spell. When she saw Kahn, she saluted very politely, and then asked respectfully. Kahn nodded, and said to Noera Lin, "It's me, Noera Lin, you came here to." Actually, it was about Hitaki Kakashi. I met the president of the Konoha newspaper that day, and I learned about Mr. Hitaki from him. Seeing that Kahn was easy to talk to, Noera Lin began to explain. At the same time, she also had some doubts in her heart. It should be the first time she saw this Lord Gongqing. Why did she have a very familiar feeling, as if she had known him a long time ago? Is this the case? I am going to visit Hitaki's house today, Rin Noera. You can go back to study without worry. This incident should not affect Hitaki Kakashi. After listening to Noera Lin's words, Kahn replied, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. People in the ninja world are indeed precocious, and love at the age of 12 or 13 seems to be a normal behavior. "Well, my lord, can I go with you?" Noera Lin was a little embarrassed. She felt that she suddenly made a very excessive request. Given the status of the other party, it was already rare for her to be willing to meet her and explain, but now she actually asked to go with her. She wanted to take back what she said just now, and at the same time curled up and took half a step back. "Okay, if you have time now, come with me." Kahn thought for a while, and bringing Noera Rin might be more convincing to Hitaki Sakumo, so he agreed to Noera Rin's request. Then he closed the door and waved to Noera Lin, who was still in a daze, telling her to follow quickly. Yi Yuanlin didn't have time to think about it, so she trotted to follow. She was a little thankful in her heart. Fortunately, this Lord Gongqing is a talkative person, much more kind than the village security team, and it also made her feel familiar. Mr. Hitaki. Kahn and Noera Lin came to Hitaki's house, rang the doorbell a few times and saw no one answered, so they yelled a few words outside the door. "Is no one at home?" Noera Rin asked speculatively. Kahn shook his head and said, "Hitaki Sakumo has been dismissed from his position temporarily. Where else can he go if he is not at home at this time?" After waiting for a while, seeing that there was still no answer, Kahn pushed the unlocked door open and walked in. Seeing this, Noera Lin asked anxiously in her heart, "My lord, is this going to happen?" If Kakashi knew about trespassing on other people's homes, he would definitely be hated. "There's nothing we can do in a hurry. We have no intention of stealing anything. We'll apologize after we get in." After saying this, Kahn walked directly into the house. Seeing this, Noera Lin looked around outside, and finally she was curious and anxious, so she tiptoed and walked in with Kahn, but she closed the door after she entered. The two came to the living room next to the courtyard one after another. Kahn was going to search here first. If there was no one there, he would change the time. After opening the door of the living room, Kahn felt a little relieved. Hitaki Sakumo was sitting in front of the round table in the living room. Just now he thought that Hitaki Sakumo committed suicide. However, Hitaki Sakumo didn't seem to be in a good state at this time. Kahn had seen Hitaki Sakumo when the barrier exploded before. Even in the dark night, Hitaki Sakumo was like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, ready to cut at any time. Enemies from the dark. But now it has completely turned into a blunt knife, let alone killing people. It feels heavy to hold. Kahn walked over, sat opposite Hitaki Sakumo, and said with some sighs, "Mr. Hitaki, why did Konoha's white fan become like this? Jia Gung put it at noon, and I was too sleepy to write in the early morning." The monthly ticket upgrade is almost over. After thinking about it, the next world is the movie version of Resident Evil. The game version is too cumbersome. I watched the game commentary, but saw the end and forgot the middle commentary.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.